Hey everyone, I hope you're all doing well. Welcome back in. Let me go ahead and get the roll call on the YouTube side of things since I'm already on the tab here. Hello, Jake Bob Cube, and welcome into you as well. Wackages, welcome back into stream. Welcome in. And with that said, let me go ahead and now get the Twitch roll call. If I slide up here a little bit, I should be able to see. Hello to Sortazar. Congratulations on being first. We also have one here, Kopi and Banafi and Mima. Welcome. Oh, and you as well, Torin. Hello. Quite early compared to the previous times. Rumbles on a wrecking ball. This time I got you. Oh no, I'm so afraid. Welcome in, everyone. I hope your week's been well. And hi, Eska. Welcome in too. Roll call? Yeah. And hi, Chapel. Welcome into stream too. If people, well, the thing is, usually there's a little bit of buffer time before the study or whatever we're doing gets started. So the people that do end up joining for the beginning part of stream, I want to make sure that they are very highly acknowledged for getting the before show before we really get into things. So there's a roll call done to see if anyone replies or messages on YouTube and Twitch, and make sure you get all the names down. And yeah, welcome in. And I thought of changing the pattern and coming earlier. I knew something was off. Scary, keeping me on my feet. I don't like it. And star stickers for all of us. Yeah, all stars, golden stars specifically. Those are the nice and shiny ones. I was never a fan of the silver stores. I was never a fan of the silver stars or the bronze stars. They don't have the same shine that golden stars do. Those are the special ones. That's how you know. That's how you know. I hope you've all been well, though. There's a few names there I see that weren't there here yesterday, so welcome as well. Are you all excited? Eyes are a study or a thing that I have been wanting to get into very often, and I don't know why we haven't done it sooner. Maybe it's because we've been focusing on smaller sprites. Today we'll be looking at a lot of bigger sprites, so maybe that's the reason we haven't done a specific eye study, because when you get a really small sprite, like super duper tiny sprite that's 16 by 16, you can't really do an eye study, can you? It's like, yes, 2 by 2 or 1 by 1 eye. Pick your flavor. And oh, I heard that sound, but the thingamajingy didn't do the thingamajingy. Let me grab it, see what that was. I believe it was a subscription from Azode on YouTube. Welcome in, and thank you for the subscription on YouTube. And please correct me if I'm wrong as well. I do tend to butcher names very often, so the likelihood is very high. And off to a great start when it comes to words. Yeah. Words are fun, and business. And this week was wild. Just made a little game expo on my uni with a little team. How fun! I definitely at some point, hopefully not soon, but probably in summer, I want to participate in a game jam with like a team. And excuse me, with a team. The good news is that the game, Necrotype Cafe, that's what's been my big priority, my big focus. Once we finish the tutorial of that, then I want to see about maybe doing like quick 1 week, 2 week projects with other people. Seeing about that, once we update the game, that's the thing though. I don't know when that's going to be, so whenever that comes will be when we see about doing some game jams and things of that nature. That'll be a fun break too. It'll give me a chance to come back to Necrotype Cafe with fresh new eyes and a little wiggle. My. And this eye will be the dark blue. Oh, this eye will be a dark blue pixel instead of a black pixel. And funny enough, that can make a difference. Depending on how things go, it can make a difference. Just a smidge, which is wild. I'm excited though. We don't do big sprites very often, usually because they take a really long time to do. And since we only have 4 hours, that's not a lot of time to do a study. And welcome in, Rodrigo. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And hey, I'll apply to this team. We'll see when we get there. It'll be a lot of fun to plan and do things. Right now it's just ideas, but it'll be a lot of fun. With all that said and done, let's see. Can I get a black star? You know what? Sure, I think a black star could be cool. That's like the well, what would a black star represent? Yeah, first place, second place, third place. What place would be the black star? Honorable mention, maybe? That's a good question. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and click on, if it allows me to, since that timer is up. Let's go ahead and get into things. I can click on a transition, and we shall transition. Here we are. Today should be a lot of fun, as I said before. And now, okay, let me rephrase that. Fun, yes. Organized, I don't know. We'll see. There's a lot I want to do, and I'm not sure if we'll just have to do half today, and then half, oh no, we won't be able to do half next week. Maybe not, we'll see depending on, but we might have to split this into a two-parter and then go from there. We'll start off with the Pixelart of the day, we'll talk about resources for a little bit, we'll do a mini study on anti-aliasing, then we'll try drawing eyes of real people, then we'll look at some pixel art of eyes, and then we'll make our own eyes, and then we'll see if we can draw my eyes, and then we'll do a community study to see, or community review to see if anyone's drawn along for some eyes. And Soul Eater reference? I have not, oh, I've seen a little bit of Soul Eater, but no, it wasn't an intended reference. And as long as I don't get the rainy cloud, I take whatever. There's a thing of rainy cloud? Hold on now. Reminds me of you get a sunshine, you get a rainy cloud. And Black Star the goat. It sounds like an air strain to me. Yeah. With that said, why don't we start off with the pixel art of the day? Let me go and slide this guy over here, click on that guy there. Make sure things are good to go. I believe so. If I click into PureRef here, yes indeedy, and just as a reference too, let me slide this over here, just so that we're all on the same page. There we are. Okay, and click on that guy, and click on that guy. Lovely. Here we are in PureRef, and I'm just curious. I'm just gonna don't mind me. Sometimes the thing, okay, it does work. Lovely. Okay, and I'll hit this guy here, and we have that timer. Timer's not moving, so let me just make sure that timer's good to go. You should be set to 8 minutes, and you should be set to that guy there. Okay, it's good to go. Sometimes it's just a little finicky. Hey. Oh my, now, I can't say this. Some of you don't know that I have polychoria. And polychoria is just when you have two pupils in one eye. And I happen to have found some pixel art of someone who drew something like that. And I also have here, for when we do get along to it, this is a close-up of my eyes. You can see two pupils in one eye. So, since today's about eyes, we'll be looking at this eye and doing a mini study on it. Hey! I didn't know there were so many variations. So welcome into Pixel Art of the Day. It's a section I like to do at the beginning of a stream where we spend about 8 minutes or so looking at some pixel art you can either find on Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, of the likes, anywhere on the internet. The idea behind it is that not only do you have to do things to get better at something, but you also have to look at other people who know what they're doing. For example, if you want to become a game developer and make lots of games, you gotta play a lot of games. You gotta know what you like, gotta know what you dislike. In this case, because of pixel art, we're looking at different styles of pixel art, different artists, and the thing is, if you do like an aspect of it, you can incorporate it into your own art. But if there's something you don't like, then you know, when I draw, I would stay away from that. That's the idea behind it, the name of the game. And what? This is a thing? And this is a thing? That's kind of cool, isn't it? I've seen some before that has like multi-dots too, and it gets wild, it gets really wacky. And anti-aliasing is looking crispy. Really like the hues and use of his clusters for lighting and shadows. Yeah. And what was I going to say? This art is from Twitter. It is by Pixel Metro. So should you like this art, you want to look at more art from them, you can certainly give them a follow. And with all of that said and done, you can see up there's topics to get you started relating to it. So if you have an observation you'd like to make, just say it out and I'll type it down and we can discuss it. So this is the warm-up of the stream. Let me make this a little bit bigger here. Zoom in a little bit more. And while specifically we're doing eyes, if there's other aspects of you that you like as well, do feel free to talk about it. Let me set that timer, and we are good to go. Okie dokie, and hi Ash, welcome into stream, welcome back in. And is this something you have in real life as well? I cannot comment or confirm nor deny such a thing. With that said, let's see. Talking about sources art, anti-aliasing is looking crispy. Really like the hues and use of clusters. So that's a lot of different topics. Okay, let's start off with the colors. Colors are usually what I try to begin with. What I notice is that when looking at pixel art, usually 4 main colors, 4, 3, around that range, gives a really strong pixel art. And understood, don't share if you don't want to. Thank you. And looking at this, I see the colors of brown, I see the colors of white, I see the colors of pink, and I see the colors of green. 4 colors! Speaking of 4, we have a little bit of green going on here, a little bit of pink, and I'm surprised there's a little bit of pink here too, but I wouldn't have expected pink and green and white. Well, no, white I would expect, but for a brown eye, that's super duper interesting. And to speak on sources are, let's talk about next the anti-aliasing. So AA, and anti-aliasing, we'll touch on it a little bit later, but the idea, main thing about it is that it's trying to smooth out lines so that from further away, it doesn't look as rough and hard. And hi, Cats on keyboard, welcome to the stream, welcome in. Let's see here. And you can see anti-aliasing, for example, around the eyelash. Notice how there's this big black line, but then there's a few dots here that are peppered about. And the hope of these dots is to make the area around the face smoother. So there's some anti-aliasing here, you can see, around here and here. And the hope is that when you zoom out, when you see it from further away, it doesn't look as rough as an edge as it can, or as it could be. So I'll just put there AA. There's a lot of AA going on. And she's five fingers in a trench coat, so technically she does have more than 2 pupils. And shaking my head, the name called me out. Yes, it did. It gave it away. And hi, I hope everyone's having a great day. And if you're not, ask for a refund. Become a Karen. I want to speak to your manager. Oh boy, oh boy. Let's see here. There was also a talk about clusters, hue, and shadows. Okay. Well then, let's talk about clusters. C-L-U-S-T-E-R-S. Clusters. From my understanding of clusters, the idea behind it is that they're blobs of shapes. We have, I'm guessing this would be a cluster here for the bottom of the eye, the top of the eye. So it's just chunks of shapes that make up different shapes. Yep. That all makes sense. So it's a thing of, you don't have to draw every single line. If you end up blobbing a bit here and there, it'll eventually look like something without you having to put up a lot of detail into it. So I'll say clusters equals blobs of shapes. We'll do that there. And then what was also talked about was the hues and the lighting and the shadow. Yes, okay. Well then, we talked about the colors, we talked about the clusters. I would like to bring attention to the fact that, and I'm wondering as well why that's the case. Why do you think it is that I guess there are green-brown eyes, aren't there? So maybe that's why, but I wonder why. Let's see, highlight, H-I-G-H-L-I-G-H-T, highlight is pink. The highlight's pink, not only in the eye here, but also in the bottom of this bit of the eye that I don't know the name of. I have the names, I just don't have them right now. And oh, more anti-aliasing right there and blocking it in. Yeah, blocking. Blobs of shapes equals blocks. There we are. That should hopefully help a little bit. I did, and a green big tentacle flapped me. Oh boy. Highlight is pink. I wonder why they chose pink. And you can see here as well, more anti-aliasing right there. And congratulations on a 40 stream streak, Rodrigo. My goodness. Thank you for staying along as much as you have. And welcome into you as well, Agape. Welcome in, everyone. Hi. I hope you're doing well. Let's see here. Another thing that we can comment on is and hi, Fountainian Waters. Welcome into stream as well. Welcome in. Let's see. Another thing we can comment on is, what can be? I guess I could say that the edge of the EDGE, edge of eyelash, E-Y-E-L-A-S-H, eyelash is black, while inner, I-N-E-R-E-Y-E, is B-R-O-W-N. Yeah, I can say that much in the sense of all here is black, and then here we transition into brown. Here we go back to brown a little bit, so it seems to be a moving of colors between black and brown here, which is interesting, I think. And we have dark brown here and then a medium brown, so it kind of fades into it depending on the highlights, it seems like. And looking here too, another cluster, I would say, possibly, would this be counted as a cluster? Just a blob of color here. And then now I wonder how they got the texture for the eyebrows. Do you think they used a brush, or did they go in bit by bit and add all of them? I find that with bigger pieces like this, you're better off not going bit by bit, zooming out, and doing it from far away to get the general idea. Because if you're super zoomed in and you're drawing all of these lines, you get lost in the sauce very quickly. And what size is that? Unfortunately, Rodrigo, I don't know what size Pixelart this is. That is an issue with Pixelart, is that it's very hard to get a good sizing, and sizing of a canvas is super duper important, but I unfortunately don't know offhand, and I don't believe the tweet also mentioned it. And one detail I really like is the desaturated pink hue in the backs of the eye instead of continuing to brown. Yeah, this eye highlight here, the pink highlight, I wonder why they decided to use pink. Maybe because pink goes well with green? I can understand the brown. Green I've seen before, but the pink is a wild card. And 128, maybe. I do wonder. It'd be nice if there was a way to tell 100% and at a glance. And does anybody else have trouble using larger squares like that in Pixelart of organic shapes? I don't have much, what's the word I'm looking for? Much experience with it, so I wouldn't be able to comment on it too much, unfortunately. And I like how the pupils are positioned. Instead of them being slapped in the dead center, they're kind of looking up. We'll put that there. Pupils, Pupils, are looking UPWICHGIVES, which gives a DIFFERENT, different feel to the drawing. And I'm pretty sure it's 98x96x96. Oh, that's specific. My, what's the difference between, well, it feels like a small difference, 96 versus 128, but then again, I don't usually go this big in pixel art, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. And did I miss anything? We have the brags, we have the pupils, larger squares, yep, I believe we're all good to go. Let's see. With that said, anything else that is of note, do you think? We have circles, we have edges, we have the anti-aliasing. I guess something to note is the way it's blended at the tip of the eyebrow, we could say. So tip of the OFTHEEYEBROW, tip of the eyebrow BLENDING, tip of the eyebrow blending. Here how it goes from the really dark color to light color, and I like how it fades into the skin. So it takes advantage of a lot of different colors. And looking at this, there's 1 color, 2 color, 3 color, 4 color, 5 colors, I think. 5 colors for this area here, so I'll also put that there. 5 colors, COLORS. 5 colors, there we are. And with that said, let's see. What are other things we can note? Another thing I could note about this, aside from the anti-aliasing, aside from the blocking, aside from the blending of this bit up here, let's see. I suppose we could say there is a highlight on the eyeball. Or, I mean, this is the eyeball, but I don't usually see a highlight on the ball, only a highlight on the pupil. So I'll put a HIGHLIGHT on the white part of the eye, not just the PUPIL, not just the pupil. I think that's pretty good, and that would be our 8 minutes. Yeah, usually I see it on the pupil, but not this part here. So it's interesting they also chose to add that too, though. When it's zoomed out, I definitely think it makes a difference in the difference. It makes a difference in the difference. Makes a difference in the overall piece. That's what I wanted to say. Oh boy. Okay. With all of that said and done then, let's go ahead and move on to resources. If I go ahead and click onto this browser here, and well, I mean in just pixels, and congratulations on a 7-stream streak, Fontanian Waters, and another stream streak has arrived for Eris Ezra. Thank you, and welcome in again. Let's see here. And it's just in just pixels, 128x128 is about 70% bigger in area? Really? That's some math. Oh boy, if I go ahead and do exclamation here, STUDY, it should send a link to both, I believe. Yes, indeedy. Okay, and then I'll bring you into the browser here. Should be good to go. Lovely. Okay, so if you didn't know, hello, I'm Iris Ezra. I am a game developer, and my goal is to try all different aspects of game design or game development. Be it doing the voice acting, be it doing the art, which in this case, I choose my medium of pixel art, or programming the games. And the hope of this website, irisezra.com, is,
Fontanian Waters just redeemed suggest a poll.
You're here, I believe,
Milk chocolate,
would you
white
mind setting up
chocolate or
the,
dark chocolate?
White chocolate, just my preference here. But Eska, since you're here, would you mind setting up the poll? We can do it for 5 minutes, a 5 minutes poll on the chocolate flavor. Let's see, what was I saying? Yes. The hope of the website is to become an area for resources relating to different topics. Right now it's Pixelart based, but I hope to add more topics, for example, for game development, game design, and things of that nature, or music even, you can see here. Soon TM. For right now, we've been putting a focus on specifically pixel art studies, and we do pixel art studies once a week. And we've been doing different bits, and we've been slowly doing more and more character-based ones here. And today we'll be doing the eye study, and what you'll be able to see is at the very, it's not at the very top. But this one here should be pinned, but it's not. And hi, Beatus. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Let's see here. If I scroll down, this is a hopeful They call this page is that different people learn differently. For example, hold on. Let me just fix that super duper quickly, as that's pretty important. The fact that it's not appearing there. Let me see how quickly I can fix this. This should have a link to the eye study. It does not. And hi, is it Brooke possibly? Brooke Floyd? Maybe? Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And please correct me if I'm wrong on the name pronunciation, as it happens very, very often. The idea is that if you're more of a visual person, I have a playlist here depending on the topic. In this case, there should be an eye playlist. Here's a website. I do like these websites because they give you a little sliver of information for different topics, and they're helpful because it's not information overload. You get a little bit at a time. In this case, for example, you have bones here, there can be characters or animations, so it's super duper helpful. If you're more of an article reader, there's an article here too, and this one goes specifically into anatomy for, hold on, this one goes specifically into hair and faces. How about we click on that one? So if you're more of a reader in this sense, then this one might be more of a use to you. And it also has a little bit of a handy dandy, what is it called? I gift too. Let me click on, let's see you here, playlist there. And if I scroll down, you'll also be able to see there's this website called the Writer's Resource. And if I click on it here, if it's one thing I can say 100% for certain, it's that the Writer's Resource is a website that I have come to love and need wholeheartedly. If there's been any upgrade to my pixel art, and it's not the only chocolate flavors, but the production method, usage, and culinary history. Well, yeah, but this is a fun, not scientific poll check, and like this, let's see. Yep, that should be good to go, and I'm also gonna vote in it a 2. Thank you for that one, Eska. Let me slide this guy up here, and if I click on, let's see here, you do that there, E-Y-E-S, I should be able to set you to center. Yep, and then if I go ahead and click on that button here, click on that button there, link it, save it, publish. Okay, I believe the playlist should be added now. I was saying how this website has been the biggest upgrade to getting to understand pixel art better. Like, for example, how the question was asked earlier, if we do back to here, what size is this pixel art? For if you wanted to make something like this, where would you begin? Well, you have to drag it into a program, maybe see if you can downscale it so each of these equals 1 pixel so you can get the definite size. You have to count the pixels individually, things of that nature. And what a website like this does is it allows us to get the files from different games that people have uploaded. And what I've done here is I've linked a bunch of character-based games that have characters in them. So the hope is that you'll be able to find a style of pixel art you like, and then you can download these sprites. So for example here, say here, out of the go, like a character portrait. If I wanted to get better at drawing pixel art character portraits, no longer do I have to zoom in and think about counting or downscaling or upscaling. I can drag and drop this or download it using that download button and bring it into my pixel art program of choice. In this case, I use Aseprite. And now, for example, I know for certain that if I wanted to make a sprite like this, it would be, hold on, if I can do it correctly, it would be a total of 64 by 64. So this is 64 by 64, which gives me a better idea of where to aim my pixel art studies at. It'll also allow me to, for example, mess around with the colors, try different things in that nature. So having direct access to the files makes a big difference, I found, when learning pixel art. It allows me to really go in depth with everything, so it's been bliss. Let me bring you back into the browser here, click on this guy here. That said, if I go ahead and click on refresh, you should get, no, oh, there it is, eyes, yes. There is an eyes playlist, and these were some videos I was able to find, not just on pixel art eyes. The thing with pixel art is that it's a pretty niche topic. I don't ever really find a lot of videos on certain things, unfortunately, but the hope is that with doing streams like this, that will come along more, and maybe as the years go on, pixel art becomes a more well-established thing. So not only are there a few pixel art videos here, sometimes you can look at different mediums of art and transform it into pixel art. So these videos here talk about the drawing process of the eye itself. I looked through them, I believe, yes, I looked through all of these. I think they're helpful in their own way. So if you want to watch some videos, have some videos on the side while you're eating or do something of that nature, then maybe looking at this playlist could be a good starting point. And hi Ed, welcome to stream. Hey yo, let's go. welcome into stream. Let's see here. That's the playlist, that's the website, that's the Writer's Resource. And just like with that, there's a website called itch.io. And if you're a game developer, you probably know of this website. You can upload your character assets up to here, or you can, not upload. Download character assets and put them into your game, or upload your game to the website as well. And the idea behind this is you can use this website as an artist, like how you would this Writer's Resource, in the sense of you can find free character assets. For example, for no reason in particular, there's this lovely character template here, and if I wanted to put it in my game, there would be different animations that you can see as well. But for our purposes, say I wanted to learn how to draw this character, I'd be able to download it one-to-one. I would also be able to add clothing or things of that nature. So it can also make a good study starting point in that sense. And what I've done too is I've linked a few character sprites that I found that were free that I really enjoyed. For example, this one here, Hero Knight, has a lot of different animations. All of them are 100% free. And if you're looking how to draw a sword or a shield, like with the Spartans resource, you'd be able to download it too. And just like I commented on it earlier, but if it wasn't clear, I also have a, this is mine. I did make this, so if you're interested, that is also there too. With that said, I believe that's everything to do with the resources. So let me double check on the poll. Is the poll done? It's almost done. And right now, dark chocolate's running? Really? My goodness, I would have never guessed. Let me go ahead and click on you here, you here. Let me go ahead and click on you here, you here. Lovely, lovely. And let me click on planning screen. So today we will be covering eyes, and should you have drawn character eyes before in Pixelart, or you want to draw along during the stream, you can send the art to the Discord and we'll take a look at the end of stream. So if I go ahead and do !DISCORD, there we are, and then I go ahead and click on this button here, you'll be able to see the Discord. And once you join here from the Discord, you'll scroll all the way down. You should be able to see stream, Pixelart stay with me, and if I close this for just a brief second, you'll see what would that be? 33-30. It's a three-way tie. Wow. And hi, Ame. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. It's good to know, there's not one clear winner here. Lovely. Oh my. You'll see that there are previous studies we've done before, and hi. And another thing is too, that despite the fact that we aren't doing them today, if you should happen to do your own side study off stream, you can feel free to also post them here too, despite the fact that they haven't been updated or they're not currently doing. And if you scroll all the way to the top here, you'll see the one we are currently doing, which is eyes. So if you post your eye study here, we can certainly take a look at the end of stream. And you can see as well that if you find or come across resources that you think could be helpful, like Jack did here, you can also link them here too. So the hope is that people can find art and dislike and like, and depending on it, we can kind of trade ideas back and forth. That's the hope of doing something like this. So to think of, I like how you shaded this clothing, or I wouldn't do that for my style, and then you can kind of add it to your own. That's how it works here, and we're all serious here. Very business, and diversity wins. So it seems. And it's common practice for all polls to end in a tie. You'd be surprised. And yes, indeed, we're very serious here. Oh boy. With all that said and done, let me go ahead and click on that guy. Oh my. And that brings us to Pixelart of the day done, resources done. Let's go ahead and now move on to a warm-up practice of doing anti-aliasing. Very serious. Yeah, all business. Let me go ahead and click onto this guy right here. Let me close you here. Make sure we're good to go on those aspects and close you. No, I can keep you open. And let me bring you into draw here. With all of that said and done, let me get some water, and then we can go ahead and get started. How tasty. And let me also get some tea too. Gotta stay hydrated. Super duper important. It's a little bit too hot for my liking, but it'll work. It will be fine. Let me go ahead and slide this guy down a little bit over. Slide you over a little bit as well, about maybe here. And let me just double check. Is the chat working on the screen? Today it decided to. And that's so serious, you'll get punished for having and spreading fun. What? No. I could never. Why would something ever be done? Let me bring you into, and something I realized as well, let me get the image of this as too. I completely forgot to gather this. Let me, if my mouse can work, I should be able to click it, as I do think it's important to point out too. There is a book that I always reference, that I always talk about, called Pixel Logic. It is a lovely book, and there is a free version of it. So if you don't even buy the book itself, I do recommend the free version. Let me bring you back into this guy here before we get started. And this was another game changer when it came to me learning pixel art. I learned a lot of new topics that I didn't know existed. And here are some excerpts from the book that talk about things that we will get into. And I wanted to point out, let's see. Here, this is what we'll be doing, just about. Look into what we'll be doing. We'll be drawing a bunch of different lines and trying to add different widths and weights to them. The idea is that, depending on the usage of anti-aliasing, you can make the lines thicker or thinner in different parts. And if I scroll over here, let's see. Here, you can see that depending on the anti-aliasing usage, there's a big range. So I want to mess around with that for a little bit. Probably maybe the next 20-ish, 30-ish minutes, we'll see. And oh yes, line weight, yeah. And I haven't read too far into it, but it's peak. Yeah, I agree. And hi, hello, welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Yes, this book here, I keep coming back to to it. It's a great reference for everything. And why I think looking at anti-aliasing will be a great idea is because when it comes to eyes, specifically if you look here, this is an eye with no anti-aliasing versus an eye with anti-aliasing, oh, this one here. And it can make a big difference, something super duper subtle. And if we're looking to make bigger sprites that aren't, for example, well, that's a pretty big sprite too, but super duper small sprites don't really need anti-aliasing, for example here, but you could argue that the dots here that shadow the face are anti-aliasing. So it's just a thing of, if you're sticking to small sprites, probably not needed as much, but super duper big sprites most certainly. And hi, is it Seth Barrow? Possibly? Seth Barrow? Maybe? Please direct me if I'm wrong, but welcome in the stream, welcome in. And hello there, hello, and I'm doing good. How's it going? Lovely, I do love eyes. And welcome in as well, Lazy Loaf, welcome in. Hola, Pupil, hola, welcome in the stream. So, with all that said and done, let's go ahead and choose a color. And what I'll do as well is I will pin this guy up to the top here. Yeah, but you can call me Beetle or Beetle Goose. I see. Well, welcome in, Beetle. Welcome in. Let me go ahead and do this guy here, and then I should be able to enable you here. Lovely. That way, we have a bit of reference on the screen, should we need it. And what I wanted to do is, I want to get two colors. Now, what color do we want to go for? We could go for a blue color. Blue could be a pretty nice color. We could go for like a, ooh, I do like that color. How about we go with this color here then? We need one color for the background and one for the other one. And yeah, couldn't you tell by the name? What do you mean exactly, check? And let me save this guy here. Let me make you about, I'd say, this bit here. We don't need a lot of space for this section. So I'll just do about maybe this bit here. Yeah, remove, select all, delete, and paste. There we go. You'll go there. And with that said, we have one color here, and we need another color. This is going to be our line color. So you can see if I slide over here, there are multiple colors, and there's a color for the foreground and the background. So we're gonna make our line a dark color and our background a light color. And the hope is that we'll be able to mix these guys together. So let's do a little bit of hue shifting. We start with this color, and to get a darker color, we slide it over to the right here and go down because we're going to the cooler colors. So maybe a line like this, we could even go darker if we really wanted to. You know what? Let's go with maybe this color. We could maybe go even like a lighter blue here, possibly. There's a few different colors you could go for. Let me slide over here. I want a dark blue, and I also want it a little bit more saturated. So possibly, let's do that color. I like that one. Okay. In that case, let's draw some lines. We'll start off by drawing a few straight lines here, so I'll click that guy, I'll hold down shift. Let's also draw a diagonal line here. Let's do a half diagonal line here. Let's also do a singular diagonal line here, and I'm holding down shift, and then if I hold down control, it allows us to do different steps of the line. So maybe we do a line like here, and then another line we can do is do a C line. How about that one there? Let's also do maybe a wiggly line, something like this here, wiggly line. And then let's do another line here, and then another line maybe like that, and then maybe here, and then maybe that line. I don't know if we'll fill up all of these lines, but we'll do that for now. And if you would like to use this guy, what I'll do is I'll do sprite crop, file, export as, let me export this guy here, and then, oh, did I do it right? Hold on, export, is it 100%? Okay, 100%. I'll put this in the Discord, so if you want to use this and try to modify it yourself, you'll be able to. So click on this guy here, let me drag and drop that guy, if it allows me to do the sending of things. Sometimes it decides, nah, I don't want to show you where your files are. Other times it's very kind and considerate, so it feels like a coin flip. Let me go and grab that, drag and drop, and put that into there. Lovely. Okay, so with that said, we're going to try to smooth out some of these lines. Let's start here. You can see an example in this part. Let's try to make this line smoother. And you know what? I'm actually going to do two of these. I'll slide this guy up here, and we'll paste it here. So we're going to have a thick line and a thin line. And I'd even recommend a jagged line without the pixel perfect. Oh, and that'll make you creative. You be creative and try to smooth it out. Go crazy. I mean, this is already. We'll have to modify a few of these already, and I don't want to spend too much time on that. But I do get what you mean. Yeah. Oh man, I can't imagine turning that pixel perfect feature off. That feels scary. Oh boy. And Pixel Perfect is just a feature in Aseprite that makes the lines cleaner than if they didn't. This is something specific to Pixelart programs. They're not in every program. This is just to make it feel more like Pixelart. That's what that does. I was gonna do something and I completely forgot what it was. And that's the no button. Exactly. Oh, timer. Yes, indeedy, timer. That's what I was going to do. Click on the timer, have the timer start so that I don't get distracted. Okay, so with all that's said and done, let's first try to make a very thin line. If I zoom out here, now something to pay attention to, something to be mindful of, is that we need to do this from far away. I don't want to spend too much time on it. Way to jinx that. One C in an hour or two. No. I have a timer. I have a timer, so we should be good to go. It should not be too bad. Okay. So we have our first color here. Let's then go 50%. So if I go to my colors and go 50%, the anti-alias for the mixing of these two colors will be about that color here. I'll then grab this color, go about 50% again, and the next mixing of the two colors will be about that color. I'll then grab that color and go about 50%. And this is this last color here, but you can see 3 colors seems to be the limit here. If we may be able to do, we could do 3 colors for our dithering. Maybe we could do about a 50% here. We could maybe see about getting that color. That color could work too. And if I go into grayscale, you should also be able to see the difference in lighting as it's going from light, medium to dark. And send this to the Pixel Study chat, please. Oh, yes, already did. Don't you worry. I'll go ahead and save this guy here. So let's start off by making our edges lighter. And hi, Alex. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Hello. I hope you've been well. Let's see here. We'll also do this guy here. And hi, Ponix Pon. Welcome into stream. I believe I've seen that name before, so welcome back in. Let me also click on this guy here so I can see too. Oh no, it's his first time chatting. I'm getting names mixed up and just finished creating my own rhythm system. Had no plans for it, but had someone request one for me. But I do say you influenced how I would handle it. Oh, I see. I'm in. Oh, I see. Okay. My memory did not fail me then. Well, welcome back in, and I'm really happy to hear that. That's very sweet. It's always nice to know that even if rhythm games are a pain, knowing that I can help ease the pain a little bit. I was going to grab our symmetry tool here, and thank you. Oh, hold on. It was Beetle, right? Thank you for the follow. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Oh, the sound didn't do the. There we are. Lovely. Let me go ahead and slide this in. I wanted to get the symmetry area of this guy here, and let me also make sure that this guy is enabled here. Yes, okay, good. And I guess I'm not following on Twitch. Well, thank you for the Twitch follow as well. Thank you. Let's slide over here, and we'll start off by grabbing our lighter color, and let's just have this guy kind of go in a little bit here. Or, hold on, that's not the center of the line. Oh no, is this the center of the line? Yes, that's the center of the line. Okay, good. So we'll grab this color here. We'll then have it come in a little bit, and I'm wondering, oh, never mind, that's not the center of the line. Oh boy, okay, how about here? Is that the center? Good, okay. Then we'll drag this guy over a little bit. So we'll grab our next color, then we'll grab our other next color, and then we'll grab our, let's see, next color, and that kind of makes it look like the line is fading, doesn't it? Kind of blending into the background. And if we were to do the reverse, so if we were to grab this lighter color here, and then we were to just reverse the color, so we go from that color to then this color here, and then it would be to that other color, it should hopefully look like it's getting both lighter and darker. Now the thing is as well, you can play around with the dithering aspect of it. So for example here, if I just drag these guys down, hold on, if I grab you here, we don't have to make them singular lines. We could pepper it a little bit. So if I go down here and I grab this color or line and drag it down, another thing you can do, if I go ahead and save this guy here, and let's separate these guys a bit. So I'll drag that guy down here, and I'll drag this guy down here. We could do something like this, where you kind of have the lines coming in together. So you could kind of do a dot and a dash. So maybe something like this. And then you might have maybe that color coming inwards by 1. And then we could maybe have this guy coming inwards. So maybe, and this is where you might want to have that line come out just a little bit more. You might have this dot come in here, that dot come in here. And it maybe depends on how you feel, how you like it. This one definitely does feel more faded than the other ones. There was few modifications, but just the spacing out. This would be considered dithering, just the idea of blending them. That's what we're trying to do with mixing the lines. Let's go ahead and save this guy here. Now let's try to make this guy, I think, thicker in the middle. And this shading is cool to make it feel like, a circle. Oh, could you elaborate what you mean, Sortazar? Do you mean making a circle like this here and then making it look like a circle? I'll go ahead and save this guy here. Let's then go about this guy. Now, the thing is, I don't want to get too much into line steps, but we can definitely clear this up a bit. And it's all fun and games until you summon a demon with more sorcery. Let's slide this guy down here. I will briefly discuss cleaning up the line, so I'll just slide this guy over here, and then I'll grab this, so we just have a bigger canvas, because I didn't realize how much space we would need. I'll slide this guy over here, slide these guys over here. We'll go ahead and save this guy, and then I'll grab this. Now, one thing I can say as well that has made a big improvement when it comes to pixel art is paying attention to this area more than this area. So most of the times when I'm doing pieces that require a lot of fine detail, I'm zoomed out here and I'm doing the pixel art here, but I'm paying attention to the overall look of it. For example, when I'm looking at it here, I can't really tell that there's some sort of, it looks a little funny. It looks a little funny here though, because I can see areas in that part where there's kind of a little bit of a wobbly line. So maybe I might then see about, let's see, if we go ahead and grab this guy, are there modifications I can do to make this feel a little bit more rounded? Maybe we can make this guy go out a little bit more. And then if I erase him, let's see, you go there, maybe go there, and just slowly starting to see if any modifications I make, do they look like they're being changed here? That's what I'm really looking for. Another change I see here that might be worth it is to kind of have this guy come over a little bit. So maybe have that guy come up and around, and then I'm just slowly feeling it out. That's the best way I can describe it. Feeling it out. Another thing you can do is see about, what is it called? Numbers? So if this guy is 2, or if that guy's 3, you'll want to keep it 3, or you want to go to 2, and then you would go to 1. But you wouldn't do 3, and then 4, and then 2. That one feels a little bit more off, depending on it, but a good rule of thumb is that you either want to stay the same, or go up 1, or go down 1. And looking at the 2D straight line, the more you go to the extreme, more darker. If your light is frontal, think of it like a coin. Oh, yeah, I could see it being a coin, specifically this one. This one looks like the side of a coin. I could see it, 100%. Let me go ahead and slide this guy over here, move you up to here. Let's see. So with that said, we'll just keep this guy there and there, and then I might just move that guy over. Or if we want to add that little line that we see at the side, maybe we can have it curl over there, and then maybe we just straighten this line out a little bit here. So looking between these two, this definitely still feels a little off, but hopefully this guy looks a little bit rougher than this one. Hopefully this one feels smoother. There's definitely other smoothing things you could do, like maybe, for example, smooth out that line there, but we want it to have that bit that goes downward, so maybe that could go down. But hopefully you can see the difference between the left and the right. I won't try to make it perfect. We'll be here all day. But let's, now that we kind of have modified it, let's copy this guy, slide him down, and let's see about adding a little bit of depth to it. Let's try adding a dark area, maybe here. Let's make this, or hold on, let's see, where can we add a little bit of darkness? Maybe we can make it a little bit thicker here, possibly thicker here. And maybe, and then maybe, oh, you know what? Let me also do a new line and do a new layer. That way we don't lose our progress. So I want to make a little bit of a thicker line here, possibly. Maybe a little bit thicker here, and maybe a little bit thicker here, maybe we could do. So maybe there and there could be our 2 colors. So we'll go ahead and erase those guys there and there. And now let's try to smooth out this C. So what I would do to smooth it out is I would first start off with this color here, our darker one. And what do you mean we've already been here for over 100 years or 10,000 years? Could put such a crane in the neck. And he want a twist. And if I go ahead and save this guy, now what I would do, and posture check, sure, can do. And oh, I completely forgot as well. Let me do this guy here too. If I go ahead and click on, where are we at? There we are. Okay, that should be good to go. And thank you for that posture check, Redeem. Thank you, Ed. So looking at this guy, the areas I would add our next darker color is I would go in here and add maybe that guy there. And the hope is that slowly over time we can smooth out these edges. So I'm looking for areas that if you were to draw a diagonal, okay, let me zoom in here. Zoom in here, click on this, click on this here, zoom out here, paste in here. Okay. So when you're looking for areas to add anti-aliasing to, if I click on draw here, let's see, let's get a red color. Red color might be the easiest to see. I'm looking for areas where you might draw a line at. So for example, here's an area I would see if I can undo that guy. And a line drawn there and there. There's a bit of a bump here, you can see. If I draw another line from, let's see, here to here to here, do you see how there's points which the line touches kind of those edges there? If I do a line about here and here, if I want to smooth it out, I would add a pixel. Let's see if I add another color here. Let's do yellow. How about yellow? I would add a pixel to this spot. I would add a pixel to this spot. I would add a pixel to this spot. That would smooth out the line. This is just the rule of thumb I use. Usually, again, I am just seeing what looks nice. This is the rule of thumb, but sometimes you don't need a rule of thumb. You just need the rule of cool, what feels good. And sometimes that's just a matter of saying, okay, well, if I know those are the 3 dots I would put down, let's add those 3 dots and see how they feel. So I'll put a dot there, and a dot there. I think it makes the line a little bit too big. So then what I would see about doing is I would add a line there, or dot there, maybe. I definitely like add a lot more. And oh, you know what I completely forgot to do too? Just to see how we can, if the modifications we make do work out is, oh, never mind. We'll do new or paste here, slide you down here, just so that we can get an idea of the differences. So I'll copy you here, paste you, slide you down. And the logic doesn't work in math class? If only. Oh boy. I was never good at plotting graphs. That was one of my least favorite activities. I was always more of a solve for X. That sort of thing was always my favorite. We'll zoom in a little bit here, and just thinking about that line idea, where are some other places we might decide to do lines or dots? I might do one here, I might do one here, maybe here. I might then add one here, here, and here. I might add one here, here, and here, and maybe here, along those edges. And what I think about adding a little anti-aliasing is when I want to smooth a double or fix it all a little jaggy, generally in curves. True. The thing is, sometimes I don't use it in curves. Sometimes I use it in lines when it comes to anti-aliasing, but I can definitely see what you mean. Smoothing out a jaggy maybe here could be considered a jaggy in the terms of lining the numbers. You might say, yeah, maybe here could be considered jaggy. Maybe there could be considered a jaggy. Let's see. Next up, I would add a line. Now, we can do the inside and the outside, so let's do the inside and the outside. You might decide to add one here and here, though I do like how thin this guy is, so we keep that there. I'm going to add one, let's see. I'll add a guy here. We can also add one maybe there, but looking down there, notice how that one dot makes it feel less thick, or yeah, makes it feel very thin. So instead, I might add one there. I like that. That feels nicer. Then we might add one here and here and here. Maybe one more here might make it feel a little bit nicer. Maybe we can add one here and here. Possibly even, let's see, remove one or add one there could be a thing we do. And hopefully now, as we're adding all of these, you can kind of get the feel of what anti-aliasing is good for. It's good for smoothing. You start off with something that's a little bit rough around the edges. You smooth it out, and it can make it feel, depending on the style you're going for, it can be a good thing or a bad thing. The thing is that there's some people that don't anti-alias at all. There's other people that anti-alias to infinity. And it just depends on what you like. For the beginning of my pixel art, I didn't really like it, so I stayed away from it. And I didn't realize that there were certain styles, or you didn't have to go all into anti-aliasing. My favorite types are the ones where you don't even notice it's there until you really look. And the second they start making the geometry problems, 90% angles, shenanigans, and obscure formulas, I was doomed. Oh boy. We can see about even possibly adding another dot here, but this could be just overkilling it. It depends, again, on the style you're going for. I would just do this. I would keep it as this. We could also add more colors, and if I zoom out of this guy here, you can see, I believe, some of these guys have thicker colors than the rest. So if I go, let's see, where were we at? Here, yeah, thicker colors than the rest. Some of them have really dark colors on the inside, which I think is super duper neat. Here we have lighter colors on the areas. Oh, if it allows me to, some thicker lines here. So it just really depends on what you're going for. Let's try another one. Let's try this little smile here. Let's try making it have something like this sort of dark bit in the center, and then a lot of extra on the outlines. So I'll go ahead and save this guy here. We'll copy you here, slide you down here, and let's see about modifying it. So if I wanted to make this area here a bit thicker, maybe we could add a bit of a thicker line about here and here, a bit of a thicker bit. Maybe even we could up the thickness about here and here and here. Something about there I think could work out well. Possibly we could smooth it out just a little bit more. Maybe about there and there and there. Maybe remove that guy there. I think this could work out to be a nice looking line. So I'll go ahead and copy this guy. We'll slide him down again just so that we have backups in case we need it. And then I'll grab this guy here and we'll copy it as well. Copy, oh, if it lets me, copy like that, paste down there and save it. Okay, so with this guy, I wanted to see about making it look a little bit lighter. And I do a little mental exercise counting the steps, like a stair, of pixels when I'm making the curve. If it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, great regression. If it's something like 1, 3, 4, 5, there's a jaggy on the 1 to 3. Either, so I use anti-aliasing, that does make sense. And hi, the Crede Forge, welcome to the stream, a nice armpit. Huh? Hold on now, armpit hair. Yeah, it's the step idea I was talking about before, how the jaggy exists when you don't do a number up or a number down. So in this case here, we go up and then we go down by, so a jaggy might be, let's see, if I go here and then do another 4 here, maybe that might be considered a jaggy just because of it not following that either up one or down one feel. And you're going from, yeah, 1 to 3 instead of 1, 2, 3 or 2, 3, 3 can make a big difference. Let's see, I'll save that here. And I want to see about grabbing our lighter color here. So we'll grab this color here. And let's see if we can smooth this guy out now. And welcome in again. The Free Forge, welcome in again. We'll go ahead and we'll do again, maybe 2 lines, or let's try 3 lines here. 3 lines here. We can do another 3 lines, or maybe 2 lines. 1 line there, maybe. Something like that there. Since this line is wider, I've added more anti-aliasing. And then maybe we can add in a line here, or maybe even a dot here. A dot here could work too. You could add a dot there, maybe a dot here. It depends on how it feels to you. I think I like the way that feels there, and there, possibly. And then this feels a little bit too fine. But what we can do is for this area here, let's make it fainter. It's because it's fading in, because it's a tip. So let's make that area there fainter, and this area here fainter. And if anything, maybe we can do something there and there. I do quite like that a little bit more. From there, let's go ahead and add our next color. So it's going to be this medium color here. And where would this color go? For starters, we know it's going to go about here because it's at the very tip. So maybe we just add that dot there, maybe add a dot here. Then maybe we can add a dot here and here because they're at the very edges. Maybe we can add a dot there for that edge. And I think if we do any more, it might get a little bit too blurry. And ads already, my goodness. So I think this is pretty good. Just the practice of trying to smooth out as many lines as you can, playing around with the thickness. I don't do this as often as I should, but trying to take a line, make it thicker, make it thinner, depending on it. Let's do 1 more, and then we'll move on to looking at some actual eyes from people. Let's see, what's another one we can try to do? There's a line there that we did. Oh, diagonal. Let's see about doing a diagonal line. Those are some of my favorites. That is about, or the ad break is in about 4 minutes. So you know what? We'll do that now. That way we don't have to change for the next time. So yeah, we'll do that there. I'll save this here. And then let's go ahead and just copy this guy here. And I will move you all up. So we'll copy you here, move you up here. Let me get a few more of these guys on the line. So you go there, you go there. That way we have the before and after. And I'll copy this guy as well. And we'll have the before and after there too. Yep. Okay, good. Save that there, save that there. And I don't know what it is. Anti-aliasing is just, it feels like sorcery. It feels like witchcraft in the sense of, it doesn't feel right from really up close, but when you zoom out, there's definitely a feel to it. And there's certain places I've used it before where it's made a big difference, because this is just way too sharp for my liking. Super duper sharp. So I would want to smooth out the lines here, but I wouldn't want to make it super duper blurry. That's the thing. The balancing clarity versus not. How much do you want to blend in? Let me get some, oh, and thank you for oh my, the gifted subs, Alex. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. My goodness. Hold on. I don't remember if there's a message sent with it. I don't believe so, but truly, thank you. My goodness, I tell you. Thank you. Let's see here. If I slide this down, let me just make sure and see if there is a message attached. I don't believe so. I think, yeah, I don't believe so. And anybody else seeing the optical illusion on the top right 2 lines? Could you elaborate what you mean by the optical illusions? Is there something I'm not seeing, or possibly? Could you elaborate? And what optical illusion do you? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Optical illusion, you say? This tea is lovely. Okay, let's do some neck stretches while we're waiting for the ad breaks then, since we have some time and we're waiting on these 2 guys here. So we'll start off by going to the left here. Oh, it sounds like I broke something. Oh no, my neck. Make sure to go slowly. If you hear something break or crack or something hurts, I should not be held liable. Talk to a doctor, talk to a lawyer, even talk to a friend. Don't talk to me. You do at your own discretion. Slowly and lovely. Left here a little bit. And then let's go to the right here a little bit. And then let's go back here a little bit. And that's a little bit too far back. And let's go front a little bit. Just a little bit here, just a little bit there. Let's then go to the right a smidge and hold it. And then we can also go down. It's recommended you hold these for about a minute, but I don't have time for that. So we'll hold them for a few seconds. I don't know if that changes the effectiveness. Probably. And the lines are straight and the same distance from each other, but at a certain zoom, they seem to curve. Ooh, interesting. Hold on. If I zoom out here, I think I get what you say, or I think I get what you're saying. For example, these 2 guys here, the top one does look a little different. Maybe it's the rendering of the computer itself that makes it look a little funny. Oh, you know what? When I'm looking at my screen, it looks fine. When I look at OBS, this feels off. It's the center here. I see what you mean. Oh, that's weird. That's super duper weird. Let's go to the left here, slowly, and then down as well here. And then I'll get some lemonade. So let's see, left, right. This is right a little bit. And then left a little bit here. Good. And to talk to a friend, just don't talk to me. Okay, Jane Jonah Jameson. Does he say that? Oh boy, let me get some lemonade here. My pink lemonade, strawberry lemonade, raspberry. If it's a red or pinkish lemonade, I am bound to like it. Then again, any pinkish or that type of color. And welcome back from the outbreak. Welcome back. You know what, Ame, that has been used in so many different ways that I'm glad that's just a Oh boy. And if your neck back hurts, don't hold, mister. Pickle for several hours in a row like that. Pickle and native lemons. How shocking. Oh boy. Well then, welcome back. Let's continue. We'll now try to smooth out these lines here. Granted, I'd say they don't really need too much smoothing out because they are even lines, but let's see if we can make them thicker and thinner. So if I were to add like a line there and there, that already makes it thicker. And if we were to add maybe a line here and here, possibly there, you know, let's try to go diagonal. Maybe something like that there, that there. Yeah. Okay, let's get a little crazy here. Maybe we go here and then we kind of have it come outwards. So maybe it does like this here and then maybe it comes out like that there. Yeah, how about that? Let's do that guy there. Let's extend it out a little bit more possibly. And I'm now just again looking here to see, okay, what would look smoother? Would adding a dot here make it look smoother? Would adding a dot there? Yes, nay, I think this dot works here or that one. That one works well too. Yeah, go crazy, Mrs. Streamer. Oh no, she's getting wacky. Oh boy, let's also add a little dot there possibly. And most weird eyes I've ever seen. Well, we have about 8 more minutes before the 20 minutes is up, so we're good to go. We are on time. Once we finish with this, because I definitely think anti-aliasing is a topic we definitely need to touch on, since it's going to make a big difference. I just want to make sure that everyone here is on the same page for what anti-aliasing is and what it can be used for. And it's like you turned off Pixel Perfect. Ha! Yeah. Hold on, did I? No, I didn't. We're okay. We're all good. We didn't betray the law. Oh boy. We'll go ahead and copy this guy here. And back to work. Enjoy the stream. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. And bye, Eris. Thank you. Let's see here. Grab that guy. Slide you over to that one here. Copy you here. And move you over to, oh, never mind. We'll go ahead and merge that guy down, slide you over if it allows me to, and grab you here, paste you here, paste you there, and then grab you here, move you here, and paste you there. Okay, so if we were to add anti-aliasing to these guys to make them easier to, or make them smoother, how would we go about it? If I click on you here, and I save you here, and move you to here, let's see about first smoothing out this area here. So I might add maybe 2 lines here, maybe a dot, or just even a singular dot can work, but I think 2 lines might be our best bet. Okay, I think I've never used Pixel Perfect in my entire life. Is it that much easier? I've never not used Pixel Perfect. I don't know what the world exists outside. I don't know. That's a little scary to think about. I'll add a dot here, maybe a dot here, add 1 dot there to smooth out the edges here. I might then add a dot there, maybe a dot here, maybe a dot here to smooth out these 2 guys. Just trying my best to make it feel not too rough. Maybe add a dot here. There we are. And I'll try it for a second. Oh no. Oh boy, what am I about to feel? All right, here is it with Pixel Perfect. Circle. Okay, not too bad. All right, without Pixel Perfect. Oh no! What have you done? What have you done? That is bad. Line. Pixel Perfect on. Line. That does make a big difference. Yep, I'm never turning it off ever again. Smooth it out. One of us. Never. I was only on the dark side for a second, and you could never turn back now. Oh boy. We'll add this guy here and then add a bit of lightness to this bit, and if anything, I think we could possibly make this bit lighter. And she has seen the light, I've seen the darkness, and that's how you get accurate bubble eyes. And hi, Phoenix, welcome into the stream, welcome back in. We'll then add some dots up here for the very tips, so something here and here. We'll then add it for the tips here too, like that and that. And then let's see about adding it for these edges. So maybe we add it here, maybe we add it here, maybe we also add it here, it seems like, maybe here, and here for all of these bits. And then maybe we also add it for, we could do there, that's okay. Maybe we add it for there, and I do like how that feels. That does feel nice. So we'll keep it, we'll save it, and then let's do now a lighter color. So let's go back to our lighter bits, and we can go ahead and already start with this lighter color here. And is it Mandajor? Maybe Mandar? Welcome into stream, welcome in, and thank you for the follow. Hello. Let's see here. I did do those things. And please correct me if I'm wrong in the name as well. I mean non-correct pixels. And oh boy. We'll go ahead and also add a little bit of brightness here. We can then see about possibly adding a dot here to make it brighter. Maybe we could do a line here and here. But that does make it pretty thick. So maybe we don't add a bit there and there. Maybe we add a dot there. And now for these areas, we can definitely make these tips brighter. And you people might not be crazy after all. I certainly can say that that was a painful experience. I don't ever want to go back. We'll add these bits here to the edges to hopefully round it out. I can add a dot there, maybe a dot here, maybe another one here as well. But now this part's really thin, so maybe we can make it thicker, possibly doing that there. Maybe we can make it even thicker by taking that really light color and adding it here specifically. And now, hopefully we have a little bit something more that feels like anti-aliasing. Does it feel like there's a little bit of variation with our lines? I would certainly say so. And when the light is so revealing, they prefer the dark. And just think, people used to sculpt into marble or without pixel perfect tools. Trying times, the caveman ages. It really does make you appreciate technology. I think we're good to go though. We did a little bit of warm up with the anti-aliasing, so let's move on to the next part now. And when the light, I did read that. Lovely. Okay. Now that we have done anti-aliasing, let's take a look at eyes and take a look at how they're structured. If I go ahead and bring you back into PRF here, and then I go ahead and just drag this guy to make him a little bit more visible. Save that guy there. Okay. We'll move out to here, and let's go ahead and take a look at some eyes. I have here a video I did watch, and I also linked it in the playlist, but the terms of the eye. So I'll do my best to, if need be, try to say the name of the eyes. I was talking about before the eyeball. I guess this is the eyeball, the white part there. I was saying how there is a bit of highlight on the eyeball. And oh no, biology! The thing is, I've noticed that if I know the name of something, it's easier for me to keep it, if I know the scientific name of something, instead of just calling it the white part of the eye, I have a better time remembering it. And the entire thing is the eyeball. That's what I was thinking. The white part, the entire thing is the eyeball. But for what would then be the white part then? If this is the entire, this is the pupil, yes. So what's the white bit? And though, to be honest, making smaller sprites where you spend a lot of time on small details, it doesn't really matter if you use Pixel Perfect because you can spend like 10 minutes on one pixel. That is also very, very true, yeah. Smaller sprites, one single pixel makes all the difference. And isn't it the white of the eye? I thought that was just a saying. It could certainly be the white of the eye. We're going to grab, let's see, what eye could be fun to look at and attempt to draw first. Let's try looking and doing, how about this eye? Let's try this eye. I think this eye will work out quite well. So I'll go ahead and copy you here. We'll go and grab you. I'll grab you here, grab you here. So we'll copy you, save you to over here. And to begin, I want to see if we can figure out the eye shape. Let's try there first. And sclera? Oh, I have heard of that word before. Okay. Sclera. That is the eyeball, but that's the sclera. Okay, I have heard of that one. And just for the record, I must say that drawing Air's fan art is a nightmare at times. Yeah. I'm hoping by the end of today, I'll have a better method of drawing my own eyes. Yeah. My eyes are, I realized that some sort of something happened there. Oh boy, we'll click on draw here. When I look at the eye, what's the structure I see? What are the shapes I'm seeing? This eye feels very round, and let me grab a different color pen. We'll do a red pen here, and they work great when I draw her in the background. From so far away, the detail's not important. We'll see, let's see. This eye kind of reminds me of like maybe like a teardrop, and oh, that's not too good of a color to use. And just a shifty 4-eye character in the background. Oh boy, it kind of reminds me of like a, what would you call it, like a teardrop, funny enough, because of an eye, but we don't want to do round edges here. We want to be certain. So I would say, to break this eye up, I would say the eye comes down a little bit, then it's straight, and then it comes back down, and then maybe this guy comes out, or maybe we do make this one straight, but then I would say maybe there's a line there, or we could even say this guy comes out a little bit, and then this guy comes out a little bit. I would say this is the structure of this eye specifically, and that looks like a peanut. Really? And banana, and now you can't unsee it. Oh, that's terrifying. Oh my, I want to grab this guy here, save you there, and I wonder, can I remove, or no, I can't. Okay, that's okay. This is the shape, if I zoom out a little bit, this is the shape of the eye we're seeing. Another thing too, is we have here the shadow of the eye, we have a bit of brightness around the edges, and then we see that very shiny bit we usually see for the eye. And what would you want to do to emulate the Pixelart of the day with this reference? Food for thought. And would you want to emulate the Pixelart of the day? Do you mean try to draw this, or what exactly do you? Oh, do you mean emulate this? The thing is, this person figured out how to do the eye, so I will definitely take hints for how to do the Pixelart. We might use it for reference. We truly might. Let me bring you back into draw here. And something I've noticed is that usually portraits tend to be in the 64 by 64 range, so we'll keep our eyes to being that small, somewhere in the 64 by 64. Granted, the entire sprite itself, so the overall picture of the sprite is that big. And let me save this guy here. We'll then go ahead and I will remove this background in this area here if I can. I'll move that there. Save you here. Slide you up a little bit more here, and we'll move this guy down here. So 64 by 64 is about, let's see, 64 by 64 is about this big. The portraits I've seen are smaller than this, but this is the size of a regular portrait. So for the sake of feelings, we'll stick to doing an eye that is 32 by 32. And food for thought? Yes, indeedy. And yeah, that eye looks like a very large canvas too. Yeah, so we'll see how far this gets us. Now, we are going to need some colors, and I've never been good at shading skin. The good thing is that we don't have to worry too much about it, so I'm just gonna grab some random colors here. Probably like, if I had to guess, maybe this palish color here. We'll fill that in there, definitely a little bit darker, probably there, maybe a little bit more pink, so maybe about here. Yeah, probably there, probably there, maybe, about that part of the color. So we'll use that as the base. Now for the eye and the eyeball, let's make it, and let's remember to focus on, oh, you can't see it. Let's remember to focus on the shape of it, the basic shape of just the idea of these angles here. So let's zoom back in, save here. And right now we're doing this without looking at actual Pixelart eyes. And the hope is that we can get a good feel for how we would approach something and then try to approach it ourselves. Oh yeah, we're approaching it how we would and then seeing how people actually do it. And that's the hope of this. So we'll slide over here. We'll go for a darker color now for the eye to start off. So I might grab maybe a color here, do this color here. Yeah, let's do this color. And I had there, Erdeem, where you can only draw Estropia eyes the entire stream. What type of eyes are those? I know of Polychoria, but hold on, I'm super curious now. Copy you here, and then go to you here, paste you here. Just curious. Oh, I see. It would be Bobby's eyes if I had to guess then. Lots of Bobby doodles. That would be adorable. Let's see. Let me zoom in a little bit here. Okay, so we know that this guy kind of comes up a little bit here. And let me make this a little bit thicker. We're not trying to go exactly. We're just trying to get the shape right now. So this guy kind of goes up a little bit. Then we had the little bit that goes in the center here, the midway bit. And then this guy kind of comes down a little bit here. We kind of go back a little bit here. So maybe about back a little bit here and then down a little bit here. So maybe this can be the beginning. Oh, hold on. Maybe this can be the beginning of our eye shape. I'm not going to go too detailed again, just because we're going to be making smaller eyes than this. But the hope is that we can at least start to try to get a feel. I don't think I've ever drawn an eye this big, truth be told as well. So I'm excited for this. We'll go ahead now and grab our layer here. And let's see about now carving that white bit and the other edges too. So we'll go and grab like a creamy color, probably go up here for more of the white tone, possibly there. I'll make sure with grayscale that we are good to go. Yep, this is very visible. So we'll go ahead now. And do we want to add an outline to the eye? And this is where anti-aliasing will be helpful for us, since it'll be a thing of, do we want to add anti-aliasing to the edges here for the use of a lash? And I think so. I think we might make this area here a little bit brighter than the other ones. And oh, you can't see it. Let me slide over a bit here and here. Good to go. And this bit seems to be going backwards into space. So maybe we grab this line here, and we're just using this right now. And we'll see about going forward how to add more bits. I also see that this kind of goes up and it goes over and down. So we can see about also making this go down to possibly a point. We can make it go to a point like this, but I don't quite like that point. So we might have the eye go here. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. So maybe we can do 1, 2, 3, and then have it come upwards a little bit. So maybe it comes up by 2, possibly, or maybe it could go over by 1 or 2. Maybe we could do up here. Good news is that we don't have to worry about this too much, but we just have to make something that feels nice, at least initially. Here, I don't like how that looks, but I also don't like how this looks, and I also don't like how this and this looks. So this would be an area I would want to, oh, you can't see it, hold on. Oh no, this right here would be an area I would want to consider for anti-aliasing. Since this doesn't look right, and this looks right, but the other parts don't. So we'll save that for now. We'll then have this guy go over like we saw before, probably about there, maybe halfway, and then it goes downwards for the rest of the eye. So now the question is, how over do we want it to go? Maybe we have it kind of come across here, or maybe we kind of have it go over here a little bit here, like that there, like the there. I kind of maybe come down a smidge and might have to modify this on our own, but it kind of goes down, it seems like here and here and here maybe. And this is another wobbly guy, so maybe we have this guy kind of come upwards, upwards and over. Maybe we even move it over here, so upwards and over here, upwards and over here to have some sort of line that curves. We can then do another 2 lines, so maybe upwards and over, and then we have upwards and over and upwards and over. So something maybe here and here could work out nice. That's not too shabby, that's not too shabby. I say we keep that. We can then add a little bit of white here and here, and then let's see. This part would then come inwards. So maybe we can have this guy go inwards a little bit here. So we can remove this guy here, possibly remove this guy, but I don't know how I feel about that quite yet. So we'll just keep this outline here, very harsh outline, as we go along. So we'll keep this guy here, save it. Now let's go ahead and continue. So I'll copy this, slide you on over. We'll go ahead and then copy you, slide you on over to here, and we'll continue. So we'll go ahead and click on, or actually, you know what? No, this is fine. We'll slide you now over to here. Okay, so next part of the eye that we know is that we're going to need the dot, and we're going to, do we dare add the eyebrow, do you think? It wouldn't be too bad if the eyebrow is, let's see, it would be, let me just double check this is the right light layer. It is. So the eyebrow would probably be here, and then we could also do our line dithering. So let's see, we would probably, oh, wrong layer, apparently. Undo, 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 paste there. Okay, and then erase you here. So eyebrow would probably be something about here, here, and here, and here. Probably go down a little bit here, and then go down a bit there. I could say that looks like the eyebrow, definitely, right? I see eyebrow. It might go up a little bit more, so maybe more so, let's see, up, if it lets me. I believe it's, what is it, shift space? Yeah, oh, and then I select you. Nope, shift space, select you. Huh, is it control space? Yes, it's control space. Okay, we'll do the eyebrow about here. I think that's close enough. And do an active drawing. That doesn't work, but nice try. I'll give you that one. Oh boy. We'll go ahead and save this now. And now, let's see. We'll start off by first making this color a little bit lighter. So we'll grab this guy about 50% just to get a different color version of it. I'll then move this guy, so I'll use our contiguous. I'll turn it on so that, or I'll turn it off so that we color all of this area here, because if it's turned off, or if it's turned on, then we just do the areas that are connected. But if we turn it off, you'll see it does all of that space. So I'm just able to select this guy and grab all of that single color there. So that's what we'll do. Save that guy. Now let's go ahead and grab the white of the eye. And now let's see, do we want to do a circle? Do we want to do a dot? How do we want to do this? Big eye, small eye? I think the big eyes are nicer. It kind of feels like there is a bit going up and down. So I think we'll just grab that there. That's good to go. We grab a little bit of that eye. Now the question then becomes, how do we want to do this? Do we want to do the outline as this bright color? Do we want to make the eyeball brighter? I say probably better off making it maybe a more lighter brown, or that's definitely not that color of the eye. Maybe here. Here is a better color. Yeah, I say that's when it's good. Let's then see about doing the eyelash. I think the eyelash is good to have this darker color. So we're gonna grab this guy here, and let's actually do this here. Yeah, okay. We'll do the eye, if I can draw it, all of these guys here. So we'll just fill this, oh, hold on. Fill this in up here and here. But the thing is, looking at our values again, what you'll notice is that this might be a little bit hard to see because of the difference in lighting. What we can do is we can make the eyes a little bit thicker, the eyelashes a little bit thicker, since there is a bit of a thicker line here. So maybe I might just make this guy maybe a little bit thicker here, thicker lines. And again, this just goes back to the idea of line weight. How much are we going to add to anti-aliasing? How much can we get away just by adding more to the lines here? That's what I'm trying to determine at the moment. And I'm looking here to see from a far away view, how does it look? How does it feel? We could remove that line there. Do we add more of the line there? We could add it, we could remove it, we can make it thinner. Depends on how we feel. We can make this guy, for example, thicker if we want, but I don't like that. And if anything, I think this guy here and that guy there might be a little bit nicer, though I don't like how this corner here feels. Maybe that would feel a little bit better. Yeah, that versus that. I think I like that more. So we'll save that there. And do we add a little bit of eye that goes upwards? There's kind of a little bit that goes up. So maybe we do have this guy kind of go up a little bit here. So maybe we have you come up here just a smidge. So the eye it's not far enough. So maybe we slide you over by 2, something there and there. It's a little bit too tall for my liking. So we might make it go over just a smidge more, maybe over and out, so something there and there, possibly. Now, there are a few eyelashes on the bottom of the eye, so the question then becomes, do we want to add some eyelashes down here? Oh, do we want to add some eyelashes down here and here? I don't think so. I think we're okay to just keep the top of the eyeliner. Good to go. I think that works out better in our favor. So I'll go ahead and save that. Now let's go ahead and copy this guy. I'll slide it down here instead so we get full use of all the sizes. So I'll copy you here, move you down to here. We'll then copy you here, like that, and then paste, move you down to here, like that, save it. Okay, so continuing on, next up, we are going to need to know, and oh, another thing we can do too here, like clusters like what we saw before, we could add a area here for the eyelid. So for example, maybe we could add, or this might be a little bit too dark of a color. Maybe we go over here a little bit, go down a smidge. This might be more of a shadow color. So we would maybe add, for example, something here and here to show the eyelid. So maybe it would be there and fill that in there, and there. Something there possibly to show the eyelid part. And I'm gonna lurk a bit because apparently I need to clean my room at this exact moment. No worries at all, Nima, no worries at all. I hope cleaning your room can be a bit of fun. Hopefully it's not too agonizing. You can make it have a little bit of fun with it. And I do wish you, well, I was about to say swift recovery on cleaning. I guess that can be a thing, tiredness. So thank you for, oh yeah, you're lurking. Thank you for lurking. Let's see, we'll move you over here, kind of maybe slide you over here. Possibly move you down here a little bit, so maybe we could do something there and there. Might even add a bit of shadow underneath this guy here, because it is part of the eyebrow bit there. But I don't know if I'm a fan of the shadow, so we might just not do that. We might just say that there. I think that's fine, though. It might look like eyeliner, or what's it called? Eyeshadow? I think it's eyeshadow. So we'll have this guy come down here, possibly, yeah. Would you add a line here to show that it's the eyeball? I don't know, and hopefully we'll be able to see some examples of eyes to get a better idea. Because would you add an eye there, like a line there? I could see a line being a good thing, and going back to the idea of counting, we would see about, okay, this guy here is maybe 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4. We then have 3, and then 2, and 2, and 2. So that would feel nicer than if it were a little bit off-putting. So I'll go ahead and save that guy. With that said, now let's see about our eyeball. To begin, I see that there's kind of like a really, really dark spot in the center. So maybe we just grab this dark spot here in the center. Though, maybe we don't make it too obvious. We could do a block for an eye, like a blocky color. That could work out. We could do maybe a little bit of a heart, so maybe possibly something here and here and here and here, and then there, there, and there, and there. You know what? Let's do a little heart. I quite like the heart. So there's kind of this dark color here. Now, if I zoom in, what are we seeing? I see the pupil, I believe it's called, and then there's a bit of lightness around this bottom edge. So we'll grab this color here, go up a smidge, slide over a bit here, might add that dark or light color about here and here and here. Maybe we add it at the very bottom here, so maybe it comes around and down. Maybe we have it come over a little bit here to maybe look like it's curved, possibly is the hope here. And smidge. Hi, Ray March. That is a name I haven't heard in quite a second. Welcome back into stream. Welcome back in. Let's see here. Maybe we could even do here, and here. Possibly a longer heart and pupil. And welcome into stream. Welcome in. And good luck with the eyes. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Hi. Welcome into both of you. And what? Check the log. It's not been that long, has it? My memory has failed me yet again. Well, then my apologies. Well, welcome back. It's not been so long. That's lovely to hear. We'll then grab this guy. We'll add the shadow. So we'll go down a little bit, go over to this area here, and we'll add a shadow for the eye about in this area. I'd say probably there, and then we could possibly get away with adding it here and here. So we'll go ahead and add that in too. We could possibly also see about adding a darker color here. So if I go down a little bit, so slide down a little bit, slide over a little bit more here, and time runs differently for allergic beings. It really does. And actually, maybe I was lurking. Possibly, if you haven't written, I try my best to remember the writers, but I wouldn't be able to see if you were lurking. That is a fair point. And let's see here. We'll grab this color, and we'll see if we can make the colors look like they're kind of moving into each other. How does that look? I'm not too big of a fan of that, truth be told, but it's not too bad. That is also true as well. It's not too bad. Let's keep it then. I would say though that this guy here would be underneath the eye, so I'm not sure how I feel about that. That's the same exact color we're using already, so possibly we don't do that. But I do like this. This doesn't feel too bad. It's this top bit here. So possibly what we would have to do is we would have to modify. Okay. We'll take this guy. We'll copy it. We'll paste it. We'll then grab this color here, or grab this guy. Okay, new layer. This is what we'll do. New layer, grab you here. New layer, paste. And then we'll grab this color here with contiguous if it lets us, and then we'll remove it here. Oh, if it lets me, remove that guy there, paste that guy there. We'll then grab our darker color here, move it into this guy here if it lets me. There, oh, hold on, there we go. Make sure contiguous is good to go, and then remove that guy here. And now we can just grab this boyo and just slowly line you up like that. There we are. Grab that color, merge down and save. Good to go. Okay, lastly, I think we're just going to need to have the shiny bit on the eye, right? So let's grab this color. Maybe we make it a little bit brighter. Oh, do you think we can add like a, what's it called? Like a heart shiny bit? Possibly, but you would see, oh, the shiny bit really does add a lot to the eye, doesn't it? My. We'll go ahead and copy this guy, slide you on over to here, save that guy here, and then go ahead and go back down to here, grab you here, copy you here, move you over to here, save ya, done. Okay, so let's see. This guy here, and we could add one singular dot, and bam! Well, it definitely does look like a little eye. Maybe that guy could work there too. I'm seeing a dot in the center of the eye, so that could also work as well. We could also see about doing a little tiny heart, what is it called? Heart shiny bit there. So maybe that there could work? I don't know. I don't know. I do like the square. That definitely feels adorable. Oh, you know what? I just realized. This bit is actually, oh, hold on. Let me just copy you here and undo you here. There's actually a lighter bit in the center. So it's more so this guy exists here, and then there's a little small dot there. But I kind of like my bit here. Oh, if it lets me. I like this bit. Oh, I guess it won't. I guess I'll have to do it on my, oh, there we are. Lovely, okay. Yeah, I kind of like this here, and then a little bit of a dot here. I like that a lot more. And we'll save this guy here. Okay, any final details? Maybe we would add a guy here for extra eyelash there. Maybe you could also add another eyelash there and there. It really depends on what style you're going for and what type of character you're trying to do. We could definitely do something like this, for example, here and here, make the eyelid go up, maybe even have it go a little bit thicker as it's going downwards here, so possibly there and there. Maybe also have it come up here too. That could definitely work, that we can modify it a bit to our liking too. So we'll do that there. And the underneath of the eyeball, that's what I'm not too sure about. We can definitely change this. Hold on. If I grab this guy here, we can definitely... Oh, I could just do this. This is fine. Grab that guy, fill it in there. I think that's okay. I'm okay with that. And then maybe we make it a little bit darker here. And anti-aliasing is really fun after you get into your muscle memory. Yeah, certainly. We'll slide this guy over here. And then we'll go a little bit darker, maybe even a little bit darker. Like here. And no, what? The thing here. Eye drop, teardrop. Is that what you're saying? Hold on. Tear duck. Nope, not that there. And you mean the bottom eyelid? Is that what it's called? Let's see. The bottom eyelid. The thing is, I don't want to go too realistic. I do like more on the anime side. And I know the tear duct, at least, is the first thing that gets removed. And we could definitely add, like, what is it called? The eye duct here, something there. And, yeah, I see. Yeah, you maybe add this in here. This is the part that, well, this is also a part of the eyeball, isn't it? That sticks out, too. And, criminal, carnuckle. That's definitely didn't say criminal. Oh boy, my goodness. Well, we'll go back to this color here, and I just wanted to fill it in for the edges because this is a darker spot here as it's going deeper in. So we'll add that in, and then we'll also add this guy in here too. Alrighty, so with all of these guys added, oh, there's a few more things. I don't like the way this edge looks as it's rounding about, so I might bring this guy up a little bit more, have it come up a smidge more, so maybe up here. I do like that a little bit more, maybe even up more a little, yeah, definitely not. Maybe add this guy up more up there. That definitely works. Maybe we can see about just removing that there, maybe even removing that there. Maybe we can add that guy into there. How does that feel? I like that a lot more. I definitely think that helps too. Okay, and if anything, I would see about adding like a highlight to our, what is it called, our lashes. So I would maybe go up here, slide you over to the bright bits, and you would see about adding like a, I forget what it's called. Because the eyelashes are, what's the word I'm looking for? Because there's lighting going on, because you can see through the lighting. I've seen before some people add lines here, but that's really intense. And hi, Raven of the Endless. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Hello, gang. Hello, and welcome into stream. Okay, let's go ahead and save what we have here. So I'll go ahead and copy this guy here. Oh, you know what we can do? I just realized how fast you're going until I tried following. The thing is, I can at the very least say, I have, well, you know, I can't even really say it. I drew my own eyes. These eyes I drew. So I have done eye studies before. I've drawn traditional and digital art. The thing is, I drew this maybe 4 years ago. So, my is not too good, but I do remember the basics. For example, like the shadow, and I also did a refresher by watching the videos I linked for the eye specifically. So if I just do this here, exclamation study, that should link it up too. So before stream, I also did do a refresher on that as well, as that can help too. Just a quick glimpse, not glimpse, not taking any notes, but just doing a quick check to see, okay, yeah, I remembered a little bit of that, I remember a little bit of that. What we're seeing here is that the eyes kind of maybe go into a little bit of fading effect. So what we could possibly see about doing is maybe we can add a little bit of lines here and here and here, but I kind of like the eyebrows as they are. I think it's just fine to do a little bit here, a little bit here. Yeah, we could do this, definitely could do that, but I like my solid eyebrows, so maybe we keep it. That said, I'll go ahead and copy this guy, and now we get into the fun part. The reason why we started with anti-aliasing, despite the fact that today this was about eyes. For let's see how well anti-aliasing feels into this guy. So we have before anti-aliasing, after anti-aliasing. Are you ready? Now, definitely, I think it's best to do anti-aliasing depending on the area. Another thing is too, if you're doing a palette, it would be a little bit tricky. I do a palette sometimes, but if I'm doing anti-aliasing, sometimes I go a little bit off the palette. For example here, I might use maybe that color to show the shadow because we already used that color, but an anti-aliasing, you would do about 50% here and use this color here. So really the 50% would be this color, but truth be told, we could probably get away with using that color, for example. So I would reuse that color. You know what? Let's reuse that color. So then I'll go ahead and grab this guy here. Now let's move this puppy out. Let's see, go over here, a little bit here. Maybe add a little bit, a few lines there. Maybe add that line here. Maybe a little bit here, possibly. And actually, let's do a new layer here. That way I can get a little bit more familiar. Yeah, okay. So I might add dots here and here, maybe here and here. I would then see about adding dot here, maybe a dot there. Have this guy kind of, oh no, this guy would be more smooth, wouldn't it? This guy here, but I think it's okay. I think it's fine to keep it as it is. So we'll just do that there. And I'm a machine that picks a palette and makes dithering. Yeah, that's the thing. It really depends on the person. Are you going more for a dithering style, or do you like dithering more? Thing is, I'm not a fan of dithering. I wasn't really a fan of anti-aliasing until I started doing it, so it truly just depends on the person. But hopefully you can see right away the two differences between a little bit of just a few dots here and there, smoothing it out, versus not. And you could even go a step further. Maybe you add another, oh, never mind. Maybe you add a lighter color here too. You wouldn't, I think, add it there per se, but you might add it in other places that are a little bit longer. So maybe there and there could work out. Maybe here too, just because they're longer lines. It really just depends on the area. So you could most likely just add that there too. We'll save that guy, and now we have this line here. So let's see, we'll add maybe a line there, and there, possibly. We could also see about, oh, well, okay. Tricky. Do we want to add a line at the top or a line at the bottom? I think, truth be told, this is okay. A line up here is, I'm okay with that. Maybe we can add a dot here and here to show it becomes lighter and darker. That could go there. We could also, you can get really crazy with anti-aliasing. We can anti-alias these two pieces. So maybe we go for 50% here and add this color here. Maybe then we add one there. Let's see, I think you would add one possibly there. Maybe here because it's the tip. Maybe about there, I'd say, because it's the edge. And then let's see about now doing these black areas. So I'll grab this color here, grab that color here. This would be the anti-aliasing color we would use. Do we want to use it is the question though. We can. We could also use different colors too, it just depends. So let's see, you would add this color here. And this is between mixing this light color with this dark color. So that's what I'm trying to keep in mind here. And I don't know how I feel about that. Interesting. Okay, maybe we go up here, and up here. Ooh, I like that. Let's keep that. I'm okay with that. Lovely, okay. Now let's see about mixing this color with this darker color here. Now, it's good to know that this bit here, these two colors are just about the same. So I'm just gonna grab them. I'm just gonna grab this color here. And again, we'll see about, okay, do we add it here or do we add it here? It depends on how you want it to feel as it's going downwards. So I might add a bit there. And now there's this area here. So do we use a new color or do we make our own color? They look about the same. So I would think about, okay, maybe adding a color here though. I'm not too sure just because of the difference here. So possibly we might add that there and there. And then let's see, we might add one, let's see. An anti-aliasing for me is mistake? What mistake? There is, if there is, then I'll smooth them. Never, it's never a mistake. Cope. Oh boy, we can add one here and here, maybe move it over to here and here. And then let's add this guy in here, possibly there. I think it's good to go. Lovely, okay. And from there, we can also add this guy here to smooth out this edge. We could also see about adding maybe there to smooth out that edge too. And again, how it feels when you look at it is what's super duper important. Another area we can modify is this bit here. We could probably grab this lighter color and add it there. We could also probably grab this lighter color, add it there. And then there's a mixture of these two colors possibly. We could see about maybe grabbing this color. Is this the same color? It is the same color. So maybe we grab this color here. They're the same color. Oh, that's a new color. That's definitely a new color. We could add it there and there and there for around the edges, but I don't know how I feel about that. If anything, I think I would move this guy over by one. Yeah, that doesn't look nice. That does look nice. So we'll keep it there. We can then maybe move the eye to there. That seems about good. Maybe then move this guy here and here, possibly. And this is where our line dithering can come into play. We could add dots there, for example. Depends. Just depends on the feel you're going for. And another thing here is that if we add a dot there, maybe not the best idea because this is where this line ends. I forget what it's called in art in general, but it's the idea of you don't want the lines to cross. So if you have a, let's see, how can I best explain it? If we have this guy here and we have a box, so like a green box here, and I want to add a red box, I wouldn't add a red box by doing this here. It might feel a little bit off. Instead, to add a little bit of, I don't remember the word. So instead of making the lines touch on the outside, you would want them to cross. So instead, I would want to make them look like this. Have it come backwards a little bit. That way you can tell where something ends and where something begins. It just helps with visual clarity when it comes to art. It might be the case that you might want to prefer this one more, but a good rule of thumb is just, if there's two different things, try not to make the lines come together. Try to either have one overlapping or one coming over the other. That can go a long way. So here, when I'm looking at the eye, I'm thinking, okay, this goes right here. Ah, tangents, yes, tangents, that's what it's called. Tangents, yes, art tangents. It happens a lot in Pixelart too. Yes, that's the word I was looking for. So when I'm looking at this guy here, I wouldn't want to put a dot there. I'd either want to go across from it or maybe even go over here. That way it doesn't follow that line, or I would want to go before it. So those are my two options if I want to follow that rule of tangents. Because this here lines up with these three areas. So you can kind of see if I do this color here. All three of these line up for a single line. So if I add now this guy here, now it looks like the curve's coming in this way. And I don't want that. This is not part of the eyeball. So I would add another one to hopefully make it not look like it's a part of the same thing. Or we go backwards so that it never cuts in to begin with. Those are just ideas to do. We could maybe add a dot there, but that depends. It depends on the flavor you're feeling. That said though, I think we're good there. I think we're good. Okay. Now let's see about the anti-aliasing in this area. So again, I'll go 50%, see about how that 50% feels. If I already have that color, then we use a different color. If not, we can just keep it the same. I'll then add a guy here, possibly, maybe a guy here, or maybe we can move this guy over a smidge. I do like that. I like that a lot. And now we're lastly left with the eye here. Now, we could possibly do and get away with a little bit of dithering, maybe, but the thing is this is so small that it might not be possible. But you could, for example, add a little bit of dithering like here maybe and add it up here. We're just trying to mix the colors together. So it doesn't have to be a straight singular line, and maybe add this guy downwards here, but then you don't get the look of it being a little heart. That's the thing, and that's why I like my little heart. So maybe we save it as it is, and then we'll go ahead and see about that anti-aliasing bit. So to begin, for example, we might grab this color here, go about 50%. This would be that anti-aliasing color. Again, do I want to make a new color? Do I want to add a new color, or is there a color here that is close enough that I could use? You could say maybe this color is close enough to use, or if you don't want to follow the rule of palettes, you also don't have to. So either this color or this color. They look about the same, so let's just grab this color and reuse it here. We can then see about adding maybe that color there, but I don't like the way that looks. So possibly we could see about maybe making that curve downwards, maybe have it come over a little bit here, maybe even come downwards here. Yeah, tricky. Okay, do we want to add a bit up there? I don't want to do it here just because it feels a little bit off, though maybe not, especially from far away. Maybe not too much, though we could also remove that there. It could give it a different feel, and maybe we add that line there on the outside. That could work too, but I like how this guy, yeah, okay. We'll add the line outside there, leave this guy empty for that guy to shine. Now we have this color. What's the 50% of this color? It's this color here. Do we already have this color? Anywhere does this color exist? If not, we can always make a new one. If so, or if it just depends. Do you want to make a new one or not? I say we don't have this color already, so let's add it to our repertoire. I would add it maybe here and maybe here. Again, these are things that just don't have to add them, or you don't, they might make a bit of a change. Maybe not, maybe so. Just depends on how you're feeling, how it feels to you. Let me slide down here a little bit more. We'll save this guy here. And let's see about now mixing these two colors. So if I go about 50%, what color does it give me? Do we already have this color? I'd say maybe that color here possibly could work. So if I grab this color here, yeah, it's pretty darker. It's a mix of the two colors. So let's just use that color there. And now it becomes a thing of what parts do we want to emphasize? Can we maybe possibly do a curved edge there? I do like that. I do like the way that feels. So maybe we can have it kind of come down there. Maybe have this guy. Nope, I think that's good to go. Okay, now last but not least, did we take this color here and make this the white of the eyes? We could definitely. It looks about the same. It's a little bit brighter, but I think that's good. You could even maybe go even brighter here, but I think it looks just about the same. So we keep it. We keep it. Anything else to do? Anything else to do? I don't think so. I think, oh, we could technically add some dithering at the bottom here. So for example, we could possibly do here, here, here for bottom of the eye. That could also add a little bit of roundness. But all in all, I think I dithered this thing as much as I could. Oh, I suppose we could add something here at the bottom of the heart. You don't have to make it super duper sharp. So maybe we just grab this color since it's pretty similar. You might add that there, though I don't know how I feel about that. I quite like how sharp it gets. So that would be my attempt from the videos, my memory of how to do pixel art eyes. This is the feel of it. With that said, we can move on to the next step now, which is looking at some pixel art of actual eyes in portraits. As I said before, they're usually about 64x64. We just did 32x32, so our eyes are going to be a lot bigger than the usual portrait size. But I thought this could be just a fun exercise to get into the feel of anti-aliasing, what it looks like without and with. And again here, I think I went a little bit overkill on the anti-aliasing, but I would want a medium, something between these two styles is what I usually prefer. Especially if you're from far away, it can definitely feel, you get a more feeling for it. For example, here, this is really rough, but when smoothed out, it looks a lot nicer. So it just depends on the style. Let me get some tea here, and then we'll take a look at some pixel art from different games. And truth be told, I only have 3 games I was able to find. 4 games, never mind, 4 games. We have 4 here. Okay, let me get the tea. So tasty. Okay, tea has been acquired and consumed. Let's go ahead and save this. So what first came to mind were these sprites from Pokemon Black and White. They do have a little bit of anti-aliasing. Hopefully now you can start to see it, for example, in these bits where there's a bit of, what is it called? Shadow and lighting in some of these areas. But these are still super duper tiny sprites. And while I do want to get better at drawing sprites or eyes for small sprites, the thing is, they're so tiny that it's a matter of just messing around with it in the moment. What I can show you is a good example if I bring you back into PRF here. And then I go into here, and here, 2 colors. Yeah. If I zoom out here, there's a good example from the book here about the difference between, even though they're really small eyes, the small pixel changes you can make. So something like this. This is where I would wait on I wouldn't want to do an eye study on this specifically, just because there's different alternations. And it would just depend on how I feel in the moment of if it feels nice or not. As these are different variations, 4 different variations. They're trying to tell the same thing, but they do it a little bit differently. So it just depends. When something's this small, I definitely think it's just depending on the moment. Let me bring you back into draw here. Save this guy. Oh, we can do always on top disabled. Here we go. And yeah, 2 by 2. It's one of my favorite patterns. And hope you can't see it. Hold on. There we go. Lovely, lovely. Okay, with that said, another game that I got, or that came to mind, was Needy Streamer Overload. This one here, it's a visual novel, and we can see here too, let me zoom in a little bit to hopefully you'll get a better idea of just from far away how things look. And they do the eyes a little bit different here. The eyeball has a circle, there's a little bit of a dot in between. For my eye, I didn't do that, and this was the Binding of Isaac eyeballs that check linked. I'm not sure how helpful this will be, but I'm excited to see if it is. And if we zoom here, mine don't have that. Mine are a little bit more complicated. They're more on the realistic side. But if we're going for something more anime, maybe that's the idea here. You can see again the shadow that's going on here. It's interesting to note too that the eyeball highlight is in the shadow. It's not outside of the shadow. You know what? Just because we can, just because we have the ability to, let's see. If I were to grab this eyeball highlight, if I grab this guy here and I move the eye highlight to here and here, do you think it makes much of a difference if I do here and here? Does it look like she has more life in her eyes? Does this character here, they definitely change their emotions from a lot. Do you think moving the highlight in the eyes changes the feel at all from this versus this? It just depends on preference, I'd say, as this definitely feels more lively. This one feels like she's, I don't know the description of it, but they feel like two different emotions. If we scroll down here too, as that's what it's called, this would be dithering here, and this character actually uses a lot of dithering. And if I were to grab the eyeball, the greatest quote of Eris, Ezra strikes again, no! It's healthy, and sure, you know what gets hard. And hi, Jaxus, welcome to stream, and thank you for the resubscription for 2 months now. Thank you. And hi, Eris, hi, and welcome into Eyes. Well, I was about to say something else, but I forget. So I'll let you know if I remember. And is she supposed to have life in the eyes? That's what I'm saying. This character here doesn't really have a lot of life in her eyes, so it makes sense. It definitely makes sense. This one's more of a teary expression in eyes. I see there. This one here is more of a crazy eye style, so it definitely depends. This one's super duper lifeless. Why does it feel lifeless? Why? I think it feels lifeless. A, because there are plainer colors used. You can see, I think, darker colors or darker blues used a bit here and there. Yeah, there's no block here for it, and there's also no highlight here. And I forgot. Oh no. I didn't even try there. This one feels lifeless because there's no pupil, right? That's what it's called. So if I were to add a pupil here, her regular pupil, makes her look crazy. I know. But hopefully you can see how just 4 pixels can definitely make a difference, and it depends on the emotion of her face. Yep. And no, eyes are a rumor. Oh man, it really just depends. And I definitely, using the sprite resource for this, as I said before, just looking at these sprites in detail, because it's one thing to see them in game and screenshot them, but to have access to the files like this, it's an entire game changer. And we need more eye puns for the stream. Let's go! Oh boy. Let's see. From there, from Needy Streamer Overload, let's take a look at Stardew Valley, shall we? And it makes it look crazy. You're literally working with a crazy character. Yes, she is very crazy, I should say. I was able to find these sprites, and it's of note here that these, oh, hold on, let me see if I can find it really quickly. Let's see, Stardew Valley old sprites. Let me see if I can find it. The person, the concerned ape, the creator of this game, when he first made he's not a pixel artist by nature, he's more of a game developer first. So, it's really interesting to see the different iterations of the characters and their different designs. If I bring you into Pure F here, again, an eye for an eye, I see. If I bring you into here, you can kind of see the different alterations that he ended up doing between the eyes as he goes along, and the different modifications, and it's things of looking like this, just seeing the small tweaks made between either it being the anti-aliasing of the nose, the mouth, or the eyes, and bit by bit, the different expressions, or trying to see. So just taking in this information, looking at it, acknowledging it, and then saving it for your mental memory later. That's how I like to think of it, and wow, she looks a lot different. And you can guess how crazy the person is depending on the quantity of their hair accessories. Hold on now. I have 4 hair accessories. And hello, me back. Welcome back, Nemo. Welcome back in the stream. Welcome back in. And I'm just wondering, because at some point I definitely want to make a visual novel. And I want to have portraits, and I definitely want to do that. And we will be doing a portrait study. That's what all these character studies have been leading up to. So just taking a look at all these guys, getting them, acknowledging them. Some of the quality isn't as up there as I would have hoped. But you can see just the different eye styles. And X2, ooh, Stardew Valley. Yep, and you proved my point. There's no craziness here though. If anything, maybe a lack of hair accessories makes you more crazy. Have you ever considered that? And Fields of Mystery is a good eye study reference. Stardew Valley, even more anime. Why, Ed? I'm so glad you mentioned that. We'll get there. And it's like, yeah, if it's one thing, I definitely want to get better or closer to that style. Saying that, what are we noticing for these eyes? These eyes are a lot smaller than my eyes. Again, here we see some anti-aliasing around the eyes and the face. As we zoom out, it's being blended in. We see a dark bit for the eyes. These are more so too tall, and that's it. And I definitely want to see if we can try to do something like that. So we'll try to see about doing it in the Stardew Valley style, the eye that we've been looking at so far. And we'll use these guys as references if need be. And again, here, some anti-aliasing going on and some of the eyebrow bits. Yeah, for portraits here, it seems to be the case, anti-aliasing is a big thing, even here around the face, edges. So if you're looking to make visual novel sprites like this, maybe anti-aliasing is the best way to do things, is the best way to go about it. With that said, yes, indeedy. And one game that's cool to see about, there's anti-aliasing but not much, is Gravity Circuit. I see. Hold on, let me see. Spriters, Spriters, Resource, Gravity Crcut. they do have it on this writer's resource. I see. I will save that then. Thank you for the recommendation, Sortazar. It shall get added to the list as when I get a good look over it. Yeah. Oh, they seem like robot people. I see. Oh, look at this adorable lady here. Look at her. She's just a robot lady, and her little eyes too, the little dashes. These are some of my favorite ways to do eyes. Super duper simple eyes. Just a little line for the lash. We'll go ahead and close this guy here, and then we'll go ahead and close this guy. Yes. Okay. So, speaking of Fields of Mystery, and it's more of a modern Pixelart game. Ooh, even fancier. I look forward to looking at it then. Thank you. Here we have Fields of Mystery. I tried my best to gather the expressions here, but there's a lot. There were a lot. Oh, I can say though that if you are looking to make sprites for a visual novel, what I noticed is that a lot of the expressions were similar, and the only thing that changed during the expressions was, and let me show you what I mean. If I go back into here and we go into Fields of Mystery, I link we go in here together. As I didn't realize it, but this is a thing of efficiency. You don't have to draw everything to get your point across. If we were to, for example, go to Adeline, is it Adeline or Adeline? I am not sure. If we look here, look at all of these sprites here. At first glance, you might think to yourself, man, this is a lot of work. But upon looking at it a little bit more, the only thing that really changes I've noticed are the eyebrows and the mouth. The eyes usually seem to stay about the same when it comes to the expression. You can kind of see here, just the eyes stay the same, they either get closed or the eyebrows change. So for the most part, you really don't have to do too much work if you're trying to make a lot of different sprites and a lot of different expressions. You can definitely make more if you choose, but all in all, for a game like Fields of Mystery that has the villagers, you really don't need that many eye or mini sprites to get the point across. You just kind of have to modify the eyebrows, it seems like. Sometimes the eyes and a little bit of the mouth, and you keep everything else the same, which I was really surprised about. Let me go ahead and bring you back into Draw here. And with that said, looking at these guys, I just wanted to take note of the closed eyes and the opened eyes, and that's of course you have your meme eyes, and that's clever, isn't it? I didn't even realize that until I was looking into gathering the sprites. So it goes back to the idea of looking at these sprites, getting your observation skill up is really handy dandy. And again, Frank, look at that, more anti-aliasing here, along the hair, along the eyes, and the the laugh here too. And as we go along here, we can see too is that at least this guy, and it depends I think as well on the person too, but it seems to be the case of that there's a little bit of shadow depending on the eye. There's a little bit of shadow here. They have a few lines. Sometimes we have the cluster blocking, and this here feels like not eyeline, but eye shine, that line right there. And looking at these guys, it gives me a lot of inspiration for drawing them. So what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to draw the same eye. Let's try to draw it in the Stardew Valley style, and then let's try drawing it in a Fields of Mystery style. Let's see if we can better compare and contrast the different ideas that they are giving us. It also depends on how expressive their regular sprite is. Yeah, some characters only had about 2 different expressions. Some other people had different ones. For example, she has 3 that I was able to find that were very distinct. She also has 3 that were very distinct. For the rest of them, not so much. Usually it's just smile, I close, I opened, I angry, I mad. And do you mean Danganronpa or Fields of Mystery characters are surely fabulous? Or what have you exactly, Ed? Let me go and save this guy here. Now, unfortunately, I didn't get enough time to sort all of these guys together. I just had enough time to put them down, but it shouldn't. Oh, I see. Got ya. They are fabulous, aren't they? And it's another thing to note too. It's just these are no, never mind. These aren't both 64 by 64. These are 64 by 64. These sprites are huge. They're big. They're super duper big. On a big canvas here, let me grab a neutral face here just to show you. This sprite here is about the full guy. I'd say is about 128 x 144. The face itself. So maybe if it were more of a face portrait. It's definitely could be a little bit smaller, maybe even 64 by 64. You could definitely say that would be a face portrait, something similar to what we see for Stardew Valley. So I think it could fit if you believe, and you can draw them bigger. big, as big as you can make it. Let me go ahead and close this guy here, and we'll save it. Now, with all that said and done, let's see about Stardew Valley. So our eye, what eye looks similar to our Stardew Valley one? Let's see, I'll grab this guy here, close you here. We'll go ahead and minimize you here and here. So grab you, if it allows me to, here and here, about there-ish. Yep. And we'll go ahead and slide you over. So our eye, where'd you go, eye? Ah, found ya. Okay. We'll grab you here, save you about here and here. And then let's see, what looks, oh, if I can make sure you're also saved on top. There we are, good to go, lovely. Okay, so saved on top here. what eye looks pretty similar? They have a pretty round eye. I'd say round, innocent eye, quite bubbly. It's not narrow, so maybe female, younger, maybe this could work here for a rounder eye, though there is a little bit of, what's the word I'm looking for? The tip is narrow, more narrow. The edge here kind of goes down more than this wide eye. For now, we'll just keep this here, keep it as an idea. So I'll do a new layer here. I need to name my layers. Okay, you know, let's just spend a quick amount of seconds doing that. This here, that there, that there. This is the background, that's the background here, that's this background here. We'll go ahead and just merge this down here. This is our first line AA study, so we'll just do that there. New layer, call you AA study, AA minus STUDY. Ah yes, the Stardew girl. I wasn't allowed to romance. Oh boy, everyone has their favorites, don't they? Let's see, save that there, that there. We have here the EYEBG eye background. We then have here our eye steps, and then this is the anti-aliasing, and well, oh wow, look at that. I'm Claude, I made it a separate layer. Look at the difference between width and enhance or zoom. Off, on, off, on. It really does make a difference. My, yeah, it smoothed things out a bit. Interesting, interesting. Okay, well, you know what? We'll keep this. AA layer. There we are. AA layer. And then this is our eye layer. Eyes. And this will be our reference layer. So REF. Enter. Lovely. Okay, now everything is labeled. We should be okay. We'll go back over here. We should be able to copy you. So copy you singular, Abigail. Thank ya. Okay. Any other eyes that we can use as a reference for this? Let's see. You're there, you're there, you're there. Does anyone have more of a narrow eye at the edge? You kind of have a narrow eye. I believe her name is Caroline, so we'll copy you here. And who needs to name their labels? You gotta feel them out to get around. Oh boy, it depends on how often I plan to use something. If I plan to not ever come back to it, you can say goodbye to labels. But if I do at some point want to make sure, especially if I have a lot, then yeah, I'm gonna need a few labels here and there. And ads are coming, my goodness, and just like math. Who needs labels? Let's use, I think her eyes might be a little bit better to use. So we'll use you here, use you here. These are a few eyes, and I think there was one more eye I saw. There was your eye. I believe her name is Haley. We'll grab it, copy ya, paste it here, good to go. Okie dokie. We'll save that there. So these are the eyes. We'll do the ad break now, and then when we come back, we will try to do, and I'm guessing these eyes, they seem to be super duper small, so we'll try our best to keep them small and redo our eye to be something more similar to their style. We'll also see about using some of their colors. We'll probably use it from, I think her name's Jody. We'll use these colors, I think, brown, and I'll look through and see if there's other browns we can use, since there's some browns here. So I'll go ahead and have the ad break run while I collect some more colors that might be more akin to this here. There's kind of like a light brown, soft brown, so maybe, let's see, light brown. Maybe some of these, those are more golden-y colors, though. So brown. Can maybe do you there. Yeah, okay. We'll grab from maybe your hair, possibly. So I'll grab you here for your hair. And then we'll see about either that hair for our colors or Demetrius's skin. So we'll grab that here, grab you there. Copy and paste. Okay, we'll do that there and that there. Lovely. And we'll save you there. We'll do a new layer here, and we'll do STARDEW, EYES, Stardew eyes. We'll then slide you on over, save to you here, and we'll now try to draw the Stardew eyes. And we'll do two eyes here. We'll do the, I believe there'll be the size here, just about for those edges. So we'll leave it here in the size. I'll save the sky, get a little bit of tea, and if we have some time, we'll also do some stretches too. And cough, cough, Abigail, cough, cough. I am surely not biased. Is she your favorite, Ed? And I do read that as well. Lovely. Out of all of these characters, truth be told, I'm not really a fan of any of them, of the characters here. Harvey's okay. He's okay, but then no one. I know, what is it? If I remember, Clint is next on the list to be one of the bachelors, so that'll be fun. That'll be very interesting. And I did read that as well. Lovely. It appears I've been humbled and actually can't draw eyes without tutorials. Eyes are a whole thing in themselves. I can certainly say that much. I have a few things I want to also go over here too, especially there's some tutorials I saw. So we'll see. And purple hair girl gets the pass, but he didn't romance anyone for my playthrough. Oh boy, only Abigail, it seems like, and I'm not sure why many people are a fan of her specifically. Maybe it's just the can-do attitude she has, the adventure in her heart, possibly. I can see that being the reason, or it could just be the fact that she also eats rocks. That too could also be a reason. Let me get some tea here. Tea. Okay, let's do some neck stretches while we're waiting then. Let's go to the left here a little bit. And then we'll go to the right here a little bit. And then we'll go to the down a bit. And would you kind folks recommend playing Stardew? I recommend playing Stardew with mods. But if you're thinking about getting Stardew, I would also wait to get it when the update comes out. The new update is around the corner. And let me go back a little bit. Maybe in the next few months, possibly? Maybe. I don't know. There was no release date set. Not yet, but it's soon, TM. And she eats rocks. That's everyone's type. And is that an associated trait with purple? I don't eat rocks. I like looking at them. They're pretty, but I don't eat them. Hold on now. Is there another purple creature that likes eating rocks? Oh boy, let's go to the right here. And then let's go down a little bit slowly but surely. And, but if you could eat a rock, no, I'm not even gonna say it. Nope, I'm not gonna finish that. Welcome back from the ad break. Shall we continue? Oh boy. Alrighty then, let's see. Rocks aside. You seem more like a bug eater. Oh, definitely not. Not even. I didn't even say anything. That's the thing. I was very specific on and making sure. I just had said nothing. Not a thing. You can't pin that on me. Oh boy. Let's go ahead and zoom out here. Save that to be about there. Slide this over to here. And let us begin. So, to start off, we're gonna need her skin tone. And you can see it in your face. No, you can't. Look away. You see nothing but your own imagination. We'll go ahead and select this here. So you eat 0 rocks, correct? 0. Are you talking about salt? Is that where you're about to go with that? Check. Let's see. We'll grab the, I think you'd have this skin tone. So we'll grab this color here for the skin tone, and then we'll do this here for the skin actually. So remove that there. We'll save this as the eyes background, and then do the Stardew skin here. With that said, now for your eyes, you kind of have downward eyes, and these eyes seem to be I have heard of that one before. Let's see. How tall are your eyes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You are about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. What we'll do, since I'm seeing a little bit too much details going on, let's break down these eyes a little bit more. That would be the easiest thing to do, since it's very easy to get lost in all of what's going on. So if I go ahead and grab you, let's, I don't even think I could say this in a way that would make it not bad. Let's take their eyes apart. Let's see here. I'll copy you here, and then we'll do that here. Then we'll go ahead and grab you here, and let's simplify her face by a lot. We'll go ahead and start off by removing this color here. And if I go ahead and just grab this guy here, we'll then grab this guy here. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to simplify it to its singular form. So we'll first start off by removing the highlights and the extra oomph to it. So I can go ahead and remove this guy here. Oh, never mind. Yes, it's her, officer. Oh boy, let's go ahead and add this guy here, that guy there for the additional bits, and then let's go ahead and grab this guy here. We'll go ahead as well and just make this the singular part of it. I know how she's blind. What have you done? Don't worry, they'll get it back. They just have to, they don't even have to earn it. They just have to be patient. That's all. They just have to be patient. I just want to grab the overall look of the eye bit here. That's all I'm doing. I'm removing the extra oomph to it. So they'll probably be there, and a little bit probably here. There we are. From there, it should hopefully give us a little bit of a better idea of what's going on. So that's that there. Next up, for around the eyes, what are we seeing? If I just grab Abigail here first, let's go and just remove this bit here. Yeah, how does that look? We could remove this guy here and make it darker, or we could remove this guy here and make it lighter. I think we're better off. And now she's talking, taking the life out of the eyes. Don't get put back. This is temporary. This is for science. We'll go ahead and fill that in, and also fill this in here. Or never mind, we won't do that. Oh boy, I'm just trying to get a general look of the edges. We'll then go to this guy here, and we can, for example, maybe fill this guy in here to get a look without all the pizzazz of anti-aliasing. We'll then go and grab you here, and again, we either will grab this color here and fill that in, maybe fill that in too. That works out just fine. And we'll also grab this color here, and we'll also see about making you that color and that color there. Okay, it's getting a little bit clear what's going on, slowly but surely. Let's grab this again, copy you here, paste you here, slide you on over. Okay, with that said, let's go back to you. Anything else that needs more clarity? I would say this is as simple as you can get. Well, some of you are as simple as you can get. I say you're fine. You're fine to understand too. If anything, I would see about removing that green. So I would probably just say that there, that there. That's the simple look to it. So that there. We have here, this guy here could definitely be on the simpler side. We could certainly say, yeah, this is the entire part of the eye. And then this here, Haley, your eyes are about to go through a transformation you won't forget. Let's go ahead and fill this guy in here to begin, and then if documented properly and with set guidelines, anything can be considered for science. And yeah, it actually looks pretty creepy. Oh boy, it really goes to show how much eye sparkles can really make a difference when it comes to eyes. We'll go ahead and fill you in, we'll fill you in, then actually we'll do you here, and then fill you in there, and there, and there. Okay. Here we are from low eye look. Now this one's probably my favorite. It makes her look menacing. But we've taken it without the sparkle, and now we can go ahead and look at it and try our best to replicate it. And that's scary looking. What have you done? They'll get their eyes back. They will. They just have to wait a second. Let's see. I'll remove that there. Save you here. And now we can properly start. We have a better baseline. So I'll slide you over here, zoom you in a little bit here. And now, let's see. So, I think our best bet, or it looks like the eyeball itself is about 3 high, 2 high, depends on the person. So let's grab this brown here. I think this brown will make a good brown for her eyes. Yep, that there, and save that there. And heard that, kids? You don't have to protect your eyes from sparkles and sparkles. It's all fallacy. It's all a fallacy. The thing is, as long as there's no damage, we remove it and then we're going to add it back. And then it'll be like it never happened. Let me go ahead and get some tea here. Tasty. Okay, with that said, we'll go ahead and save here. We'll make sure our symmetry tool is good to go. And let's see about making maybe her eyes 2 tall, possibly. Maybe, 3 tall. Let's make them maybe 3 tall, 3 wide. Kind of like Jody's eyes here. And that's 3 tall, no, 2 tall. 2 tall, 2 wide. Never mind. Okay, 2 tall, 2 wide. All right then, 2 tall, 2 wide. There then seems to be this underneath color here. So we'll also grab that color there. And it goes underneath the eye. So depending on the eye, it seems to be a straight line and then the corner's not shaded. So we'll also add this guy here, possibly. We'll then also grab our light color here for the whites of the eyes. And this is looking like a... does this look like a little piglet, possibly? And then a little bit of that. There you go. Adorable. He's just happy to be here. Look at him. Hold on. What if we do that? And then we do that there, and then that there. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Yeah, that. No. Hold on. That. Yeah. There you go. Give a little teeth. There you go. Oh, hold on. Yeah. You go. It's a baby. How adorable. Derpy face. He is missing something though. He's missing a little something. Just a little bit of something. Just a little something. There you go. It's a boy! Congratulations. Oh my. Let's see here. Save that guy, remove that guy. All of you go here. Yep, and yep. Okay, back onto the symmetry tool here. We'll start off, it seems, well, some of her eyes have that corner, some of them don't. So we'll go for that corner here. Now, this is where it seems to depend. Some of them go straight across, some of them go downwards more. So we'll grab the eyelash here and have it first start off by going over the top here. So we'll make it go over here. Since the eyes do go downwards, maybe we do allow it to go down by 1. Maybe there and there. So maybe we move the eye over by 1 here, possibly. Have you go down here. That looks too derpy, though. So I take it back. I definitely take it back. And I thought this color was darker. Okay, let's make this a darker color then. Probably that color can work for our eyebrows, just to make sure that they look a little bit darker. So something there. And I wanted to see about maybe doing something here and here for eyes. So it does definitely make it look angry, which is not what we're looking for. So let's see if we can possibly fix that. So after that, there is, oh, right, there's more white going on here. So there's a bit here, there's a bit here. Yeah, angry eyes. Oh no, that's not what we want at all. And the corners here are also removed. So maybe a little bit of that. Maybe if we open up the eyes a little bit more, possibly. Maybe if we do something like this here, this here, this here, and then we have you come here. So now it's the 3 tall, like Haley here. Maybe if now we move the guy over there and there. Nope, that just makes it look mad. Oh no, that's not good. I wonder why. Let's see, we'll go back down to where we were, down there. And you know what, actually, I do want to make it 3 tall. And you just reminded me that I have to go. No worries at all. Check and good luck with eyeballing the eyeballs. So thank you. And I hope you have a lovely time doing whatever it is you get up to. Thanks for stopping by and chatting for a little bit. It was, well, no, that's ice cream. I was about to say it was ice to see, but no, it's ice cream. Too early for that one. We then kind of have the eye come down a little bit, it seems like. So maybe we can have it come downwards like this. I'm just wondering, if we make the eye go upwards, so something here and here, that definitely changes the look of the eye. Maybe if we go down by one here and here, possibly, we could do something there and there. Yeah, it's the small things that make it look so angry is the issue here. Is there anything else we could possibly add? There seems to be a dark spot around the back of it, so maybe we can make this go back a smidge here. And, oh, let's see. Is it Tiefling? Possibly? Please let me know. Correct me if I'm wrong about the name. But welcome to the stream. Welcome in. And I just found your YouTube videos of your streams, and I love how you approach your studies. Thank you. I'm so glad I can catch this one. Well, thank you. And welcome in. I hope you can, I hope my struggles and trials and tribulations can help you learn something. Welcome into stream. Welcome into seeing if we can emulate the Stardew Valley style. I'm also noticing that there's a bit of a, it depends. Sometimes there's a smidge of darkness around the eye edges, so maybe we can do something here and here for the tips. And then after that, there does seem to be some sort of shadow at the bottom here, so maybe we can grab this color, add a little bit of a dot there between the separated bits. That definitely seems right. And then you would add a blue color here for the dark part of the eyeball, so something there and there. And you know what, before we get onto the shading, no, we're still on the step, so it's okay. Let's add the blue part of the eyeball now. So about here and here. Oh, there's 2 colors we can use. We can use either this color or we could use a darker blue. Ooh, okay. Do we want to use this blue or this blue? Tricky. You or you? I quite like the more contrasty look. That one's kind of more of my favorite. We could as well, Haley's eyes, her eyes are lighter blue, so it definitely depends. We could see about maybe even going double, have 2 colors there for some of the eyes. That could work too. You could even add a darker color or a lighter color here for the blue because of the areas. I kind of like this. You know, maybe we go for that. I'm pretty okay with that. I'm just wondering about the eyeballs. Is there a way to make it look like they're not angry? Because that looks like it's, oh, you know what? I know what it is. I know what it is. Let's add the eyes and have them come up a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Eyebrows. Eyebrows were what we were missing. Eyebrows come up a little bit here. They seem to be on the flatter side. I'm just checking these. Sometimes it's a single line, sometimes not. We want to make sure she has the happy look to her. So I'll do my best to make it look like the eyebrows or eyelines are turned up. Eyebrows are turned upwards, and then there's a little bit of thickness going on at the very top here, but that's super duper thick, and we're not going for super duper thick. And I do have to say, one of my favorite eyebrow types are the puppy cat ones, where they're just really big chunky eyebrows, something like this. I do enjoy them when they look like that. We'll go ahead and remove this guy here, and we'll just try our best. Let's see, come to the end here, and then it happens about part way, so probably move you in just a little bit here, and then remove you here and here, probably, and then maybe have 2 lines there and there, possibly, though this looks a little bit too tall is my issue. Probably have to go a little bit over here, a smidge, and then maybe we can add the 2 lines there and there. Truth be told, I think this might be the best we're gonna get for our area there and there, possibly. Some of these kind of go down, some of them are flatter. It just seems to depend. This one kind of goes up and over a little bit, and I do like the way that one looks. Okay, it would be, let's see, down, up, like that, and then over, and this is a line, and then that line has a little bit of a line there. How does that look compared to the other ones? If we go ahead and just fill this guy in, and then remove these guys to here, I don't quite like that as much as the other ones. So you know what? Let's keep this and figure it out later. Keep it and go along with it for now. So we'll go ahead and just do that there. Yep, we'll keep you. For now, you are allowed to stay. Anything else? We can add the shadow between the eyes. That is something to do. So let's go back to here. These are this is the eyeshadow we're currently using. So let's go ahead and just add this bit here between our eyebrows. It seems to be the case of. So we'll do that there, and we'll move you to over here. So something here and here probably is going to be the look of the eyebrows, especially if I'm looking at Haley here. The highlighting bit on the top, it seems to be the same exact color. So maybe we can go for a bit of lighting up here, a smidge, and up here, though I don't know how I feel about that there and there. It feels off. Maybe it's because it needs to be a single line coming across everything. So maybe if it looked like that instead, it might feel a little nicer. That's not too bad. Feels a little funny, but it's not too bad. There's this color here. We're using that color. And then there's this color here. Oh, no, you're the same color. You're basically the same color. It also lines up with the eye line or eyebrow. So maybe we actually do something like that there. That there, that there. Does that feel a little bit nicer? Maybe then we also move this guy over by 1. Maybe now we can add the extra 2 eye for the eyebrows there. Ooh, that definitely feels nice. Or maybe we can make that guy. No. I like the way it was earlier. Something like that there. I think that works. Yes. Okay. And then from there, we add the bits here along the edges. So possibly there and there. And the thing is, the edges here already have a little bit of anti-aliasing going along the sides. So maybe we just add them along the sides there. Anything else to add? It seems to be the case, but I don't think so. I think we're okay. I think we're good to go to move on to the next step. The only thing I can think we would add would maybe be a brighter part along some of the edge here. Like maybe you would add this bit here. So when you add this, I think it makes it look like eyelids, doesn't it? Eyelids along the eye. But I do like that. That's not too bad. You know what? Maybe we keep it. Maybe we keep it. I'm keeping it for now. Because I can. So we'll go ahead and copy this guy here. Grab this guy here. And we'll then copy and save. And let's keep going. So we'll slide this guy on down. Now we move on to step 2. So I'll go ahead and remove you here. Grab our eyebrow references. I can go ahead and delete these guys here. And let's move on to the next step. The next step seems to be, well, actually, I don't know. We're about to find out though, aren't we? I'll copy you here and then paste you over to here. And what do we have here? It seems to be the case we add, anything I can notice that's different about mine versus theirs. This seems to be somewhere sometimes where you add the extra bits for the highlighted parts of the eye. I don't see a lot of them though. So maybe we really don't. Maybe we just grab the brighter bit here for our eyes. So Stardew eyes here. And can we grab a brighter bit for the Stardew eyes? The issue is the eyes are brown and a lot of this extra area around here is also brown. Maybe we use this color here for the brown instead. Maybe this brown can work out better and then we can use this here for our highlight of a brown. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. We would use this highlight, it seems to be, at the very bottom. So these bottom 2 would get our little highlight. This guy specifically would get a really bright highlight. So we'll add a bright highlight there. And then it seems to be that there's a line here that does look right. And then there's a bit here. Yup. Maybe you would add the darker color here. Possibly. Maybe. I could see this or I could see this, but I'm okay with that. I'm definitely okay with that. Anything else we can see to modify? Anything else that seems to be added on? There are some bits that have the highlights in some areas, but all in all, I think this is okay. Let's move on to the next step then. We'll copy this guy, slide you on down. So we'll grab our background here, grab you here, copy you, paste you as we slide on down. And then we'll go ahead, turn this guy off. We'll then delete all of you because we don't need you anymore. Oh, never mind. You need to go to the layer to delete it. That's pretty important. It's just a smidge important. And then let's go ahead and grab you now. Copy. Oh, if it lets me, copy you here. Oh, no. If it lets me, please copy you here. Slide you over to here. Lovely. Okay. With that said, what else do we need to do? This was step 3, I believe. Yeah, step 3. Anything else? This is where you would add the shading along some of the bits of the eye. So let's see if we can do that. I'll go back to our Stardew eyes here. We'll go back to here. This is the next step in terms of the anti-aliasing bits. So possibly what we'll see is these areas get added along. You'll probably move that guy here. We'll then see about adding maybe some bits along the face here. So maybe we can add a bit of face here. This definitely looks nice. I can say that right off the bat. It looks lovely. Let's see. You might add a bit here for some anti-aliasing bits there, up there, up there. Maybe even do that there. Yeah. Now I'm wondering here, do we want to add one? Possibly, maybe. Maybe add one here too to just fill it in. Anywhere else we're seeing? I don't think so. I think all in all, we're good to go on just areas. So let's continue. Now that we've added those bits, I think there's one last step, and that's just to add the look of life into the eyes. Oh boy, we'll go ahead and add this guy here, copy you here, slide you down to here, and then we'll go ahead and do you here, grab you, and then we'll remove you. There we go. And then we'll go ahead and copy you here, slide you on over to here, and now last step is going to be to add the little highlights, the life into the eyes. Some of these highlights seem to be certain colors, others not. We can go ahead and add a highlight right about here. There we go. Now there is life in the eyes. And hi, Meowity. Welcome back in history. Welcome back in. Life bars are red, so make the eyes red. Yep. Huh? Hold on now, I understand not a lick of that. And let me get some water here too. And I just realized this guy, unfortunately, was up too high. That way the messages were sent. Delicious, I tell you. Okay, we have the highlight of the eyes. Anything else we could do? Highlight of the eyes, I don't think so, truth be told. I think that's it. That might be it. Last thing we can see about adding is possibly some bit up here above the eyes for the forehead. Maybe we can add a little bit here up at the top to show the shadow going on possibly, but oh, I think this is good. I think this is what the eyes would look like. It may be more similar to the Stardew Valley style. Granted, I don't know if I would consider this part of the style here probably more Stardew Valley, but I do like that too. And it makes me wonder as well, do you think we could possibly just swap out the face and eyes and see if it moves on top? So if I were to just copy you here and oh, hold on. It doesn't want me to do this. It's not even trying to allow me to see the right layer. If I were to just copy you here, Jody, and I were to just grab you here and then go to here and then we do a new layer here and we just, oh, never mind. It really doesn't want me to do it, does it? We'll go ahead and delete that guy here. And it won't let me either, so I'll have to use the button to delete it. Then we'll grab our eye layers here, copy you here, and then we'll go ahead and do new layer here, paste you here. We'll then also make our layer go lower in lighting there. And then let's go back to this layer here and just move, hold on, if it lets me, do that there. Oh, I see, escape, add that there, just remove some of that there, remove some of that there, there we go. Do a little bit of surgery here, I'm very, very curious to see. We add that there, and then move just a little bit of surgery, just a smidge here and there. Add that there and there. Slide down a smidge, save it, and now we go back to our layer here, and I do this to all my photos. Oh boy. And then we grab this guy and we go for the layer above, and oh, it really doesn't want me to do this. Oh boy, we slide the eyes downwards. Let's see, if I grab you here, slide you to you there. Oh, there we go. Up there, okay. And now I should be able to select the eyes and bring them on top. We can put an eye about here and then an eye about here. It seems to be the case of possibly a little bit more away. Maybe I would move you to maybe here possibly. Maybe that might look a little bit better. And then we can see about maybe removing, no, this is fine. Removing some of that there. And then, yeah, okay, let's see. And then I do full of this. Does it look like it could be Stardew Valley if I grab this two here? Now, granted, I think the dark color would have to be changed. So we would probably have to see this color here, maybe, for it to feel more like a Stardew Valley look to it. Oh, never mind. We'd have to grab a different color, wouldn't we? Undo. Yeah, it feels a little bit too cartoony. Stardew Valley feels softer. So I'm guessing we would have to grab this color here, for example. That color would be that color there. Maybe that color then would be this color here. And then that color here would be this color here. So something more along the lines of this is what we would see, I think. And then maybe have this guy kind of come down a little bit there and there. But something I think here would feel more akin to it. Not as harsh with not as harsh in darkness. You can see that's super duper dark compared to this, which is a little bit softer. Stardew Valley has more of a softer side to it. I would also see about maybe moving this guy down by 1. That would, I think, help too. And making it look a little bit more accurate. And then I would see about adding more just lighting and shadow. And I think the biggest difference is that Stardew has more shading around the eyebrows. Ooh, fair point, yeah. I tried some shading. Maybe I would just have to add more shading in. So let's see, there's shading here. There's a bit here then for this lighter bit. And then this lighter bit here kind of maybe has that guy there. Then maybe you would add this guy here, grab this color here. Have you come over a little bit there, and then this guy kind of comes down, and then maybe kind of come down there. Or you could come there. I think you're fine there and there. Or possibly there, let's see, here and here, maybe. For that there's good. And then you would grab, let's see, and eyebrows. Yeah, eyebrows. Let's see. I understood. Don't you worry. Copy that guy, flip this guy over, pasting a guy to right here, about there. Yeah, I think it's the shading and it's the color usage. This here feels a lot different, but I do like this still though. It's a small size, definitely smaller than our original big guy here. And oh, what happened? What happened to my eye background? Hold on. Let me just make sure I fix that. For some reason, you were removed. Oh, what a shame. Okay, there we are. That would be the Stardew Valley eye idea. And that leaves us one. And I haven't seen a lot of your art, but I feel like you tend to spread out sections and details so that they are a little bit separate. Do you mean in terms of faces? If so, most likely maybe. As I don't really do big art, big characters. I think the biggest art to date, or not the biggest art to date, but the most recent character I've done. Let's see if I can find it super duper quickly. Pixelart character, possibly. No. It's going to be you here, you here. And then if I go into Pixelart. The thing is, I usually don't have to worry about the eyes too much, just because, here it is. I don't usually have to worry about it too much, just because, and where's the background? No background? That's fine. It's so small, the spaces or the areas don't have to be spread out as much. For something like this, or not this, something like this here, you have a lot of area to work with. When things are here, you don't really get the luxury of resources to map along to, and that's something I'm surprised about that. I like the idea of being able to actually draw the eyes instead of them feeling more like blobs, which is nice. Granted, my eyes aren't the easiest to draw. And 126x126 and 256x256 is my end goal down the road. That's a good goal. I think that's doable. I definitely think that's doable. Granted, these guys, I believe, the, what are they called? Stardew Valley ones are, I believe, 64x64. But I think the 126 and 258.6 is definitely doable. Let me go ahead and save this guy here. And let's move on now to Fields of Mystria. So, whose eye can we grab? You definitely have the kind of brown eye that we can see. So I'll grab you here, copy you here. We'll save this to be our bridge down layer. Stardew lies there. There we go. And we'll go ahead and make you our FoM Eyes. There we are. And we'll make sure that we have our ref layer here. So we have, let's see, save that guy here. Grab this guy here, grab that layer, copy you here. And we'll grab you here. Oh, you know what we also didn't get to touch on? Maybe we'll get a chance to. Oh, closed eyes versus opened eyes, that might be worth looking at too. That would definitely help with some expressions versus a wink versus a non-wink, but we'll see. So this face here, this eye here, oh, you have slanted eyes. I see. I believe her name starts with an E, but I cannot remember. We use you there, and then we'll go down a little bit. You there. You're definitely a little bigger eye, your big eye. Smaller eye, more narrow eye, yep, that's definitely good. We'll move you about there and there, add you here. Then let's see, bigger eye, narrow eye, bigger eye, narrow eye, and bigger eye, and big eye, narrow, and big. Yeah, okay. I think we will go, we'll grab your eyes too. Your eyes are nice. Let's see, copy you here, and we'll go ahead and paste you here. Okie dokie. So with all that said, we have new eyes to mess with. And give me 1 second, let me clear my nose here. Oh no, go ahead, hold on. Alright, I'm all good to go. Oh my. Let me grab this here too. And pixel limits feel a lot more restrictive if you don't allow things to touch the borders, unlike these portraits. Yeah, that's true. These, especially the small excerpts of the eyes, it feels very freeing to only have to worry about the eyes. I don't have to worry about the nose space, the mouth space, any of those things, nah. Or even this is a lot of fun. I've never drawn things like this before, and I definitely want to start doing more of them. I'm enjoying this. This is great. I definitely want to do a lot more of these. So we'll go ahead and save this guy here. We'll go ahead and copy you here, paste you here, and now let's work our way back like what we did for Stardew Valley. So if I go ahead and grab you here, let's start off with this lady up at the very top. We'll try our best to remove as much anti-aliasing as we can to get the bare minimum of what's going on here. To begin, we'll see about removing that color there, and maybe that color there. That definitely works, lovely. We can then see about removing this color here, I think, and also probably that color there can also be removed. I think that's pretty good. So we'll save that. Next up, Nora. We'll remove you here, and then we'll remove, we can fill that in probably there. We can remove you here, and then we can also probably remove that there. Yeah, that'll work. And then we'll see about grabbing you here. I forget your name. We'll slide down a little bit here. And we'll go ahead and remove this here, remove that there. We can definitely remove this here as well. Never mind. Let's change you to a different color. Maybe fill you in as that color there. No, that's not a good color. Maybe grab this color here, fill that in. That can definitely work. That's fine. That's an acceptable color. We'll fill that in there. And then let's see. We'll grab you last here. So we'll grab you, and then we'll go ahead and make sure you are that guy, that guy, that guy, and that guy. Fill that in with that color, remove the color here. Probably remove the color there too, though. These colors, they feel the same. That's that color there. And then there's this color here. Interesting. Okay, well, remove both of them then. There we, oh, hold on. Yeah, you get removed and you get removed. There we are. Lovely. And it's of note too that the bottom of the eyes aren't really drawn, it seems like, or some of them are. But compared to adding the accurate look of an eye, it doesn't seem to be too much of a priority, at least at the very beginning. We'll go and copy you here. We'll then paste you here, slide you on over, and let's take a look. So again, we'll start with this area. Well, yeah, we'll start with that size in here. So we'll grab the reference, slide you over a little bit here, save you, slide you up to an area that we're about to do. So about here-ish, I'd say, should be good. Can I slide you over a little bit? Can you get a wee with that? We'll see how visible it is. And let me get some tea here. Tasty. Okay, and I'll also turn off the heater so that it does not get any hotter. Oh boy. All right, we'll go ahead then. And now, and ooh, this is tricky. The eyes have a different perspective. We'll probably do eyes more similar to this. There won't be symmetry, so we can't rely on our symmetry tool, but it's okay. It's all right. We'll then grab, I think this palette will probably work best for us. So we'll grab that to begin. And now, if we take a look at this, some eyes, or it depends, it seems like. This eye here is about 1, 2, 3, 4 about tall. You are very tall, but we have more narrow eyes. Some eyes that kind of go downwards more. So I'd say, if anything, this is the eye shape we want to go for. The eye itself, I'm not too sure about, but we can certainly see. So to begin, I'm going to just see about making that kind of pointed area. And hi, let's welcome to the stream. Welcome. And what is it? Here's Ezra the VTuber. Well, welcome in and welcome back. I hope you've been well. Welcome to Eyes. Let's see. We'll start off by adding this guy here because it's being rounded. It kind of goes over a little bit and then it goes down. This is the idea behind the eyelash, the eyes, behind the eyes. And then there's a bit that comes outward, so we can kind of see about maybe making this guy go down a little bit more, and this is the wrong layer. You should be this layer. No, that's also the wrong layer. Oh no! Hold on, you grab that there. You should be this guy here. Actually, I'm just gonna remove that there. Grab you here, grab that color here, go back to our eye background, save it there, go back to our Fields of Mystery eyes. Good to go. Okay, fill this guy in here. Lovely. Okay, so it seems to be the case that the eyelash kind of comes over a little bit here, so we'll have it go over a little bit as it's coming along the side, and then it seems to be the case that there is an underneath for the eye line here. She doesn't have it. Do you end up having it? Kind of, sorta. It depends on the person, it seems like, so that's interesting. Okay, well, maybe we can improvise just a little bit. Maybe we can grab the shadow of this guy here for the bottom of the eye, and we'll see about maybe making it this area here, the bottom bit here. It also seems to kind of come underneath too, so maybe we can get away with something like that underneath. And that said, I'm wondering, can we go a little bit more narrow up here? Like, what if we do this here and that there? And I'm wondering, I really don't like the point on it, but the point definitely does add a bit to it. It adds some sort of flavor to it. Maybe if we go up a little bit, down a little bit, it really does make a difference. Maybe if we do that now then, remove that guy, add that guy, remove that guy. I like that a lot more. Let's now add in the other eye. So this guy here, it seems to be a straight line. And are they on the same line? Yes, you are. Good to go. Okay, good to know, I mean. So we'll go ahead and just add this guy here a little bit over because this is the other side of the face. So you kind of go down a little bit. Do you also keep your same height? You do indeed. So you would go about here and here. So yeah, this is the right height here. And then you kind of go back in space a little bit and then you go straight. Interesting. Okay, so you go straight and then you would have the eye kind of come out here and you would have the eye, depending on the eye line or eyelash, you could do that there too. It would depend on the person. So then we'll go ahead and do this here. Now, I know since it's from a different angle, since we're seeing it from this way as it's going to the side, it's definitely going to be more narrow than the other one because the angle's different. So we can kind of have this guy go back a little bit, that guy goes down. We can then have you come up a smidge, grab this color here, and have it kind of go down and over too, depending on what it is. This is already feeling a little funny, but you know what? It's okay. It'll be all right. I sure hope so. We'll also have this guy go down a little bit more because you need it for that area there. Fill you in here and here and here. Okay, and oh yeah, this guy definitely goes in a little bit depending on the eye and the eye, but also maybe you can come in a little bit here and here to here for that there. That definitely looks nicer. I can say that much. Lovely. Okay, well, with that said, I'm just not sure about the eye distance. Oh, that definitely looks fine. That looks fine a lot. Yeah, we'll move you there. Okay, we'll move you over then here. We definitely need to add the eyebrows, so that's one thing I know. The eyebrows can definitely make a big change. So we can see about possibly making you go up here, up there, maybe, perhaps, down there, up there. I like that a lot more. We'll grab the eyebrows. These are more, what is it called? These are very simple eyebrows. So we'll just make this go up, and we'll also make this go up. So maybe that goes there, and then maybe this goes here. Something there and there, possibly we could do. Maybe you have to do it a little bit different just because of the perspective. But for now, we'll just keep it as is here. All right, we'll go and copy you here, save you, drag it on downwards, and then we can continue. So copy you here, paste you here. And with all of that said and done, next up are the eyes themselves. They seem to have some sort of black outline first, and then a white eye, or there's a few things going on here, and I'm realizing probably needed to simplify the eyes even more. So you know what, let's go ahead and simplify the eyes. We'll go back to our fields of mystery eyes, or if it lets me, undo, copy you here, paste, slide, nope, it doesn't let me, hold on. Let's see, grab you here, copy, paste. Is this not on the right layer? Oh, it's on the reference layer, that makes sense. You know, fair enough, Aseprite, fair enough, I suppose. We'll go ahead and copy you here, copy, save. Okay, I wanted to go in and redo or remove some of the eye features. Those are a little bit tricky. So we'll go ahead and fill this in, fill that in about there. You know what? Maybe this time around we just fill it in with the eyelash. So we just fill that in there, fill that in, and then we'll grab you here, fill you in, fill you, oh, hold on. Grab you here, fill you in here, so fill you in, and let me make sure contiguous is checked. Oh, okay, not that. Don't do that one. That's a bad idea. Very bad idea. Oh boy. We'll go ahead and then go grab you here, fill you in, grab you here, and then we'll go ahead and as well grab you here, and that should be good for the eyes. Okay. So with that said, and there is some perspective error on the back eye to even out the washed out geometry cheating, like each side of the face follows different laws of physics. We'll see if we need to modify it a little bit. I'm not trying to be too perspective accurate, but should it feel a little bit too off, we can definitely change it. As, yeah, this is, the eyebrows I think especially, something's off with the eyebrows. This doesn't feel too bad. It feels like the eyes are kind of going this or something along the lines of that, something this way here. And if it's going that way, then I don't think the eyebrows would go there. If anything, they might come and go maybe a little bit more so like that there. There will be less changing, I think, with the angle. Something would be off a little bit. Maybe even that there possibly might look a little bit better. Just depends on it. So yeah, something's definitely off. I can't agree to that one. We'll see about moving in that there. Okay, with that said, let me grab this guy here, delete you, remove you. We should be good to go. Okay. Back to these faces. Let's start off by adding the, oh, hold on. You have too much life. There you go, and there you go. Thank ya. And we'll also remove that there and remove that there. Good to go. Lovely. Okay, I'll save you here. And with that said, we'll go back to our fields of mystery eyes. And now we're going to need the pupils. The pupils that are going to, oh boy, the long pupils that are going to have a little, this seems to be a case of, it depends, it seems like. Maybe that there, that we're gonna maybe need bigger eyes or bigger eye whites. So let's see. These guys seem to go long, and then there's a little bit of, what is it called? The edges. The edges are there. Some edge here, maybe there, depends. Some edge there. I definitely like this. I think this is okay. I like that. It's this guy I'm not sure about. Maybe if we move over the eye a little bit here and here, and then move this guy here, move this guy here. I could see this working out. That definitely feels like it could work, but this here, the eyebrows, once again, eyebrows, it's always the eyebrows. Maybe here and here, maybe there and there, possibly. That could work out, maybe. And usually, at least when it comes to anatomy stuff, they say the eyes are about an eyeball width apart. So you wouldn't want to put them super duper close together. You want an eye to be able to fit between them. So this could work possibly about here, maybe. About there, might be our best bet. And then we'll slide it up here, up there we go. Okay, with all that said and done, let's save it. Is this what I want to lock in? Yeah, just about. And it's interesting. Some of these guys have pointy eyes, some of them not. So it's interesting. Okay, we'll save this guy, lock him in, and go on to the next layer. So I'll go and slide you down here, save you here, and then we'll go into you here, grab you there, copy you here, and then let's see. So back onto our reference area. If I go ahead and remove you here, copy you, paste you there. Let's see what other shadow and lighting we can add to hopefully make it feel nicer. Oh, I just realized as well. This guy needs to be lower because that's how the eyes look. The eyes are on the same line that they are at the very top. So that's important. This guy's also on the same line it starts. Yes. Okay, good, lovely. So it seems to be the case now we might add some eyelids to the character, and it's going to be the shadow that's underneath. So possibly what we might do is add a little bit of shadow underneath here, maybe for the eyelid is what I'm guessing is going on here. So maybe we can add a bit here to show, hey, look, there's some eyelid going on about there and there. Possibly there and there, and then have the eyelid coming down here. But there is some makeup going on here too. And it's interesting. Some of them have that area around them, some of them not. Interesting. And I wonder too, what if we add a dot here and add a dot there? That would add more to the eye, definitely. And then maybe we could add more up here and up here. Though it's definitely a little bit too harsh now, I think. So maybe we don't do that. Maybe we just keep it as is or do something else. Maybe that can go there. Maybe we could add you here, possibly. This just feels like it might be a little bit too thick. But then maybe we could do that there. Nah, I definitely don't like that. I think this is okay. I'm okay with that there. So we'll keep that there. Then it seems to be the case of that there's some shading on the bottom. There's also some shading on the, what is it called? The top of the eyebrows too. So maybe this is what we were supposed to be looking at. So maybe we can add it here and here. Some anti-aliasing in those areas. Nope, definitely not there. I think it might go here and here, possibly. Here, definitely in here. And then there's some lines here for the center of the eye. So maybe we can do possibly, let's see, have you come up a little bit here, here, and there. Possibly come inwards there and there. Have you go down a little bit here. And then this would be the rest of the eye. So maybe about here. And then this would be the eyelid. So maybe about there and there. And then we could have you come in a little bit more. For lighting, actually, yeah, you'll come in there. There you go. About there and there. There you are. Okay, and then the rest of it might come over a smidge and then down, possibly here and here. Maybe have you kind of come over a bit there. And then for this guy, you'd probably have, let's see, I'm seeing a line here for the dark bits at the top, or the eyelid. So maybe that guy would come in a little bit here. And then we can see about possibly adding, I think that's okay. I think that's all right. So we'll go ahead and maybe add a bit here, possibly underneath the eye. I do see this one has one underneath the eye. But the thing is, so yeah, that could work. Underneath the eye is okay. Maybe we add one here underneath the eye too. Maybe even here underneath the eye could possibly be a thing to add. And with that said, let's see. Anything else I can think to add? Nope. Do we need to reposition the eye? I do think this might look a little bit nicer. This versus this. This or this. That does feel nicer in a little sense, I can definitely say, and that maybe you'd add the nose in about here so you get a big nose in for the eye, for the face. We're going to save that guy there. And next up, we need to also add the sparkle of the eye. So I like how this lady here is quite simple. It's just the idea of you take the really dark color and the really dark, well, the eyes are also looking downwards more, but this one does it too. You take the really dark color of the eyes and you make it the very bottom, and now you take the brightness of the eyes. Now it kind of depends. The brightness of the eyes, and this is wrapped around in that dark color, it seems to be for the most part. So either, I'm thinking we do, let's see. We grab this dark color here, make this guy the dark color, and then make this bit, let's see. That guy's the dark color, that goes there, that goes there. This guy's a dark color, you go there, and then this guy here is all of the actual eye bit here, and then it's a bit of black in the area. So we can do that there, that there, that there. That would be from the start of the eyes. And maybe we can do this here and that there for possibly more of eye flavor, but I think this is okay. This will be fine. And then halfway through is when we add that light and then the little extra bit. So we might do this here and here, and then we might do this here and here, so about there and there. And then you add the little dot. So we would add maybe a little dot here, a little dot here, possibly like that there and that there, maybe. And then from that point, let's see. I'm surprised there's no, or maybe we just haven't added the shading yet. And I'm wondering as well, what if we were to do something like this here and that there? That's not too bad. That's not too bad. There's this and then there's this. Yeah, that's not as bad as I thought it might have been. Maybe we can up it there and there, possibly. It really depends. Super duper depends. Maybe we can do this guy here. I'm quite okay with that. Yeah, maybe we do that. We can also have it come upwards a little bit, so maybe like that there. No, that's the same exact thing, isn't it? Maybe something here and here could work. Yeah, let's keep that. I like that. Anything else we're noticing? Oh, yes, the eyebrows. Her eyebrows are fine here. The eyes here are good to go. So let's move on to the next step. I'll go ahead and copy you here, paste you down, and then we'll grab this guy here from our bit here, copy you here, paste you here, slide you on down, save it, And let's see, I think this is the last step we see. So I'll go ahead and save this guy here. And then we'll grab our reference layer, delete it, and then we'll copy you here, paste you here, slide you on over to here, and let's give another try, shall we? And no, before that, let me get some tea. Delicious. Okay, that said, we'll go ahead and save this guy. And lastly, we can see for certain that this guy, or hold on, wrong color, this here, this is the shadow that's mainly used for the eyes, and that there's actually some shading around the eyes. So let's see if we can actually go with this. What if we were to add just a smidge of a nose? It seems to be the case that there is a line about here. So we'll see about line here, and then there's a nose kind of coming downwards. And then you get a little nose here, and then a little tiny nose, so that's quite cute. I wonder, there's a line about there, and tea has been drinked. Madness or start! Oh boy, tea is very important for the process. I can't say that much. We'll go ahead and see about adding the line around the edge here, as that seems to be the case. This guy gets lined out. Maybe there and there would be the edges for you, and then here and here would be your bits, I think, possibly. Maybe even add a little bit more. It just depends, truly. So let's see, either you there. I see some shading as well for underneath the eyebrows. That's something that's really important here. So it depends. Right now, it looks like the eyes are looking upwards. So I think it's okay. I think it's okay. That wasn't the expression I was going for, but it definitely is. It's all right. It functions. That's what's super duper important. So let's see. We'll go ahead and grab, that's our light color here. Nope, this is an entirely different color. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'll just grab that color there. And okay, I can't keep my eyes open at this point. Pun intended. Goodbye. Curse you, time zones. Thank you for coming along and chatting for a bit as well as participating, Ed. I hope you have a lovely rest. Oh boy, time zones, it is such a shame. Bye-bye. Let's see. We can definitely add at least, oh, it's interesting. At the very bottom of the eyebrows is where they add the, what is it called? At the very bottom is where they add the anti-aliasing for the dark bits, but then on the top is where they add the extra bits. So it's interesting. I don't know how well it fares against mine, but it's interesting to note that they at least do that for this one here. And then if we go ahead and see about adding possibly more, can we do more about here and here? Like that there, how would that look? And then add a little bit more here and here. That's not too bad, truth be told. And then this guy here would be bits that you would see at the edge. And hi Anna, welcome to stream, welcome in. And I need to try texturing some Pixelart eyes on the 3D model with this newfound knowledge. Oh, that sounds lovely. I know I textured my own eyes, but 3D modeling and Pixelart, interesting. And I got pretty lucky your stream's not that late in the evening for me, which is my time to relax or work out or game for a bit. Relax or work on my game. I see. Those are two different things, and I'm happy to hear it fits into your schedule. At some point, I definitely do want to try other, well, not a lot of different times. Thing is, my wake-up time is like 10, 11, so I really can't go earlier than that. And then stream starts for me at 1 o'clock. And same, I work when she yaps! Oh boy, that's always nice to hear too. Let's see, I'm thinking maybe we can add a darker line here, maybe a darker dot here, maybe a darker dot here for beneath the eyes. Possibly, maybe we could see about doing that there and that there. Though I feel as though it would be, in truth, that there, but no, that, definitely not that. Okay, that there. And then there's also a little bit of anti-aliasing for the bottom of the eyes, or not the bottom of the eyes, the eyebrow bits, or the outlines. So we can see about adding that there too. Maybe we can add in this guy here. Nah, I think this is okay. Maybe we just add this bit here. Nah, I take it back. We don't add that bit there. Sorry, guys, you're getting revoked. We can see about adding, let's see. You might go along the bottom here. So you might go here and here, possibly, but I don't like that. If I'm honest, something feels odd about that. Let's see. That there. Then we add the lines there. There is a little bit of dithering going on along the top, but I couldn't find a place to put good dithering at. Maybe that would work up there, or maybe you would just add the two lines there, what we saw before. Let's see. Or, they do diagonals in some areas, so maybe we could do a diagonal here and here, but nah, I don't like that there. So we'll keep this as the orange bit. Let's just try our best to keep in line with the idea here. So we'll do that there and there. This bit here seems to have the dark bit at the end, so I think that's okay there. Next up, let's see. You would probably have more shading about here and here, about there and there maybe, but I do like this. I think this makes the most shading so far, makes the most sense so far. What we can do is, it seems to be the case that we need to move this guy up a little bit, so we'll move him up a little bit, about maybe by 1 up here. Move that guy up here and here, about up there, because then this will allow us to have more access to more shading in these areas. So something here and here and here, and there, possibly. And maybe we can see about maybe lowering you down a smidge, or better yet, probably adding some dithering in some of these areas here. So that goes there, that goes there. You would go here. And then there's the dithering in this bit. So probably, maybe, oh, that's definitely not the right color. That would be a too dark color. So I think this is okay. I think that's all right to do. Okay, but that said, for the rest of our eyes, there's a little bit of a dark bit and a light bit. And I'm wondering, how do this lady, her eyes are already a different color. So I'm wondering, maybe if we just grab the bottom of the black here, and it's interesting too, the bottom of the eye sometimes most likely comes outside a little bit. So maybe we do make this come down a smidge more, and that way we can have the bottom of the eye come downwards. Something like that feels more in line with how they do it for Fields of Mystria. So then this guy here would have the dark bottom outline, and you would come in and it would go about here and here. Yeah. Wow. Huh. That made a big difference, wouldn't you say? Making the bottom of the eyes come upwards, removing some of that space, that made a huge difference. My, I was not expecting that. Let me slide this guy over a little bit so it's a little bit easier to see. Yeah, I've never seen that technique done before, where the bottom of the eyes fills in with it. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. You know, maybe I shouldn't have doubted you too soon, Fields of Mystria. You clearly know what you're doing. Oh boy, we'll go ahead and add our lines here. So let's see, is that those 2 different colors? Yeah, those are 2 different colors. So we'll grab this color, I think, and then that color there for the bottom of the eye as we go along. And then this guy here, you're probably also maybe the whites of the eye, so maybe you might get a little bit more there and there, possibly. And then you'd have this guy here and here and here and here. Maybe about there and there, maybe a little bit of here and modified it there. And it's very entertaining to have on in the background. Well, thank you. I'm glad I can give you a good case of the ha-has. Oh boy, let's see here. We'll slide you on over then. And after that, I'm wondering now if we can just have this little guy pop, pop, pop like that there, and then have it come down a little bit here. Possibly, maybe. And then we would have to then add some of this bit here. So maybe we can add now you here. For the outline of that, then maybe we could add you here and here. No, it's way too thick. Maybe you there, then possibly. I like this. I think that can work there. Maybe we add this as the bottom of the eye, but I think the orange is okay here. So we'll keep it. And let's see, anything else? Oh, yes, right. I completely forgot. We need to take the dark area here and add 2 lines. 2 line there, 2 line there. There, woo. Woo, my. That made a big difference, wouldn't you say? Okay, all right. You know what? I definitely seem to have doubted you too quickly. I wonder if we swap out the eye dot. So if we move the eye dot to you here and you here. Ooh. Okay, all right, okay. Move that there and there, so we still get the eye. Move you to here, so we still get part of the eye there. Ah, okay, all right. We can keep you. You are fine to be kept. And it makes me wonder as well. I saw some of out here, the outline definitely moves a bit. All in all, though, maybe move you up here. Definitely don't think the eye goes here. Definitely, let's see, we can move you here. That definitely, it's so close together. We can see about maybe making you go here and here, possibly. Might work out a little bit better. And there is a bit of shading here, so maybe we can do, let's see, you go there. You have a little bit of highlight, and then you go back to shading. So maybe we can shade you about down here and down here, possibly, like there. Maybe could work out well. That definitely has that line across that I was talking about earlier. So we can see about maybe doing something like that. And then, well, she's older. That's why she has those lines. But if we were to do the older lines, something like that there, maybe, possibly. Anything else that can be added? I think that's the last step before, yeah, this is the last step. Interesting. Okay. Oh, yes, I forgot. We have to add the dark bits, or yeah, the dark bits here, up here, down here, up here. Yeah, that definitely helps too. Little dark bits in the areas, and maybe we got the darker bit here for the very top. Can be added there and there. Yeah, interesting. Okay, I think this will be it for this guy here. I'm just wondering, maybe we can shift you up by like 1, Ooh, yeah, that's this, not too much. This one, that one feels a little bit more accurate. Kind of going backwards, possibly, though it could just be a me thing. Oh my, maybe if we go make you go up more like that there, down more, I don't know. But I'm happy with this. So far, we're doing so far so good. We have around maybe in a 1 hour more, and hi Ox, welcome in the stream. Unfortunately, the chat turned off, so you know what? I will refresh it, and then we'll just reuse the use the backup chat. If I just do a quick test here, it's working now. The reset worked. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and please correct me if I'm wrong in the name as well. Okay, yeah, I like this. Okay, so we have and actually, let me move you up a little bit more. Ooh, yeah. Hold on, there. I like that there. Maybe we move it over by 1 here, about there, and then move you down here a little bit. Yeah, okay. So we have done first a realistic style from just looking at it. We've then done the Stardew Valley, and then we've done the Fields of Mistria version, which means I think we've got a good general idea. The next section I want to do, the next thing I want to spend some time doing is I was able to find some pixel art to-dos, or not to-dos, but tutorials on eyeballs. I think it could be fun to attempt to try and see if we can follow along with the tutorial. If I click on PRF here, I can show you. I can never remember how to say the name. It starts with an R, very long name, and I can just show it to you. So if you are interested in their art, you can continue. If I scroll out here and we go all the way up to here, yes, Rapanum, should you type this name in, you'll get lovely pixel art. They're one of my favorite pixel artists online, and here are some pixel art examples of eyes they've done. And you can see there's a lot going on here. And these eyes, look at these eyes, aren't they so interesting? These are the type of eyes I want to get good at drawing. The only issue is that they're so big, then the person has to be big. So it would be a little bit tricky maybe to do game sprites. It looks so good, doesn't it? It's so pretty. And if we keep in mind, right, dithering, you see any dithering, you see any anti-aliasing, are you able to easily spot it? Down there so pretty, aren't they? So we're gonna try following this tutorial, see where it lands us. We'll choose an eye, and I have the perfect eye to choose from. And all right, well, that's perfect news. Lovely, things line up. We'll do this when we get back to the ad break. So I'll say this guy here, and do any of you have a favorite anime character? Anime character, their eyes for an anime character. I know what character I'm going to draw, but if you can, I would suggest, if you are following along, finding an image of one of your favorite characters in their eyes. If they have a special looking eye, I would suggest doing that. This is more of a stylized anime, and Pixelart Journey also ended up trying to do the follow along tutorial too. This is what we'll look at here. We'll try to do these guys here. The character, or actually, I don't know what specific one I'll be doing yet, but I want to do some Steven Universe characters. There's a lot of different eye looks here. Mainly that there's kind of a diamond shape here. This one has a lot of lashes. This one's more angular. This one here, more sort of circular. It's not very detailed, so we can definitely add a lot to it on our own of just areas, and I want to see if we can do something similar to this too. But of these characters, I'm not sure in the diamonds. Yeah, aren't they cool looking? Let me get some tea here. Tea has been consumed. I think white diamond, this character right here, could be a fun idea to do. Do you have eyelashes, or you don't do eyelashes? Yeah, let's do big eyelashes, white and black. I like that. Yeah, we'll do this. This is the one I shall be doing. Okay, with that said, let me get some lemonade now that my tea is no more. Tasty and so refined. She is quite refined, isn't she? Let's see. I'll save this guy here. We'll actually move you over to about here, and then we will save you, move you up to about here, and move you up to there. Yeah. We'll do that. We'll do a little bit of something like that. I was able to also find more. Miru is another pixel artist that I really enjoy the pixel art of. They're more on the realistic side for the most part, but if you're more of a realistic pixel artist, they might be someone you want to check out. There is also, let's see, Sir Hombre. I haven't seen them before, but I like how simple they made their art. I like how simple they made the eyes. It's simple, stylistic, and I think if I end up doing smaller eyes, this might be the style I try to aim for instead. And then you have Ski here, who decided to go the route of super duper sparkly details, and I really do like this. I think it's cute, especially Obviously, if I were to try to do something more on the chibier side, then this would definitely more be the route. No, look at that. The outline here that we saw for Fields of Mystria, it makes another appearance here. That's interesting. I also found some tutorials that weren't Pixelart specifically, but I thought they could still be handy for the idea of building a strong eye look. So the idea of base color, highlights, and of that nature. I do see some familiar faces there. They give life to my Twitter/Instagram feed without Pixelart. Yeah, their art is lovely. We have here, and I don't know how to say that name, maybe Anthony, possibly? And it's just the idea of different eyes, different expressions, different types. I just think it's so neat. And let's see, anyone else? Oh, yes, Rena. There are some videos I linked in the playlist for the eyes that you should be able to find on her idea of what goes into making an eye. Something as simple as shadow, highlight, pupil, little sparkle, little pizzazz. And it's wild how you don't need a lot for it to look like an eye, an idea. Oh boy, welcome back from the ad break. Welcome back in. Alrighty then. I will be attempting to draw White Diamond's eye. That's what we're going to do. We're going to follow the tutorial of here from Rapinum, and we'll see where we get. We'll see what happens. So I'll go ahead and save this guy here. We'll go back into draw here, and give me 1 second. Let me clear my nose again. If I click on. All right, good to go. With that said and done, let me go ahead and save you. And move you, make you smaller. Back a little bit of that. We'll slide you over. We'll have the White Diamond here and our examples here too. Now, how big should we make our eye? I definitely do want to get better at doing a smaller eye style, so it'll depend. Maybe a little bit bigger than this, but smaller than this. So, still within, I think, this size, but not taking full and not doing only a little bit. Somewhere in between those two, I think, has been my favorite. So I'll go ahead and save this guy here. Then we'll go ahead and we'll make this guy a little bit bigger. Sprite canvas size, move you up a little bit more. There we are, thank you. Okay, and then we'll slide you down to here and here. Okie dokie. So, her eyes are very simple. They're white and black and silver and gray, so it should be easy enough to do. I think it could be fun to do skin tone as like a dark brown against the white, kind of like this here. That feels like it could be fun. So, to begin, let's see. Initial sketch. Next, eyelashes and eyebrows. Next, add the pupil. Next, clean up the line art. Next up, add the base colors. Next, add the shading. Add next shading. Add highlight. Next, specular highlight, colored outline, hue shifting, and detail cleanup. Okie dokie. Well then, let me see if I can get a super duper quickly. What would it be? Low spec. Let me see if I can get a palette, a super quick palette to use. Oh yeah, we probably can use the Resurrect 64 one. If I grab you here and go into my folders, I should have it on standby. Palettes. Just start with a P and be in my folder somewhere, possibly. We could also just use this one. Yeah, let's use this one. I do like this one. Okay. We'll use this palette here. This palette is a modified version I made of a palette from, what's it called? Dandelion texture pack from Minecraft. I just love the saturation. I do enjoy these. And hi, Sortazar. Welcome back to stream. Welcome back. And Freyrin is so peak. I do agree. Freyrin is lovely. We'll make the skin. Ooh, yeah. Red and black could be a lovely color. So we'll go for you here and that there. And then we'll go ahead and do you here, you here, you here. I don't think we'll need the eyeballs here. The thing I think to take away from this would be the anti-aliasing in the edges and how they do the shiny bits. But the good news is, should we need it, we'll still have it on standby. So I'll go ahead and close this guy here. So initial sketch. Okay. And we'll do that there and move you to here and here so we can get an idea of initial sketch. And I've never heard someone pronounce it Freyrin. Is that not how you say it? Oh no. Is it Faerun, maybe? Or, Freyrain? Oh no! Oh my! Let's see. Zoom this guy out here. Zoom out. And we'll see. So initial sketch. My issue is just, I don't work very well with outlines. So we might just skip some of the initial sketch to do our line as a different one. And we'll do this here. Oh, there we go. Save that there. we'll go ahead then next and see about, okay, that's that color there. And Freyrin like it's spelled, not I-E. I always get confused with the E-I-I-E. For Freyrin, maybe? Was I any closer? Let's see, we'll grab this black here, really pretty colors. And then we'll see about also grabbing a white, so like a creamy color for here, for the white of the eyes. Okay, yeah, these are some of my favorite colors. Friday! Yeah, Freyrin? Is that how you say it then? Freyrin? We'll go ahead and say this guy here. And now, yeah, we'll make the eye this big. I think that's good. And let's see, saw to the fry, if you would say the fry like you would Freyrin? Ah! I could see that being a thing. I can definitely see that being a thing. And try to convert the palette image to the color area for accessibility. Hamburger button, new palette from Sprite. Well, I don't like using this palette area. I'm not a fan. I wish I could use it more as like a color ramp. I like when it's sorted like this, color rampy style. So I end up usually drag and dropping my palette into something and this sort of thing. When it is an entire palette here with all lines of colors, I never end up enjoying it. And Freyrin and me X2, and yeah, I'm pretty sure they say Freyrin. I see. You know, me and names, we don't get along. I'll grab this color for now. And is it preference? Yep, it is indeedy. I tried my best to see if I could find I can give you another example too. I tried my best to see if I could find a color palette, or what is it called? Yeah, color palette plugin for Aseprite. Because the way I do palettes, or the way I make palettes, I like doing my best, if I can find it here, by taking one color and then seeing the different options and then kind of connecting them together. This is how it usually gets made. Having them here like this, it gets confusing on what goes where and what connects to what. So usually, if I have a big project I'm working on, I'll just make a whole file for a palette, and then I'll just grab and drop whatever I need. So let me go ahead and close you here, and in this one here, I didn't make it. I just upped the saturation. So it was already like this, and I think I did, yeah, I added these colors to it, but all in all, this was not made by me. We'll go ahead and save this guy and go to you here. Lovely. Okay, and since most of the names are German-based, I see, that would make a lot more sense then. Yeah, I can totally see it. We'll go back to here, and I'm wondering, maybe we go for this color instead, and grab this color here. Yeah, okay. So we need to have the eye outline and then the, let's see. Yeah, eyelash, eyebrow, add pupil, clean line art. So base color, basic shadow and shading. Okay, so the basics of it is we have a color for the white, and then we need the color for the, oh, her eyes are gonna be different. We need to have, I guess, a gray color then? I wanted to do white, but I'm just realizing now that might not be possible with our color palette. Do any of these characters have white eyes? No, you have a yellow eye. Maybe we do a yellow eye. Maybe we do a different eye here. We could do, pink maybe? Pink could look nice. Red could also look nice too. No, let's go for this red. Fire red. And since most of the names are, I did that. Lovely. Okay, click that there, click that there. Maybe we'll go for the eye being this color or this color here. Possibly. Complementary color of red, I forget. Another tip for you then, try to drag this file name default palette to the border so that your screen is divided. Oh, I have seen that before as well. The issue with that is that I don't like the way it's separated. It hurts my head. This is too much going on. Way too much space. So I usually go back and forth. What I can say as well is that, for example, since I found out that you could move the bottom border, I don't know how I lived without it. The fact that you can switch the bottom border to the side. This feels clearer in my mind. I can understand that a lot easier. Yep, but thank you. There's people out there who may not have known those tips. So it's always nice to hear them, even if I do know them. It's good to share them. Because maybe somewhere out there, somewhere, somehow. Let's go ahead and now grab this eye here. I'll then go ahead and see about this. So we want to make sure, one thing that we want to be very specific in is that we want to have the eye have like a diamond shape. So maybe we can make you kind of have, oh, we could do possibly, let's see, diamond shape. We can make this a diamond shape. The issue is that we might just have to make this really super duper small eye. How could you do a diamond shape like this? Maybe you could have it kind of come here and here. Maybe have you come here and here. Nope, that's not a diamond shape. That's kind of like a diamond shape. Maybe we're okay with this diamond shape. Maybe it doesn't have to be so extra. We can then see about adding the outline here for the outline of the eye, it seems like. So this here, and then we have that kind of come up here. And then it seems to be the case of this eye kind of dips down. So maybe we kind of have you come downwards a little bit more. And I'm realizing we're gonna need either less space, more space, or something else. This is not enough space to work with. And I say that despite the fact that we did just work with it a little bit. Maybe the styling or this idea doesn't work as well as I thought for me. Maybe instead of trying to start with the people, we start with the, let's try that instead. Instead of this color, let's start with this color here to try to make the outline and then fill it in as we go. We know that this lady has upturned eyes, so we can kind of make it go upwards a little bit there. Upwards eyes, but also goes down a little bit. So it's interesting. Okay, you go down here, and then you kind of go downwards, and then you kind of go upwards. So it's something more so like this here. Maybe we can have this guy kind of come up a little bit here, possibly, and then have you come up, let's see, here. Maybe something like that could work out. Though I think it might have to be smaller, just begin, because we're making something tiny. So maybe something here, and here. Next up, then, we would add the eyelash. So let's see, you go here, you go here, you go here, here, and here. And we would want to make sure it's very thick eyelashes. And lots of spiky bits. So maybe we come down here a little bit here. Now, it definitely doesn't seem to be the case that the bottom has eyelash bits. So we'll keep it to the very top. We'll just fill this in, fill that in all the way here. And try our best to see what we can make that even if something possibly similar. The eyelashes definitely do seem to be a lot though. So I'll do my best to see if we can add a lot. For example, this could be maybe a point, or you know what? Since this character does have eyelashes, like eyelash, maybe we do allow them to have a little bit of extra space here because of all the extra makeup. So for example, here, maybe that is a bit there, maybe that's a bit there, maybe that's a bit there. Maybe then we can add a bit here, Then we can do this here, possibly. Maybe have this kind of come out a little bit here and here. And then have you come up a little bit here. Maybe go in a little bit back there. Possibly something like that. And hi, Fluffy Panda. Welcome in his room. Welcome in. And hi, Eris. What you drawing today? Well, we're drawing eyes. I've never done an eye study before. And welcome back as well. Right now, we're trying to learn how to draw eyes. This was my first attempt at just drawing an eye, a very realistic eye. Next up, we tried drawing an eye based on the Stardew Valley style. This is the end result. And then we tried drawing an eye based on the Fields of Mystery idea. And now that we have that knowledge, we're trying to draw White Diamond's eye using this Pixelart tutorial by Rappanum. That's the idea. And here, and I got it. Lovely. And also, fun fact, Frieren in German means I'm cold because Frieren in the anime has a pretty cold personality. Ah, interesting. I would have not guessed that. Oh, that's lovely. That's so neat. That's a neat touch. Let's go back over to here and here. And what I wanted to see about was adding just very thick lines to hopefully make it feel like the, that makes it look mad. But maybe that's what we want. But not mad quite, but just pointy lines. Pointy lines is what we're looking for. So maybe something here, and then maybe we can add a line here, maybe add a line here, or maybe a line there. No. A line there. Yeah. And then line here. Yeah. Maybe not. Hold on. And then you there, and then you there. I take it back. Nope. No, yeah. No, yeah. No, don't take it back. Maybe we add you up to here and up here, about there and there, possibly. Nah, I liked it better when it was the other one. So, yeah. That just feels off a little bit to me. And there's also a little bit, it seems to be the case of that kind of coming out there and there. That kind of comes out and down. That kind of comes out and down. I liked it. There was a flavor to it. This is definitely nice. The top is good. It's the bottom I now have an issue with. The bottom isn't as thick as the other bits, but it does still have a little bit of flavor here and there. Maybe we can make you come out a little bit more, something there and there. I like the round edge here. I like that a lot more. So let's see about now, making it come over a little bit here, over a little bit here. No. Maybe it come over and over here, and now we do another one over and over here. So something like that there. Maybe we add another there and there. And then maybe we add a little tip there. And I want to add one more here, possibly. Maybe another one here. Does that look like it could be eyelash? Maybe if we do, maybe that there, and move that there, possibly. I think this is too tall is the issue. Probably would have to do something like this, maybe, for something smaller. And then after that, what do we see? We have the circle, and the circle of the eye seems to have an edge. I don't know if we can do that just because of how small this is, but we can certainly try. So I'm going to copy this guy here, slide you on over. And then what are you? What layer are you? Fields of Mystery eyes. I see. We'll go to eye background here, paste you into there. Oh, undo, paste you in, slide you over to there. Okay, so now let's see. From there, what I'd like to do is see about that outline. And oh, that's a really big square, isn't it? I'm going to do, yeah, we just need to figure out what eye color we want to go for. So there's this eye color, and I definitely do like the red, but I think the red could be something different. What does the eye look like here? It's a round circle, but we don't have to do round circle. There's other eyes we could do. We could do an eye, yeah, there's different ones. We could do circle eye, we could do a long eye. I kind of want to see if we can do an eye like this. That seems like a fun idea. So we'll go ahead and, idea, oh boy. Let's see about adding this guy here, maybe adding that guy here. Yeah, I think that's okay. And then maybe adding that there. The question is, red? Do we want to do red? Is there a different color we could partake in? And let me grab the palette as I lost it and I closed it on accident. We could do yellow, could do green. Green maybe? How does green look? Is green a creative color? Let's see. Green here? Nah, definitely not green. Red might be better then. Let's do red. Let's stick with red. We'll grab this red here. And this already is red too, funny enough. Let's see, darker red. This would be a darker red. That could also be a darker red. So we'll go back to our guy here. And there seems to be an outline along it. So well, maybe we can just add that outline there. And then let's see, I'm wondering, that outline there, do we want to add it or do we want to remove it? I think it's okay. So we'll add that bit there. There's also a black section here. So this would be this bit there for the eye. That looks like a dragon's eye. This, not so much. I wonder if we could do this here, and then if we make the eye come over a little bit here. So maybe if we stretch the eye out a bit, something there, and then we were to make it look around there and there, I think that might work out a little bit better. And then, let's see, you maybe come here, yeah, that's a singular one there, but I quite like this here. Yeah, let's do this guy. Next up would be the bottom bit of the eye, so let's see. If we add in a really, really vibrant red at the very bottom here, something like this here and that there. We can also do that red, but I think this red gets the idea across. You can even see about doing something like that. Ooh, yeah. No, you remember what we saw from Fields of Mystery too, right? But the idea of having the bottom of the outline have a different color, maybe we add that. So we could do something like this here and that there. How does that feel though? I'm not sure about that one. It was an idea, you know, it was an idea. And can't say we didn't try the idea. Maybe if we do, no. I don't think it works here. It definitely worked here, but for our area, not as much, which is interesting. Yeah, maybe it's because of there's no bottom eyelash. It's why it works better. Maybe if we did this guy here. Oh, you know what too? The eye is also different here. Yeah, the outline that we have. So it'd be this color, but darker than this color. So that color there. Maybe if it were a different color. And welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And do you ever feel like a plastic bag? No, I can't say I've ever felt like that. And hi, welcome in the stream. Welcome into Eyes. I can say for certain, I don't think I've ever seen eye to eye with a plastic bag. Oh boy, maybe if we go down here a little bit more and then your art's so good. Oh no, hold on. Just to make sure, this is not my art. This art right here is by Rappanum from Twitter. I'm referencing it. But if you're talking about this art, this is mine, not mine. And let's see. I made this. I did make this. This is mine. We also have let's see, if I scroll it a little bit, this is mine too. These are my eyes. And also, these are my eyes. The rest of them are from different games. This one's from Fields of Mystery. This one here's from Stardew Valley. And num. And it's a Saturday. Good day to be a plastic bag. But if that's comment still stands, thank you. Oh my. Let's see here. They do some anti-aliasing. Maybe if we do outline like this here. Nope, I take it back. And the eyes are yours. These are, not this one though. This eye right here is made by this person from Twitter. Rappanum. Let's see. I'm wondering if it's the, black. What if we do like a brown instead then? So not the black color here. What if we go a little bit brighter? What if we go about that color? Or this brown here. And hydration sure can do. And welcome,
Smiling on,
welcome in.
Hydrate.
And is Pixel your main style? Yes, indeedy. Pixelart is my main style. I can 100% say that. The hope is that I do these Pixelart studies once a week, every week, and we get better at learning Pixelart and learning different aspects, since I want to put Pixelart in my games and make Pixelart characters. Welcome in, and thank you for that hydrate redeem. And I want to see more of your stuff. Well, I can do something very quickly and document games. I do indeed. Hold on, very quickly. I can do this, as it's pretty very simple to show off. And hi Alex, welcome back into stream. On my website, I can do this. I can do a quick scroll. You can see these are some pieces I made this year. So I can say 100% everything you see on screen is from me. Oh me, oh my. Now granted, I need to update this. I definitely do. But hopefully that can give you a little bit of an idea. And at some point, numma should be a sound point. It's so fun to say, numma. We'll go ahead and go back into this guy here, and go back into this guy, and looks so good. Hi, Yana. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in, and welcome back. And welcome back to you as well, Alex. Let's see. I'm wondering, maybe we grab this guy and what? Wait, what are your games about? Here you go. If I do exclamation ITCH, there you are. I'm currently making a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as a necromancer. So I'm working on the art of that game, and ooh, look at that. Dark, very dark versus the lighter color here for the eyelash. That definitely makes a difference. I like that better. I like that better than the black. That looks a lot better. Care to address the allegation that you are two Victorian-era children in a trench coat? What allegation? And you're so cool. Thank you. How sweet of you to say. I have never heard of such an allegation, and how's it going? It's going lovely, Chick. Welcome back in. Let's see. We can definitely see about adding the anti-aliasing to these edges here. The only issue is it's just a small sprite that it's super duper difficult. And I'm wondering as well, maybe we grab that darker color, or maybe a darker color. Maybe not that specific one. And we go back into here and we do this one. What if we were to do the very middle bits here? So bits here as the darker areas. It's a little bit like anti-aliasing, but not quite. Something here like that, you think? And then something like that there, and a little bit like that there. That could work. That could definitely work. My idea is that you'd see the very tips of the eyelashes, the very tips of them would be darker or lighter than the other areas. That was the hope, though I don't know how well that is. That's translated in this art here. Maybe we would see that there, and I don't like that. Oh, yeah, no, that can go there, maybe that can go there. You know what? Sure. And hi, Petey. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Wow, so pretty. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. This is a lot of fun. I can definitely say eyes, it's really rapidly becoming one of my favorite topics. Let's see. The next part of the tutorial, once we have the underbit, the top bit, now we add the highlight, it seems to be. I can't tell what the style is, but it's looking great. Well, initially I was going to follow Rappanum, as I really do like the look of his last eyes as they turn out. But because we're making such a small sprite, it's not very possible to do these big eyes. At some point, though, they will be done. So I'm taking what I learned from the previous studies, the one we did for Stardew Valley, and also the one we did for Fields of Mystria, and I'm combining them, and I'm trying my best to get just a general feel of how I like doing and how I like seeing them done. You can even see here, he has enough space to do some outlines on some of the eyelashes. I don't think I've ever had that much space to go that far. My goodness. Maybe what we can do is do that there. I'm wondering, maybe we do that there. Oh, no, I think this is fine. Something there and do that here. Yeah, like that. Okay, and now we're going to need the highlight and a few more things. We're gonna need the dark bit at the top of the eye. And truth be told, technically speaking, I think we could just get away with doing something like that. And then we are just going to need to do this as a lighter color. So maybe we could do maybe that there. I don't like it. I take it back. I take it way back. We need a different color. And what kind of music do you do for your games? None really at the moment. I am trying to learn how to make music for my games, but I can't really say what kind of music. I've probably only made maybe 2 to 3 songs. If you'd like to hear the music, I can do exclamation NECROTYPE. The prototype of my game has the music in it. So you'll be able to listen to some of the music there. And too many pixels! And spooky music. Some of it will be spooky music, but some of it's gonna be a little more on the fun side. Let's grab that color and this color here too. And how long does it take to make a game? My game's not done yet, but I've been working on it for a little bit over, about maybe a year and a half. So it's the thing of, I have no idea how long it's going to take because I'm still learning. So we'll see in due time how long it does take. And more pixels. Eventually you'll get tired, won't you? There's only so many pixels you can add to this. That you can't possibly want more pixels than this. And I want to make a game with you. Unfortunately, I'm not open to doing, game collaborations. I do want to host some game jams and things of that nature, but I do appreciate the thought of it. Let's see. Let's now grab our darker gray color, and there, you're never enough. Well, I mean, you know, this is pretty big eyes. You got some big eyes here, and I'm in the music industry. I see. I can't say I have had a music teacher before reach out to me and help me a little bit understanding music, and I've learned so much from it. But at the moment, my focus isn't, and I'm also not seeing a darker color for this guy here. Yeah, we're gonna need to make our own darker cream, a darker gray cream. This is more like a warm green. Will you even work for? You could work, maybe. These are more skin tone colors, but we'll grab both of these colors here and see how will they fit. So we have you here, and then we have you here. Yeah. You know what? I take it back. I take it all back. You're pretty. Okay, do that there, and then we'll do this guy here. And now let's see. We could do this color, or we could do this color. I think this color is the right amount of dark. And do that color there. I like it. Now we can see about possibly maybe adding the tips of this guy. Maybe we can do a lighter color. A little lighter color would be maybe something like that or that. And if we add you here, would you, the lighter color, would that feel nicer if we add a lighter color there, and there? I do think it looks nicer. I like it a lot. We'll go ahead and save this guy here. And lastly, the creme de la creme. We have to add life. There. Or we could do there. Well, we could also do here. Life into the... I like it. I do indeed. Now, do we add any anti-aliasing? The thing is, this guy doesn't really have any anti-aliasing at this moment. And yeah, that guy has some feeling to him. Oh boy. You know what? This guy... Well, no. I guess here and here would be a little bit of anti-aliasing. We could grab that color here. We could possibly do here and here. Just a little bit there. And now, eyes. I do think it's pretty. I like how it looks like a gemstone. We'll go ahead and see about grabbing the background here. And I wanna... Okay, how can I do this? Grab you, paste you into here. Background. Now, granted, unfortunately, I was going more for white diamond, but yeah, that's not white diamond. That's not at all white diamond. But the colors, it was rigged from the beginning. The colors were rigged. You know what? We can try adding some eyelash, right? I bet to the top, right? What if we do a little bit here? Would this be a good idea? I don't know. We can see something like that there. No, I take it back. I do like this. I'm not sure how you would add. Oh, hold on. Merge the layer down. Copy you here. Paste you and blame the game, or blame the game, not the player. Yeah. I choose to not take responsibility. Let's see. Remove you there, remove you there. What layer are you on? Fields of mystery eyes. I see. Go back down here, use you here, copy you here, move you down to there, grab you here, copy you here, and then we're going to move you to our own layers. I'm just going to do my eyes like that. There. Slide you up, save ya. All I wanted to do was I wanted to copy this guy here, and then grab ya, and then flip ya. Look at that. Oh, that's neat. And then the eye pupil bit there should have the highlighted portion. So it would look more something like this. Yeah. And then for the creme de la creme, you add a little bit here. Yes. Beautiful. Hold on. One more thing here. Yep. There we go. Lovely. Let me get some tea here. No, I'm out of tea, aren't I? Let me get some lemonade then. And thank you for the follow, Zoro. Thank you, and welcome into stream. welcome into eyes. Oh me, oh my. It would seem to be I am now out of lemonade and tea. A shame. A true shame. Let me go ahead and remove that there. You know, I wonder, can we add a little bit of blush underneath the cheeks or underneath the eyes, do you think? Like, if we were to do a little bit of blush. Anyone has a little bit of blush? That's quite a cute blush look to it. There's some highlights I see around some of the edges. I would think maybe you would do, possibly, let's see. Let's try adding a bit of eyebrows to it. See how that feels? If I go up here and go up to here and here, because it's the thing, one thing to draw eyebrows, but another thing to see if you can fit in, what is it called? Yeah, one thing to draw eyes, but can you fit in eyebrows? I feel like eyebrows are half the battle, because someone can look angry until you add a few eyebrows, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you never mind. I'm mistaken. I thought you were mad at me, and the whole perspective just shifted. Oh, do you mean this bit here, or what exactly? Let's see. With this here and here. Yeah, look at that. Angry, normal. Angry, normal. And I thought you were drawing the eye at a different perspective. Oh, was I? You know, I don't think I was. Is this eye from a straight? Yeah, no, I was drawing this eye. This eye's looking directly at us. So we're okay. This was the intended direction. I was going based off of this. So we're all good. My, that's interesting how just moving it or duplicating it can change it just a little bit. We'll go ahead and add, save this guy here, save this guy here, move you there and there. I wanted to add maybe a little bit more lightness up here and here. Maybe we can make this a little bit rounder. Remove this guy here a little bit. And I forgot that you were doing like the eyes you did before. Yep. Though we do have to at some point do a what is it called? Eye study on perspective. That could be a fun thing to do. Painful, but fun. And the dark ones. Let's see. Oh, do you mean the dark eyes or what dark ones here? They're most of these are all the same eye, different style. I think this one would have darker eyes. They're probably darker brown, but those are more golden than anything. I'll zoom back into here. We'll go back into here, save you here, and then we'll grab this color and we will do a little bit of dithering. So we're anti-aliasing, I mean. Add that there, add that there. I think we might actually take a brighter color. Grab this color here. Yeah, that color there. Move that up there, add that there, and there, possibly there. And the perspective like the ones at the top. Oh, I see. Well, this one here is also from looking forward, and perspective and fun in the same sentence. Very true as well. And looking more to the right and not, like looking more to the right and not straight. Now you can see that, yeah. Kind of like a turned head here and looking, yeah, I can see what you mean. I get it, I think I do. I will try to. We'll zoom in here a little bit. This guy needs a line, it seems like, and a little bit of, what is it called? A little bit of darkness between the eyes, it seems like. So, for example, here, we need a smidge of, it seems to be the case of, a little bit of this guy here for underneath the eye. Maybe something like that there, that there, that there. That's not too bad. Truth be told, you know, not too bad, not too bad. And then lastly, anything else we need? I don't think so. We could maybe make this bigger, for example. We could maybe make you come up a little bit, maybe come in more. Maybe we could give you some wacky eyebrows, like something here and here. That does look quite wacky, doesn't it? Oh my, let's see. We'll save you there, save you there, save you there. Lovely, lovely. Okay, and we'll just move you to there and there, where you were. Yep. Okay. From here, I don't think we can add the bits for eyelids, so this just might be it. Can we add like a highlight possibly? This is this color, so we can maybe go up to here possibly. Yeah, that could be a highlight. And maybe we go here and we do a little bit of a highlight about here and here. Though I don't know if it feels like it's the same as the other one. Maybe if we make this guy a bigger blob about here and here, it might look more like a bit underneath the eyelid. Or maybe if we just make it the bit underneath the eyelid, that would also work too, you know? Maybe we just have to work, not work as hard, something there and there, and then this little highlight here. This highlight's pretty dark though. Any other highlights we can do, or do we have to make our own highlights? We'll go up a little bit, slide over to the right a smidge here, and this could be, oh, that's way too high. Okay, go up a bit, slide over a bit. There we go. That's about that highlight. We just want to go a little bit brighter. There we are, that bit. Lovely. Okay, and lastly, I wanted to see about maybe some sort of blush on the eyes. So can we do that? If I go ahead and just save this guy here, and then we add a little bit of blush here. Yeah, like that. Hold on. Okay. Let's slide this guy down by like 1, and now we can do little blush here. Little blush here. Little blush. Just a smidge. Just a teeny tiny something. And, quick question, is there any reason you chose this background color specifically? Or just because? Oh, do you mean the brown? Well, the thing was, I was going to do white diamond, and then I realized that would be hard. So, then I saw these eyes, and I thought to myself, okay, maybe I can't do white diamond. And hi, Beauty, welcome to the stream. Welcome
just redeemed hydrate.
I thought maybe, okay, since I can't do white diamond, this guy has like white eyelashes, so maybe I can do a brown against white, and then it turned into this. I first started with the brown and the red, and now we're here. But it was initially supposed to be more white diamond-y. And hi again, Rudy. Welcome in. Alrighty then, we have about 30 more minutes before the end of stream. So now we get to move on to the fun part, I say, and then it's agonizing. And hi, Black Skulls! Welcome in the stream, welcome in. I hope you feel well. We save this guy here, and I thought the blush might look nice, but the truth be told, maybe not. Maybe that could be the blush, possibly. Maybe we could do this here. Yeah, that'll be blush. That can definitely be blush. And yeah, wait, so the eyes you were referencing aren't a colorless version of normal eyes? No, they're, let's see if I can find her. Nope, maybe this can make a little bit more sense. It's a literal glowing piece of star. She glows. Like, this one's yellow and this one's blue. I realized the error of my mistake a little bit too late. Oh boy, how could you texture it? Oh boy, let me slide back over to here and we'll save it. Alrighty, one more thing, and why did those eyes with the white eyelashes look like Juna's from Jormung? Never heard of that one, but let me copy that. I'm just so curious. We'll go ahead and paste that into there. We have, from, let's see. It's an anime character who's a soldier. I see. Funny enough, it could be that character. Do they have red eyes? This guy has red eyes. Do you have red eyes? You have yellow eyes. They're not the same. And hi, RG Bit. Welcome in the stream, and thank you for the raid. Thank you, and welcome in, raiders. Yeah, this guy has red eyes, and this is yellow eyes. So Klaus and Frog, raid ribbit. Let's see. Let me go ahead and give you a shout out here, and then I can tell you what I've been doing. / shout out, and then @ and then RG Bit. I've hoped you had a lovely stream. And what we've been doing today, well, first off, hello, I am a game developer. My name is Iris Ezra. I try to cover all aspects of game development, from programming to music to what we're doing today, art. And specifically, I want to get better at making pixel art for my games, so we do these pixel art studies once a week. And let's go, game dev, yeah. So what we're doing at the moment is we're trying to see if we can get better, as one big thing in games is that if you're doing a visual novel with pixel art, you're gonna need to have different expressions and eyes, and this is from a game called Field of Mystery, and this is from a game called The Lag, Stardew Valley. So to think of, if I want to put sprites into this like my game, I gotta learn how to do them. So we've been breaking them down, and she's a gamer, yeah, thank you for this, of course, and thank you for the raid. And so what we've been doing today is, we first started off by just looking at a random eye, so I grabbed, this eye. I tried my best without looking at any references to see if I could draw this eye. Next up, we tried imitating this eye in the Stardew Valley style, so this is what my eyes ended up looking like. And then we did the Fields of Mystery style, which just ended up looking like this. And now, I winged it for another style like this one. And now we're about to reach the part of the stream where I start to regret everything. And thank you for the follow as well. And they're pretty cool. What's pretty cool? What games do you make? I am currently making a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as a necromancer. If you'd like to know more about that one, I can do Exclamation NECROTYPE. And a big thing in the game is that I want it to have a lot of sprites and characters activity, so it'll be super duper important. And the game is, I've only made it for about a year and a half, and it's the first game I've made this big. So it's a thing of, I have no idea what I'm doing. And music studies sold separately, indeed. We'll go ahead and save this. What we'll do now, and I vote for lovely high energy. Let's go! Thank you. That's always so nice to hear. And I understand you have to raid and run too, but well, I'm curious. What were you doing? Very so curious. As I slide back into here, and we begin to wonder. I'm gonna export this, and I'll send it over to the Discord as well. Export, select images, and I'm doing it. I see Pixelart then, a fellow pixel artist perhaps. I'll go ahead and slide this into here. Oh, I'm getting spoiled. Hold on. I see nothing. I see absolutely nothing. Not a bit. Nope, my eyes are closed. Not a bit. Nope, didn't see it. I saw my face reference if you want to do that. And yes, Pixelart, I see. And you're really good at Pixelart? A lot better than me. Oh, thank you. And the biggest thing I can say is that doing these studies, these weekly studies, has definitely made my Pixelart improve a lot. So if you feel like you're lacking on your art skills, studies has been very helpful. We have reached the part of the stream where we're going to try to draw my eyes now in Pixelart. It has been a trial and error of different things. The issue is I have something called polychoria, which means I have two pupils in one eye. For example, I was able to find this here. This person drew it. This is art by Pixel Metro. I found this yesterday. They managed to draw it in very detailed description. So we're going to try and see, can this be done? And one day you will scroll to the top before you start the study. The thing is, at the very bottom, when you send messages, it brings you back to the bottom. And yes, Pixelart did do that. And it's fun to do the study when you pay for your decisions from your past and trying to reference the Mummy movie. Oh boy. With that said, let's see how well we can do. And let me also grab, you all should also be linked to the color palette that we'll use, the official color palette. If not, if I do exclamation FAQ, you'll be able to find the color palette at the very bottom of the screen. So if you want to use those colors to draw me, you'll be able to. And let me also grab it, for I don't have the link to my own thing. Oh boy, it should be at the very bottom, and I should just be able to drag and drop into, yeah, oh, huh, okay, what if I just save image? Are you happy then, computer? Huh? Are you happy then? Okay, and now, drag and drop? No, it does not want to. It doesn't want to let me access my own images. Okay, fine, I have workarounds. There's other ways to go about this. I didn't want to have to bring out the big guns. Let's see, I'll just go on Discord. Yeah, didn't think of that. Oh my, and I want a simple palette. Oh, thank you. Well, whichever one had Tom Cruise. Oh, I haven't seen those movies before. This is the current official palette that should have all the colors you would need. Hopefully, I don't know, we'll see. And it's saying you should know your palette by heart. You think I should know all the hex codes by heart? Hold on now. That's crazy talk. Crazy talk, I say. Let's go ahead and start off. Now, how big do we want to make the eyes? I think it's safe to say, let's try making the eyes this big like we have with the other ones. We'll start off where we did earlier. We'll do the symmetry tool, we'll do all of that, and then we'll go from there and see how far we can get. And if we end up falling into pain and suffering, well, at least we'll have each other for company. Let's see here, if it'll let me slide you over. It does, lovely, okay. Well, we'll slide you over to here, and there, good to go. And then we'll slide you over to here, save you, and so which color is the eyeshadow? Is there a good point? Fair point, very fair point. If I had to guess, I'm guessing this is the color of the eyeshadow? Maybe, we'll see. We'll see how far we get into it. Okay, back here, back to here. I can close this one here. I don't think when I made it, I colored the eyeshadow because this palette is based off of the time I drew a little teeny tiny me. So this is back when I drew Pixelart character. Is it characters? No, it's just going to be in Pixelart, isn't it? Pixelart. Where's the folder? Ah, I found it. Okay, that guy there, that guy there, that guy there. Ah, here we are. It's based on the time I made a little mini sprite like this. So if I had to guess, either we're going to use this color or we can also use the purple color you can see in the actual image. So it'll depend. This is a small, well, this is the teeniest, tiniest I think I've made myself before. And I've also tried bigger times too, but I've learned now. Let's see how well we can do. And what software do you use to make your game? I use Godot, G-O-D-O-T, the most updated version of it. And hope you can pull it off. Thank you. I tried using Pixelart at one point. Maybe I might try again. You should. It's a fun activity. It's difficult, it's painful, you might cry a little, but it's worth it. And yeah, no, that one's too bright. And small heirs, Ezra's, don't get too close. She will decimate you. I don't think the teeny tiny version. Look at that version. It's so innocent. It's so sweet looking. Why would you assume that? We'll go ahead and grab the black here for so this color or either that color. Let's see. Grab those two colors here. Do a new layer for the background. Slide you up, and I tried Pixelart when I thought it was easier for game dev, but I think it's harder in some aspects. I think so. I can say at least though that it definitely I think has been the biggest upgrade with my art, in the sense of I did do digital art. I did at some point. I can point to the digital art I did here if I slide back up and go to the home page. I did draw the me behind me. I did that there, but it did, well, how do I explain this? I like it, but ever since doing Pixelart, I can't imagine going back. Now that I've seen what Pixelart can do, and I'm gonna lurk. No worries at all, RGBit. Thank you again for the blah, 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 blah. The lurking as well as the rating. Thank you. And good luck with drawing. Okay. Oh, thank you. And I hope you have a lovely, well-deserved rest too after streaming. And I'll be excited to see what you were working on too once mine is over, as I have like 20 more minutes left. So let's see here. My eyes are very round. So that's something we can do, and that's a face that bites for both offense. Hold on now. Oh no! It's a face that bites for both offense and defense. I've never heard such heresy. What have you known? A face like where are we at? A face such as this one right here. Where are we at? If I grab that one there, yeah. This is not a face that bites. What? No, that's a face that simply is. Simply is. No biting here. No biting. No, ignore the teeth. No biting. Oh boy, let me close this here and open this guy here and that guy there. Yep, that one doesn't bite either. We'll go ahead and start off by grabbing our green color here, or this color, depending on, we'll see. And we'll move you to here and here. So this guy kind of goes out, and is it hard to make a game? Unfortunately, I can't tell you, as I really don't have experience. The first game I made was in 24 hours, where anytime I worked on it, I had a timer going. And since then, the second game I'm making, ooh, this yellow could work, maybe. I take it back, I don't like it. And the second game I made is the one I'm currently making. So to think of, I have no idea how far this is going to go. I do know I will complete it. That is definitely something I set out to have as a goal from the very beginning. It's just a thing of, I can't give a really good experience gauge because I'm still learning. And the issue is, I chose to make a rhythm game, and rhythm games are notoriously hard. And I didn't know. It's like how people usually say, don't make an RPG game. But I never knew there was also a, don't make a rhythm game. So I think I would have a different experience had I chosen a different, what is it called? Different genre. Yeah, and 4 teeth, but in reality, she has more teeth than a shark. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see here. And what are those teeth for? May I kindly ask? For eating steak, delicious steak. I'm wondering, do we make the eye bits go down here? So something like this here? And is it playable? My games, yes indeedy. You should be able to do if I do exclamation ITCH. It should bring you to both of the games. Both the game I made in 24 hours as well as the one I'm currently working on. The one I'm currently working on, Necrotype Cafe, it is in prototype. It's still in the prototype stage. So do be warned if you find bugs. They weren't intended, but they do exist. And don't make a rhythm game. Don't tell me what to do, Airs properly. Well, I thought it would be easy, is what I thought. And I was very quickly proven wrong. Very, very quickly proven wrong. Oh boy, we'll make this go down a little bit here, go over a little bit. And I wanted to see if we could get the fluffy bit of what the eyes have, and then maybe have this guy go up a little bit more. So maybe we can have you come in a little bit here, up here a little bit. But we want to make sure it looks smooth. Yeah, the roundness. There's no roundness on this eye. Add more roundness. More roundness. More! Like that. Okay, that's a little bit too much. Less roundness. Just a little less. Just a little less here. There we go. Okay. I'm thinking maybe something like that for the eyes, or do we go more simple? We don't have to do the fluffy bits that usually happen for eyelashes. So maybe we go here and here. Something like that, do you think? Or maybe we go for something here and here. Could definitely go. Maybe up there then, and yeah, you know what? That's okay. We can go with this for now. With that said, let's see. This bit also gets turned over, so possibly something like that there, that there. After that, I do see that there are a few bits at the very bottom, and I wonder if this is where we can add, or we can just do that. Technically speaking, I don't know how well it's going to look, but it reminds me of this here. How there's a few lines at the very bottom, though ours aren't broken up lines. It's just a line. So maybe we don't do that. Depends, I think. Truly does. So let's see here. Maybe if we do this here. Oh, that gives me eyeliner. It's not a phase. Let's see, add that there. Maybe we can do just that and that. I think that's okay. And then, now this is going to be the tricky part, isn't it? For now, we'll just keep it one color for the eyes, but the heterochromia is important. So we'll do this here, and we just need to figure out the eyes. So I'm thinking here, and probably here, maybe a little bit bigger. Maybe we select this guy here and then make you go that color there, possibly, we could do. But that doesn't look like I'm looking at you. Maybe there and there can possibly work, maybe. And then we'll do an outline. So I'll grab the darker blue color here, and then we'll go for an outline. Let's see if this at all makes a difference. So we go here, here. This is for one eye, and this would be something like that and that. And then we would need the other eye. So that would be this here, that would be that there, and that would be here, and that would be that there. If we want to do something like that, we could also kind of maybe make it go around a little bit. That's not too bad. I'm not opposed to that. I am not opposed to that. This would be rounder, but I do like the way it kind of goes off to the side. It definitely does give the feel. Maybe what we can do is also make this guy, could we, what would this look like bigger? Ooh, That's not too bad either. Kind of makes me look like a spider, though. I'm definitely not a spider. Eldritch, but not spider. Let's see. And what are you using to look at all those references at once? Do you mean this guy here? This is a program called PureRef. It's 100% free. If you're wondering about any other programs I'm using, I can do exclamation FAQ. You should be able to find all of the links to everything, be it the PureRef or the Aseprite. As yeah, this right here has been a game changer too when it comes to learning and also doing some art and research. And PureRef. Let's see, P-U-R-P-U. If I can spell R-E-R-F. PureRef. That's what it's called. And then I'm just wondering about this corner bit. I don't quite like it. If we could maybe modify it so the corner bit didn't exist. For example, maybe if we move this guy and oh, okay, thank you, of course, thank you for asking. I am always happy to share. Let's see, maybe if we move this over to here and then we were to have this guy go up here and here and then here and here and then have you go here. I take it back. I liked it when it was squished together, so it shall remain squished together. And because it's hard to kind of describe, and I see what they mean by perspective thingies in Discord, oh, I'm excited to look. I super am. As yeah, perspectives do play a big part, don't they? Let's see. Next up, we have the dark bits of the eyes, and here I use this color, so maybe we'll use this color. Does this color exist? This color does not exist. It's not in the palette. We will not use it then. I will do my best to keep faithful. So let's see. We could use this color. This could be the dark of our bit here. So we do something like this. Could be the dark bit. We could also do a yellow, but I think the purple's nicer. And pure ref implies this existence of filthy ref. Oh boy. Let's see. We can do that there. I'll then go ahead and remove this guy. The color is going to be pink on this side. So let's go ahead and grab that pink and grab this pink and filthy ref. Let's see, fill that in here, undo, fill you in. Oh, if it lets me fill you in here. Oh, undo, fill you in, and then fill you in. About there and there. Ooh, colors don't look quite right. If I do brush here, save, grayscale. Grayscale needs to be deleted and remade, for we seem to be on a different layer of the color palette. Yeah, the colors don't look like they're too bad. They could still work. They could definitely still work. Okay, this is fine. This is A-okay and all good. Now, do we want to go for a dark outline like we have been doing, or do we want to go for something different? We don't have to have the outline color. Like here, there's no outline color, but I do like how the outline color feels. So maybe we keep it like this. We'll go back to our pink here, grab the darker pink, and grab the darkest blue, and maybe, just maybe, we see about grabbing you here. That's the eyes, and this is my eyes. I see, you're the background. Okay, that's fine. And we'll go and grab this bit here, since this should be the dark areas here. And I'll also do a line here possibly, or do we? Nah, it's okay. We just make it go down. And this blue here should actually be a lighter blue. So truthfully, it should be, grab both of these blues just in case. It should be, yeah, okay. You should be that. And then you should be this, and all of this at the very bottom. Something like that there. Okay, with all of that said, we know for certain we're going to have the sparkle, and I see, yeah, that's what it's supposed to do. Not again. Oh boy, let's see. Maybe we don't see, huh? What about if I simply do not see? Huh? You can't stop me then, can ya? Let's see, we'll go ahead and see. I do say that word a lot, don't I? Oh boy, we'll then add in, now I'm wondering, I want to add one more color here, like maybe a brighter blue, possibly? What if we go even brighter? So up here, and then we go up a little bit more. Could we add maybe a blue here? Or maybe we add a line of blue here and here? Or maybe we just do this blue here, blue there. And then we grab a pink. We go up, we go more into the warm color, so maybe more along here. And now we do you, oh no, you're not bright. What happened to our bright color? Bright peachy color is what we're looking for. Bright peachy color. Maybe here and here? Yeah, that works, that definitely works. There and there. And then you need to visit a doctor. Oh man, let's see. Say that there, and then that there. There we go. Something like that would work for the eyes. Oh, hold on. The eye sparkle would be on one side. So it would be this here, and then it would be this here and this here. So I'm guessing then it would be this here, that there, and that there. For the eye sparkle. Something like that. And as I said before, what I've seen is that they take this dark color and then they give it a little bit of an oomph. They make it brighter, so they add like a little shine to it. So I'm wondering, can we add a little shine to ours? What if we were to go back to our symmetry tool here, save it, and we add a little bit of a shine like here and here. It's not very bright though, unfortunately. So maybe we can do like here and then down here a little bit here, and just move you down a bit there. I definitely don't know about that one. No, not too sure. We'll grab you here. fill you in there. That could definitely work, but not what I want. So we'll remove it. What we need to do now is work on the anti-aliasing. So I can grab this dark color, and there's 2 dark blacks we have that we can use, or we can make our own again, but I want to see if we can make use of this palette. So I'll go ahead and go, let's see, you here maybe, you here possibly, you here. Grab this highlight bit here for that bit that comes outwards, that there and that there. And then for this area here, we can see about possibly making it have that dot there, maybe a dot here as well, dot there. But I think a dot here is fine. And to some degree, this looks like glowing fruit on tree branches in front of a sunset. That's very specific. My, what gives you that impression, Eska? Let's see, we can add this guy here, possibly at the bottom. No, I think that's fine. Up here. I can definitely see the glowing berries, though. That definitely does feel like glowing fruit berries. We can also add the eye bit above my face. So that'd be this guy here. And we would have to do a big, or no, this is a darker purple. Let's see, like that color, maybe? I think that's the purple I usually use. And I see it! Oh boy, we'll add the bit here that kind of comes around and has that area there. And then we have you kind of slowly come down in a little bit there, a little bit there, a little bit down there, and a little bit down there and there. And you would come down a little bit there. Yeah, okay. Let's add the blush then. And because the sky is yellowish with the pinkish for the sunset colors when the sun's already been gone on the horizon. Oh my, a confirmed fruit? An eldritch berry. Oh, that's a good one. That's a clever one. Let's see, fill that in there. We'll then add in the little bit of blush that usually gets added, though I'm not sure about this color. That's what I'm not too sure about. We'll add it in here, both there and there. Probably a little bit over, so probably need to move you over here just a little bit, like there and there and there. I wonder if I can make you round. I don't think I can, but maybe it would be round like this here. That looks pretty fine. The nose would probably then go about here and here. So maybe we can add a little teeny tiny, oh, if it lets me, nose symmetry. Just a little nose here. Little, maybe that there. And then there will be a highlight one there for the nose. So maybe highlight there. No, I take it back. No highlight. Don't need it. Don't want it. Don't like it. Okay. Lastly, we're going to need the eyebrows, won't we? So I'll go ahead and grab this guy here. And fill it in. Definitely don't do that one here. We'll move you into here, here, and here. And then now you need the yellow finger. Yellow finger, what do you mean? Oh boy. We'll save this guy here, and we'll make the eyes kind of go upwards a little bit here. Have you kind of come downwards, not too thick eyebrows. Maybe have you kind of come downwards a little bit here and here, and then we'll grab the merging colors here, probably a lighter color here. Oh, hold on. Grab this color here. Maybe that can work, possibly. We'll see about making you lighter, probably move you in a little bit more there and there. Something like that would be the idea here, and I think maybe we can go around a little bit more. Probably not, though. Move you in here and here and here. I think this is okay. We could probably see about grabbing this color here, grabbing a lighter version of it, which is probably going to be you. And then we'll go back to you here and see about adding like a color here, I think here, oh, hold on, here, there, and then maybe here as well. Possibly also here, though I don't quite like that there, but I would think maybe you would add those in those areas. And after that, any other areas that need additional features and ads already, my goodness. Okay, we'll have them run then. We are nearing the end, but not quite yet. We still get to see if anyone's been up to anything while we've been doing our own thing. So I'll save this guy here. And I will slowly see about if we do the eye bags and things, or maybe we add the other edges here. That's also a style I've seen before, but I think it's too prickly. So we'll refrain from it. And looking good. Thank you. Let's see here. I'm wondering, do I have a highlight for my face? I do not. So maybe we go a little bit off color here and grab this bit. And that way we can maybe make it look a little rounder, something like that. Just a little bit of oomph. Go there for the tip, and then here and here for the extra areas there, and then there and there. There we go. Okay, and then maybe have here and here, possibly for there. Maybe here and here for the extra bit underneath. Yeah, like that. Okay, that's not too bad, I'd say, especially compared to the other times we've drawn my eyes. Speaking of, yep, I definitely say that's a lot better. Way better. It's tricky, I tell you. With that said, let me get some water here. And then I should be able to clear my nose. I think then we should be back from the outbreak. Delicious. Oh, and another thing too, I forget who was talking about the color palette. Another thing is that I wish you could just have an image in the color palette, guy, and then you could eye drop from it. Imagine that. You could have an image here for the eye, the color palette here. One thing I like to do when I use color palettes is I like to make them into little blocks here, and you'll see that's why this has the blocks. I like making into blocks because then it makes it super duper quick to know, okay, this is the highlight, this is the medium, this is the shadow. When it's here on the side, it's a little bit difficult to know the three differences, and if you're going for certain colors, it also is an easy way to group the colors together. I found out about this after discovering the color palette of, I believe it is Resurrect 64. Let me see if I can find it. I should have it saved. If I go down to here, and yep, I do. This palette was my first introduction to that idea of doing blocky bits for your shadow and your highlights, and I really love the format of this. For the longest time, I used it just because it was an easy way of saying, oh, I need a purple color, grab this purple color. Not my purple color I want, I can tweak it a little bit. Or need a blue, need a green, anything of the sorts. Resurrect 64 is one of my favorites. So let's see, I'll close you here. I should be able to close you here. We should be able to close you here. I should be able to save you here. Yeah, bye. That surprises me a lot how well things came out. That's lovely. We got a lot done. Let me see. Grab the tissue. That was my water bottle. Give me a second to clear my nose. We're all good to go now. And there too. Okay, so when we come back, we will take a look at the art everyone's been up to. I think all in all, though, we've been good, and welcome back to the welcome back from the outbreak. Welcome back in. And in terms of water bottle, there is no longer water bottle. True, you know what that is? It's now a bottle. A bottle of water. Oh my. So let's see, as a quick recap, started off with trying to draw a really realistic eye, then switched over to doing a Stardew Valley style, at least imitation, then tried Fields of Mystria here, then tried to do our own style, see how things went, and then lastly tried to do my own eyes, which I think, you know, it went pretty well. Let me bring you into and let me go ahead and also see if I can not, oh, good, never mind, we're already in a different channel. I can just do this guy then, slide this guy over here, and then click on this guy here. Lovely. And then I should be able to, and I still need to finish it. No worries at all, Sortazar. Should you want to keep going, feel free to by all means. The good news about those channels is that eventually, or that they stay up there forever. The Eris version. Eris TM. Let me bring you back into the planning screen here. I should be able to transition you. I believe I was able to get everything done that I wanted to get done. Anti-aliasing, people, Pixelart, DIY, my... Yeah! I thought this was a lot to do. It was. But we were able to do all of it, so I am quite happy. I can certainly say as much. That said, if you'd like to, if I do exclamation DICORD, if you did happen to make some Pixelart eyes, or you've made Pixelart characters before and you have some eyes, feel free to share them into Discord. What you'll do is, once you join the Discord, so if I click on this guy here, you'll see this is the join guy, and then you'll go down to the Pixelart study with me. No, that's mine. Close it. Okay, now, where were we? You'll see here that there are previous study topics, and I don't know if I said this earlier, but if you find a topic on here that you want to post your art to that's related to the topic, even if I'm not streaming it, even if we haven't done it in a while, feel free to post it here too. The idea is like with the thought of, what's it called? Doing the, what are they called? Pixelart of the day. Taking your eyes using some observation levels, I often find a lot of inspiration, for example, by searching up a tag on something like Twitter for certain things of art. So this is kind of the own personal tag of, right, I want to see what environments look like, see what other people are doing with environments. That's what this is for. That's the idea behind having this area. It also gives a chance for people, if they happen to have drawn along, a chance to also post it here, thinking as much up. I hope I'm scrolling up. Okay, I am. We're all good. Lovely. Okay, I'll get some water, and then we will take a look. Tasty. You know, I completely forgot. This is another time I tried to draw my eyes when I was just getting started with Pixelart and doing like a little blocky style. I still do like that idea. I do. I wonder how big these eyes are versus those eyes. Definitely a lot bigger. So maybe that's the way to do it when it's so small. I'll have to check. That said, let's go ahead and scroll down and see. This was a reference check posted. That is the binding of Isaac's pixel art for their eyeballs. And then we have down here my lines, and then current progress. Ew, this is Ed. Ed already left earlier, but look at this. We're not even the angry eyes, but the eye bits on top. And specifically, the eyelashes at the very bottom, the highlight of the eye, we have the outline, we have a little bit of anti-aliasing, I think, going along in this area too. So overall, even though I know you're not here, Ed, well done. And I did read that as well. Lovely, lovely. Yeah, I like, and I want to try it. Seeing if making this bit like a corner piece, how would that look in the art? And I also like how it's a downturned eye. Those are some of my favorites. And I like the eye in the middle. You know, funny enough, I made a short for Pixelart, and I think I said Pixelart is easy. And on it, I talked about how you can make a very detailed eye in Pixelart, or you could just do a little dot. And technically speaking, that is an eye in some circumstances. The fact that Pixelart allows you to just use one pixel, and it can be an eye. It's a thing. That's what I really love about Pixelart. Let's scroll down here. We have an eye reference. Ah, yes, inner corner. That makes sense. And then my submission for today. This is by Ame. If we scroll in here, we can see this reminds me of like a starry night sky. I did something like that with my Darth Maul fan art, a zoomed in pixel to the flow pixel. And oh, that's my kind of pixel art. Oh boy, here are the different, I'm guessing this is a small version, this is a medium version, this is a big version, and chat's not. Thank you, Jack. Oh boy, why, I ask you, why? Is it showing now? Are we good? Are we not good? It's breaking, it's all breaking again. Hold on, let me just see about, okay, maybe if I just do, let's see. Refresh? Does that work? And then I refresh on you here again, let's see. Does it show up? No? Fine, I'm just gonna borrow the other one. I'll go into here, I'll grab the here, and then I'll go back into here, paste, there, done. It disappeared. It disappeared! It has it out for me, I'm sure of it. Hi, Chandra! Welcome into stream. It did. Well, damn. Fine. We'll go with the, do I have a backup? Backup. We do. Aside from technical difficulties. I like this. I like how you started with the hair strands, and I know it's not the eyes, but the little earpiece too, with the what is it called? The lighting on it already, and this eye bit here. I like how this is thicker, and then you've also added in, it's I can see, I think a little, it's hard to see. There's light in my eyes, but it looks like you also, oh, microphone. The first try, yeah, you didn't see nothing. There's some anti-aliasing going on, I believe, up here. I think there's a little bit here too, I can see. And then the eye itself, the look of the eye, it reminds me of like a starry night sky. And it started off as an eye, and I just started adding stuff while I was waiting. You know, and I definitely think at some point, when people start texturing eyes, they do reach that point of just adding lots of stuff. There was even one time I saw someone who put ramen noodles in the eye and blended the layer, and it ended up looking nice. Because at some point you just start throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks, and then it became a face. I really do like this, especially the detail on the, what is it called, shadow. Shadow here, super simple. Well done, well done. And I want it to be more shiny. Yeah, it's very shiny, especially the little dots here. Let's see, we also have, and this is what I did a month ago for a fan art piece. I see. We have here, oh, and he's serious. You know he has no life because, or he probably has a life, but. You don't get out much, do you? What I meant to say, and hi, anime boy, welcome to the stream, welcome in. I was trying to say that there's no sparkle in his eyes, so you can see he's dead inside. That's what I was trying to say, he's definitely dead. I like here too how you do the shininess. We have the highlight at the bottom, the dark bits at the top, so well done to that too. I like all in all. I don't know a thing about Star Wars, but I have seen this guy before, and the red paint you do, well done. Oh me, oh my. We have here, oh, that's neat. It's like a whoosh effect with the erasing. Oh, that's creative. I like that. I also like how you have the eye blinking too, and Darth Maul is a very angry person. Just because you're angry doesn't mean you have to be a no lifer though. No, not exactly. I like how you do the rings, and I also like how you do the wipe animation. This is also lovely too, Ame. And it's creepy how it's just a singular eyeball too, and the eyeball goes over the skin. Well done. We have here Ed too, and here's the submission for today's, the final one. I see. We have here a little bit of the anti-aliasing going on. There's also a little bit of anti-aliasing going on in these areas. We have here the eyelash bits too. Interesting. It's all, what is it called? Big difference. There's also shading at the bottom of the eye, which is interesting. It almost reminds me of the way Blue Diamond's eyes, the shadows at the top versus the bottom. That's an interesting one. Lovely, Ed. Lovely. Am I lagging? Oh no. It's a sign, I tell you, it's a sign! This is why sorters are, and I am a machine that picks a pellet and dithers it! This is lovely. Oh boy, I tell you, it definitely does take a certain type of person to be able to dither. And you are one of those people. I can agree to that. I like how you do it here too. It doesn't feel like too much dithering. Not too much. I've seen dithering before that has a lot. You keep it very simple. You just do a peppering of the checkered board pattern. And I like how you also checkerboard the eye bit here too. And this one, officer. This one, officer. Take him away. I also like how there's a little bit of a white there. And you also do dithering around, not dithering, anti-aliasing around the edges of the eyeballs here. I also like how, what is it called? Thin the eyelash is. This is lovely. And no palette in my pal. You're not that guy, pal. Oh boy. Yeah, I do like this. I think something to learn from is just the fact that the lines don't have to be thick to get the idea across. Thin lines here, and you can still tell. So, well done, Sortazar. Well done. Let's see here. We have me. Yes. Here is a fine piece of art you can see. 10 out of 10, really. I devastate the colors to my heart's content. You monster. Here we have Tima. Oh, hold on. Is it Tima or was it Nima? I mean, there's both, but I forget which one was supposed to go first. And when I was talking about with perspective, I thought you were going to do something like this. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. This guy reminds me of what I did for the initial one. If I go back into here super duper quickly, that perspective reminds me of this perspective I tried and failed at doing. You did a great job at doing my attempt. You did it in a better light too. I like this. I think it's cute. I also like how you did the colors here and the eyelash flick here too. I definitely can say it's tricky to get the flick down. And yeah, that's the one I was talking about. Oh, I see. I got ya. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I was trying to go for something that was for symmetry, but this here, this just looks lovely. I like how it's off to the side as well. And I like how you did the, what is it called? The pupil. The pupil bit here. It's a solid black with a little bit of life in the eyes. So, well done, Nima. Well done. Let's see here. We scroll down. This is why Jaxus. I was inspired. Then my... Jaxus, I'm gonna need you to take that inspiration and move it. I regret nothing! This expression just looks like day. This is lovely. Oh, it's cursed, but it's so lovely. You know, at some points that my face was bound to be converted. Oh my. I like how solid you made the lines here too, and a little whoosh. There's a bit of anti-aliasing. Maybe there's a bit there too. It's so silly. Oh, biblically accurate. This is lovely. It's so silly. Well done, Jaxus. Let's see here. I believe that is everyone. And give me 2 minutes, Mrs. Streamer. I believe you should have time. I'll talk about the draw together. So yeah, you have some time. 100%. Well then. What I can say to all of you that are still here, and to all of you to whom it may concern that enjoys pixel arting, next week, and it will be the 4th, so next Saturday, we'll be doing a special event we do here on the stream once a month at the start of the month, which is called Draw Together. And if I scroll down here to the bottom of my website, you'll be able to see previous Draw Togethers. The idea is that every 20 minutes, the topic of what you're supposed to draw changes, and it's a randomized topic, but the thing is, if you don't want to do the theme, you don't have to do the theme. This is just supposed to be a place to go and a place to draw stream-appropriate art. And it's supposed to be the idea of, we spend so much time studying pixel art, this is just for fun, though. Then again, if I go back into here, yes. As you can see, even when we're not doing Draw Together, very serious, super duper serious. And that face, Earth's looking down at her chairs from the elevator dimension. Plebs. Noobs! And are art skills a requirement? Nah. Not one bit. Whether you've never done pixel art before, or you're a seasoned veteran, you are free to come on down to do the draw together. As long as the place is open here, as long as you can see a spot that has not been taken, feel free to join. That's the fun of it. So we'll be doing that next week on the 4th, same time, same place. It should be a lot of fun. These are always very enjoyable. I use it as a way to benchmark my progress in Pixelart. It's also a fun way to remember that in these 20 minutes, you don't have to do something super duper good. It just has to be, and that's a lot of fun, not having to worry about it being super perfect. I sent it. I had to rush it. Well, thank you for even doing it in the first place, Sortazar. I am excited to see it. Let's take a look together, shall we? We'll go back into the planning screen here, and then I'll click on this guy here. Hi. Come here often. Oh boy. And so you're saying I could use something cursed next week? As long as it's stream appropriate. I love to see. You know what? April Fool's is coming around the corner. Hey. How are ya? Come here often. We need this as an emote. It's too wide to be an emote. Hey. Oh, this is lovely. Oh boy, and more art for Mummy too. These are both lovely. We'll start with Sortazar. This is very much stylized. I like the direction you went with this, and that can be fixed. Well, Jaxus, I would not mind at all. This here, Sortazar takes advantage of the dithering idea here, and what I like too is the pink against the blue. It's interesting, and here he is! Oh boy, I like this a lot. I think it's cute, and zip. And the way the line goes here for the part of the eye, what is it? It's not even makeup, that's the thing. But this part of the face here, I like how you did the line here, as well as the anti-aliasing and the color choice of doing the green and then a bit of the blue and purple, or not purple, pink, blue and pink. It's a lovely, lovely choice. Well done, well done. It's creative, and that's always my favorite thing to see. The creativity of using a really limited palette. And we have here, lastly, from Ame. Hey, Ame. And I'm wondering, I'm guessing this is the beginning of something new. And I like already how you have the, what is it called? Big eyelashes. If it's one thing I like, it's big, thick eyelashes. So if you do end up finishing this, I'd be excited to see it. And I'm guessing maybe this is going to be some sort of bow in the background. Oh, I'm really lagging. Oh no! My internet's trying to send me upside. If this does get finished, I'll be excited to see it. Oh no, my body. And then there's a little teeny tiny Bobby. And he's already so adorable. I look forward to it, the Nami. She's obstructing. Help, I say, help. And why are there two characters, chats? So, about earlier how I said that the chat wasn't working. Now it's deciding to work. They decided to reappear. Oh boy. All of a sudden they appeared. After saying, yeah, you know what, I'm not gonna work. Now I'm gonna work chat as a tsundere. Oh boy, let me bring you back into the screen now. With all of that said and done, thank you all for joining, thank you all for coming. We'll be continuing our pixel art work tomorrow for my game, where we'll be working on drawing either more wizard characters and their expressions and animations, or we'll be working on drawing some more candles for some of the game and animating them and programming them in as I lag. As I said before, next week on the 4th will be the draw together. Help, I'm lagging. And wow, look at how many views she has. She needs 3 chats to fit them all, and the chat is working, so we have a job. Jump scare, boo! With that said, if you're on YouTube, that'll be it for me. If you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. It's always fun to see if we can find help! What was I saying? Yes, I'm going to go to the end screen, and then I'm going to come back, and then we're going to raid. So if you'd like to participate in the raid, consider sticking around. And it's just usually amazing to do the circus. Oh boy. With all that said and done, I hope you have a lovely morning,